everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Welcome to Novel Wonderland Naruto from Ninja Academy to an Early Grave, Chapter 104 to 128, Chapter 104, The Final Clash of the War. 1835 words. As Minato returned to the village, he also took with him a batch of troops who had worked in close coordination with him. Among them were the young clan heads of the Aino, Chika, Cho families and the Aburame clan, who had been contributing under Jiraiya since the early stages of the war. Jiraiya had no intention of succeeding as Hokage, so he naturally handed this layer of connections over to his own disciple. It could be seen that from a very early point, the third Hokage had already made his choice in his heart regarding his successor. The one he was most satisfied with was naturally his disciple Orochimaru. But as that fellow grew older, his thinking became increasingly skewed. Hiruzen had always seen it clearly. Jiraiya's personality was too unrestrained. Tsunade had sealed off her heart and locked away love, intent only on drinking herself to oblivion in taverns and gambling dens. Thus, the bright and powerful Namake's Minato naturally became the best choice. Now, on the northern front, aside from the Supreme Commander Jiraiya, the ones in charge were Uchiha Fugaku and Noro Suzaku. The two had cooperated quite well on the eastern front. Now this place had become a replica of the eastern front, except that the one above them had changed from Orochimaru to Jiraiya. The Noro clan had always been like this, whoever became the village head was none of their concern. In any case, there would always be a place for them as the village head's wife, as part of the advisory think tank. Inside the Uchiha camp, the clan head personally poured tea for Makoto. It was clear that he was in quite a good mood. Now it seemed that, aside from Kirigakure, the war on the northern front would also be concluded under his command. For this merit, he wanted to ask loudly, who else? The filial son in his childhood form looked at Makoto with curiosity. So this was the one who had defeated the clan's prodigy, Shisui? As expected, his appearance was no less handsome than mine, Uchiha Itachi. Makoto was also sizing him up. The little boy was quite cute, and there was still a clear innocence in his eyes, not yet burdened with the bitterness and resentment of later years. That was good. Fugaku smiled. Itachi, this is Makoto-kun, Konoha's #1 genius at present, the hero of the Kirigakure battlefield, the shield of Konoha who could exchange blows with the Raikage without defeat. He is someone you should look up to in the future. Itachi performed a standard greeting. Makoto-senpai, I am Uchiha Itachi. Please take care of me from now on. I'm Higashino Makoto. After returning the greeting, he asked with concern, why haven't I seen Shisui come over? Shisui? Ever since the Chunin exams, he has been focusing entirely on training. It seems he was inspired by you, Makoto. He wants to develop a fighting style suited to his own characteristics. I see. Then, Fugaku Oji-san, did you call me here today because there is something important you wish to instruct me on? Hearing that Makoto was still willing to call him Oji-san, Fugaku smiled slightly. Makoto, I am well aware of your abilities. You performed brilliantly on the Eastern Front before. This time, I also hope everyone will continue to strive and bring this war to an end as soon as possible. As a shinobi of Konoha, I will naturally do my utmost. But, what then? Fugaku looked at Makoto's expression and thought to himself that, as expected, he couldn't be treated like an ordinary child. So he decided to half-sound him out and said, Makoto, what do you think about the Hokage candidates? There are no candidates. The fourth will be Minato-senpai. Both father and son froze for a moment. Good grief, this direct? Fugaku asked, puzzled, why are you so certain? Everyone knows that after the war ends, the third will retire. At this critical moment, Minato-senpai went back, and you, Fugaku Oji-san, were sent out. The war's outcome is already decided. Coming here now means there's nothing left to reap, you're only here to clean up the final loose ends. The credit you think you're claiming never existed to begin with. Don't forget, whether on the Eastern Front or the Northern Front, above you there has always been a disciple of the Hokage. Fugaku stalled out, his brain stopped thinking. Only after a long while did he laugh awkwardly and say, is that so? Jonin Minato isn't bad either. To be honest, our two families have a pretty good relationship in private. Oh? There's such a thing. Makoto pretended not to know, then affirmed, for the Uchiha clan, that's a good thing, isn't it? Oh. Fugaku said. So it seems you also understand something about the relationship between our clan and the village. Then how do you view the Uchiha clan? Outstanding shinobi. Reliable comrades. An indispensable part of Konoha. But as a major clan like ours, we always have this conflict or that with the village. Fugaku Oji-san, having conflicts is what a normal world looks like, isn't it? After thinking for a moment, Makoto looked at Itachi and said, having conflicts isn't scary. What's scary is that some people don't want to resolve conflicts, they only want to get rid of the people who raise them. Itachi looked completely baffled. Makoto-senpai, did you look the wrong way? But very quickly, he fell into thinking about Makoto's last sentence. It seemed as though the other party had deliberately said it for him to hear. But why? Scary are those who only want to get rid of the people who raise conflicts, HM. Fugaku said. Makoto, your insight is indeed novel. I hope that in the future you can interact more with Itachi and Shisui. That won't be a problem, Fugaku Oji-san. Makoto truly didn't mind having contact with the great filial son. Was Itachi guilty? From the worldview Makoto had developed in his previous life, shaped by mainstream values, of course he was, but that was the Itachi whose hands would later be stained with the blood of his clansmen, not the little child he was now. After that, the two sides did not continue speaking on that topic and instead began discussing aspects of shinobi techniques. Fugaku had originally intended to probe Makoto about the stance of this newly rising force within the village, but he had not expected Makoto to shatter that illusion so decisively with a single blow. Yet he found that he was not particularly disappointed. Perhaps from the very beginning he had already known the outcome, he had simply been unwilling to admit it. Having someone expose that kind of naivety to his face was not a bad thing. If an ordinary 10-year-old brat had said such things, Fugaku-sama would have let him experience on the spot what the terror of the Sharingan meant. But Makoto was different. Whether in strength or in thought, he could not be treated as a mere youth. His concise and precise manner of speaking indeed suited Fugaku's taste. This was the shinobi world. If you had strength, even if you were younger, people would seriously consider what you said. It was like how words spoken by a famous person were called famous quotes, but when spoken by an ordinary person, they were just nonsense. In the following days, the situation on the front line grew increasingly tense. Iwagakure and Kumogakure almost erupted into large-scale battles every day. What made Konoha grit its teeth was that as they fought, they would often drag Konoha into it. This was clearly intentional. No one was a fool. If they fought to the death only for Konoha to walk away with all the gains in the end, how could there be such a good deal? Only if everyone was dragged into the fight would it be fair. Could the Konoha shinobi avoid it? Impossible. Behind them lay the territory of the Land of Fire. If they retreated, were the towns and civilians near the border to be abandoned? Left to die? With a combined earth release from Iwagakure, a slightly larger town, together with its thousands of ordinary residents, could be buried under the soil. Shinobi were not supposed to harm ordinary people? When fighting for their lives, who still cared about that? Finally, on the 8th, the intensity of the fighting reached its peak. According to the limited intelligence gathered by headquarters, both Kumogakure and Iwagakure had come out in full force today. Everyone had a premonition, the great battle was about to begin. Perhaps this would be the final clash of the war. Life or death, victory or defeat, would all be decided today. The command headquarters responded at once, concentrating a large portion of their forces into two key sectors of the defensive line. These areas were highly likely to be drawn into the main battle, but there was no other choice. If they did not do so and instead continued with the passive tactic of rushing reinforcements wherever trouble arose, they would only be defeated more quickly. At that point, the situation would devolve into the two villages joining forces to invade Konoha. At around 3 in the afternoon, the unit led by Kumomi, patrolling ahead of the defensive line and closely monitoring the war's developments, suddenly noticed a flash of light in the distance. Soon after, the ground began to tremble slightly, and only then did a roar reach their ears. Looking up, they saw a column of smoke rising into the sky in the direction of Iwagakure, as if a gigantic bomb had just been detonated. Makoto sighed inwardly. As expected, that is an explosion. Seeing the familiar mushroom cloud, he felt a trace of doubt. At this time, that explosion brat Deidara should still be a 2- or 3-year-old toddler. If so, what could have caused an explosion of this scale? A tailed beast? If that were the case, the situation would be serious. Suddenly, a large number of figures entered Makoto's sensory range. He immediately reported, enemies are approaching our position. Kumogakure shinobi. Distance, 7 kilometers. Their numbers are increasing, currently close to 200. Kumomi made a swift decision. Move. Report back to the defensive line. Jiraiya was overseeing this section of the line. Upon hearing the report, he gave Makoto a surprised glance, then arranged for them to remain by his side and immediately ordered the forces to assemble and prepare for battle. Maintaining his sensory perception, Makoto quickly added, "Jiraiya-sama, Kumogakure will arrive in 3 minutes. Their numbers exceed 800. Iwagakure is engaged in battle behind them, close to 1,000 strong. At present, no chakra signatures of the overwhelming intensity you mentioned have been detected. They are likely deliberately pulling the battlefield closer to our side." "Good. Looks like these bastards are determined to drag Konoha into this with them. All units, prepare to receive our guests. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, the key to a melee is to grab whoever you can and fight. 2,226 words. Several years ago, no one quite remembers exactly when, the great Ninja World author Jiraiya once wrote a traditional, uplifting novel. It was his debut work, titled The Tale of the Utterly Gutsy Ninja. The protagonist of the novel was named Naruto. He came up with the name casually while eating ramen, after noticing the Narutomaki topping. The main character, Naruto, excelled at talk no jutsu. Every time he defeated an enemy, he would deliver a grand speech, causing the enemy to achieve a profound awakening. The two sides would come to understand each other, shake hands, make peace, and celebrate together. This was also Jiraiya's philosophy of peace. He believed that as long as people could understand one another, disputes would disappear and eternal peace would follow. Then the book flopped. Sales were dismal. Aside from Yahiko, who might have read it, its only true fan was Minato. From that moment on, Jiraiya realized the secret to becoming a best-selling author and plunged headfirst onto the broad road of writing smut. As for Jiraiya's philosophy of peace, part of it stemmed from his own personality. More of it was influenced by the great toad sage Gamamaru of Mount Myaboku, and at its source was the sage of 6 paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo. In reality, it is hard to say how deeply Jiraiya truly believed in that philosophy. But he was certainly no fool. He understood one thing very clearly: what matters is not the reasoning itself, but the procedure that comes before the reasoning. That procedure is having the strength to knock someone down first. If you cannot beat someone, you do not even get the chance to reason with them. So when faced with a large force of Kumogakure ninja charging forward, Jiraiya understood that they were deliberately trying to set fire to Konohagakure. They had no intention of reasoning, nor could they be reasoned with. To waste even a few seconds preaching at such a moment would mean suffering for striking second. His own side would pay with dozens, even hundreds, of lives. So he gave a sweeping wave of his hand. The assembled Konohagakure ninja drew their weapons and blocked the Kumogakure forces before the formation. The Iwagakure ninja in the rear also caught up. The three sides exchanged no words, held no standoff. At the instant of contact, they began fighting. Very quickly, the three clearly distinct forces were mixed together into a single chaotic melee. At that point, anyone who tried to climb high, raise an arm, and call for calm would be guaranteed to be pinned into a porcupine by kunai flying in from all directions. Now, what every ninja had to do was simple: watch in all directions, listen on all sides, grab whoever they could and strike, kill anyone wearing a different forehead protector, dressed in a different uniform. It was that simple. Konohagakure, Kumogakure, and Iwagakure, a nearly 3,000 ninja in total, spread across the vast rocky mountain and hill battlefield along the border and launched into a brutal free-for-all slaughter. The sparse vegetation that once dotted the area had been like the stubborn patches of hair left on the head of someone going bald. But under the repeated devastation of ninjutsu, it had long since been reduced to complete barrenness. The field of view was wide and unobstructed. Heads surged in crowds. Killing cries shook the heavens. Blood flowed like a river. Makoto and the others also charged into the battlefield with the main force. Shuriken and kunai shot out from time to time, and long and short blades swung without pause, slaughtering every enemy that came close, whether they were Kumogakure ninja or Iwagakure ninja. They kept firmly in mind the instructions of the Jonin. They shifted positions frequently but did not become scattered, helping one another, rescuing one another, and while killing the enemy, they also had to watch out for protecting their comrades. If an expert came over, the two Jonin, Higashino Jiro and Uzuki Yuyo, would step up as the main attackers, and then everyone would gang up shoulder to shoulder, joining forces to encircle and strangle the target. In a ninja's worldview, there was no such thing as martial code chivalry. This was war, and there was no need to bother with fair duels with the enemy. Makoto kept watch on the surrounding area at all times. When he saw someone trying to form hand seals and cast a ninjutsu to strike at them, he casually fired off a few small shadowless sword and sent the other party flying. What era is this, and you're still forming hand seals to cast ninjutsu? And you're forming them that slowly, too. Only a complete idiot would wait for you to come kill them. He stayed in the middle of the team the whole time. According to Gekko Kumomi's arrangements, amid the chaos, his perception was everyone's eyes and also the team's guarantee of survival, responsible for clearing out every danger the others had not noticed. Makoto had no objection to that. If he only cared about fighting to his own satisfaction, then after the thrill was over, he might come back and find that his teammates had all been wiped out. The experience his father, who had spent years on battlefields, passed down to him was that in a melee, the most important thing was not killing the enemy, but first ensuring that he himself and the comrades supporting each other stayed alive. Only if you are alive can you deal damage. If you are dead, you can only go AFK in the Pure Land. At this moment, a squad of Iwagakure ninja, more than a dozen in total, charged in from the left. There were many small groups like this on the battlefield. Nobody was stupid, they knew to huddle together with people they were familiar with for warmth. Hayate and Yugao instinctively wanted to form hand seals and use a wind release. Even if it could not kill the enemy, it could at least blow up dust and create conditions for kills. But Kumomi, who had returned to his disciple's side, stopped them. He then led everyone to meet the attack, using only the simplest weapons for close quarters fighting. This was the difference between small team contact combat and large-scale war. Small team contact combat could be very flashy, all kinds of tactical arrangements, ninjutsu duels, dazzling and full of highlights. Large-scale war was different. Once the two sides got tangled together, there were basically no tactics, only see one, kill one, and very few people would use ninjutsu. Because you did not know how long the fighting would last. Ninjutsu wasted too much chakra, so you had to budget carefully, save whenever you could, and use only the most efficient methods to kill the enemy, preventing your chakra from being exhausted and then getting butchered by the enemy like some stray by the roadside. Even someone with an enormous chakra reserve would not find it easy to fire off a map-wide bombardment at a time like this, because you might take out your own side along with the enemy. Unless you could do it like Senju Hashirama's would release, which could still weave around allies in the chaos and switch on an automatic enemy locking mode. That was why he was called the God of Ninja. One large-scale nativity of a world of trees dropped, and the people of Konohagakure were perfectly fine while the enemies were all hanging on trees. How were you supposed to fight that? Fight with your head. When facing an Iwagakure squad of more than a dozen who, like them, moved in a tight cluster, the simple tactic devised by Kumomi and the three jonin was this: Makoto would leap slightly upward and slash several shadowless sword from above downward. No matter how many were killed, the rest would be left for everyone to rush in and hack down amid the enemy's confusion. It was already so simple that it had only 2 steps. The battlefield was chaotic, there was neither the time nor the space to execute complicated tactics. But at a time like this, simple meant effective. With a teammate in the squad who possessed an enormous chakra reserve and could strike first with a no-seal ninjutsu attack, they could do as they pleased. They would use this kind of simple and effective tactic, and the enemy would use it as well. The squad Makoto was in moved across the battlefield like a sharp blade, weaving left and right. Not only was their efficiency in killing enemies extremely high, they also rescued quite a few Konohagakure comrades at the same time. Some small, quick-witted squad saw there was a powerful thigh to cling to and immediately gathered around them, following along to fight with the advantage. At this moment, the sound of explosions continued in the distance, slowly drawing closer to their position. This was an Iwagakure squad. The enemies they encountered, whether Konohagakure or Kumogakure, were first sent flying by someone's opening punch, or scattered by explosions, and then a teammate would step forward to finish them off. The tactic they used was basically the same as Makoto's squad, simple and effective. The two sides soon collided. The people around them, regardless of which ninja village they belonged to, saw the situation and immediately moved away. It was obvious at a glance that elite squads were about to clash. What was the point of staying here? If you got caught up in it by accident, you might die without even knowing how you died. Better to slip away. Makoto recognized the man leading them, tall and somewhat lean, with half-long explosive brown hair. Kumomi had once explained him to them, drawing on his knowledge as a former Anbu ninja. The leader of Iwagakure's demolition corps, the possessor of the explosion release Kekkei Genkai, Gari. The moment Gyro and Yuyo saw him, their tempers flared. Before the Battle of Canopy Bridge, the two had fought him many times. The injuries on their bodies were all thanks to his abilities. Now, when enemies met, their eyes reddened all the more. Gyro, that bastard again. Yuyo, this time we have to wipe out this troublesome squad. When Gari saw the people in the Konohagakure clustered squad, he revealed a delighted, ferocious smile. Clearly, he had also recognized his old opponents. He leapt up and landed in front of the enemy, then suddenly drove a fierce punch diagonally into the ground. Boom! A thunderous explosion rang out. Clods of earth and rocks on the ground shot out like shells from a cannon, dense and overwhelming, delivering saturated fire against the Konohagakure side. The moment the opponent leapt, Kumomi shouted, "Close ranks!" At a time like this, trying to flee to either side or to the rear was suicidal. No matter how fast a person was, they could not outrun debris enhanced by explosion release. Only coordinated defense could minimize casualties. But they had an even better method. In a flash, Makoto used body flicker to appear in front of the squad. Spreading his hands, a massive amount of chakra surged from between his 10 fingers, and in an instant he set up a long defensive formation. Earth release, one horn great wall. The earth-yellow, semi-transparent chakra barrier stood like a city wall, blocking all the attacks in front of them. Bang, 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 bang. The dense impact sounds were like rain striking banana leaves, but it was more like a machine gun nest facing a torrent of heavy tanks, completely useless. The members of the demolition corps behind Gari saw this and began throwing white chunk-like objects toward Makoto's side, each in different shapes, like tossing grenades. Before the battle, Gyro had introduced this as the demolition corps exclusive attack method. What Gari used was explosion release, a Kekkei Genkai formed by fusing two types of chakra. The demolition corps members, however, did not possess this bloodline. They could not learn it, and there was no way to teach it. After all, even Gari himself had awakened it inexplicably. So they adopted a workaround. They deeply trained the explosive nature of fire release chakra, then infused it into specially prepared clay, and finally detonated it with hand seals. Because it was a workaround, it could not be called explosion release Kekkei Genkai. Instead, it became Iwagakure's unique exploding clay secret technique. The kind used by that little blonde Deidara. It was a secret technique, not a bloodline. Although the effect was similar, it required an extra step and came with limitations. If they had not prepared detonating clay in advance, or if they ran out of it, they were no different from ordinary ninja. At the same time, Gari was not restrained by lightning release, but detonating clay would be neutralized by lightning release. That was why the demolition corps had always been fighting Konohagakure and had not been dispatched to deal with Kumogakure. Seeing the various shapes of detonating clay fly over the heads of the Konohagakure ninja, the demolition corps members formed hand seals together and detonated them. In an instant, firelight and deafening blasts engulfed the enemy. But it was useless. Makoto shifted his ninjutsu. Water release, one horn tranquility unfolded, covering the allied forces behind him like a firmament, firmly sealing the explosions outside the pale blue chakra dome. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, Krillin and Android 18 both gave a like. 1855 words. The law of no injury amid smoke once again came into effect. When the thick smoke dispersed, the people of Konohagakure were completely unharmed. Makoto had used only 2 defensive ninjutsu to utterly restrain the Iwagakure explosion corps. Running into him could only be considered the Iwagakure explosion corps bad luck. Although he was not proficient in lightning release, he was still their natural nemesis. The members of the explosion corps looked at their own leader, Gari. Both sides stared at one another, faces full of bewilderment. Konohagakure had put up a turtle shell, how were they supposed to fight this? Could that brat be the so-called shield of Konoha that those bastards from Kumogakure had spread around? Damn it, someone's cheating. Sage of 6 Paths, are you going to do something about this? Come out and save us. It could only be said that news traveled quickly in the shinobi world. Especially on Kumogakure's side, concerned for their own leader's reputation, they naturally exaggerated Higashino Makoto as much as possible. Originally, everyone had thought the Reikage was too weak. Now they realized that the shield of Konoha's defense was truly monstrous. At this time, the Iwagakure explosion corps was still using the outdated method of hand-molding explosive clay. No one had mouths growing from their hands or chest. The true orthodox inheritor and master of that secret technique would be Deidara several years later. If he were here now, he would certainly curse loudly. What defense? What chakra shield? This clearly meant the firepower of art was insufficient. If it couldn't be blown apart, it only meant the explosion wasn't powerful enough. Just keep increasing the yield. If that still didn't work, use a clay clone to self-detonate. If that still failed, self-detonate the real body. Let those bastards see what explosion is art really meant. Unfortunately, he was only a little brat at this time, still back in the village playing with mud. The members of the Explosion Corps did not share his obsessive pursuit of art. At the same time, Makoto would not give them a second chance to throw explosive clay. After the technique of one-horn tranquility was released, Makoto gathered a large amount of wind attribute chakra and, holding his blade in one hand, swung it into a blur. A great number of nearly invisible wind blades, each about the width of a palm, shot into the ranks of the Explosion Corps, carrying out indiscriminate strikes. Iwagakure suffered heavy casualties in an instant. Cries of agony rang out everywhere. As an elite among Jonin, Gari possessed sharp danger instincts and extremely fast reactions. The moment Makoto swung his short blade, he quickly formed hand seals and raised a wall of earth in front of his side. However, though his chakra reserves were considerable, they could not compare to Makoto's. His ninjutsu could not protect everyone, and the dense wind blades, like high-velocity bullets, pierced through the earth wall and tore into the crowd. After reacting, many others also cast Earth Release, Earth-style wall to block and weaken the wind blade's power. Shrinking his body, Gari hid at the corner behind the wall. Watching his Earth Release, Earth-style wall be riddled with holes, he knew this battle could not continue. When the rain-like barrage of wind blades finally ended, he leapt forcefully backward and shouted, "Retreat!" But it was already too late. The people of Konohagakure were not wooden stakes. While Makoto was conducting a saturation strike with ninjutsu, they had already charged toward the enemy. Makoto himself also sprang up, leaping over the heads of the Explosion Corps and the other Iwagakure shinobi, and chased after the fleeing Gari. Toward this bloodline limit shinobi who had caused Konohagakure major losses and left many scars on his father and Uzuki Yuyo, he had no intention of letting him go. Gari was a close combat shinobi. Every opponent who traded punches with him, besides having to endure the impact of his strength, also had to face the power of his chakra explosions. He usually took down one opponent with each punch, killing was quick and straightforward for him. Makoto naturally understood this, so he had no intention of fighting him up close at all. Flying overhead, he continuously fired wind blades down at the target below, cutting off his avenues of escape. How do you deal with a close combat expert like Tsunade, whose punching power is absurd? The answer is, kite him. Isn't learning to fly meant for exactly this? Air forces fighting ground troops with no anti-air capability, wouldn't that be bombing with your eyes closed? Would you jump out of the plane to have a fair duel with them? Gari was miserable to the extreme. Down below, he dodged left and right in a sorry state, feeling utterly disgusted inside. He finally understood what it felt like for others to face their Tsukikage-sama who could fly. It was simply being forced to take hits, hard to strike back. This was what it meant to be stifled, this was it. However, through observing the enemy's attack method just now, even if striking back was difficult, he still came up with a way to dodge. A Jonin's reaction speed was far too sharp. Makoto's wind blades were not truly invisible. When Gari blasted clods of mud or rocks up toward Makoto with his fists, the impacts burst large bands of dust in the air between them, roughly revealing the wind blades' trajectories. Just as Itachi said many years later, no ninjutsu is perfect. Shadowless Sword was naturally no exception. So although Gari was dodging in a hair-raising way and had temporarily kept his life, running away was out of the question. And besides, if you defend for too long, you will slip up sooner or later and take a hit. Unfortunately, Makoto did not want to waste chakra playing a war of attrition with him. This was a battlefield, wasting time, and chakra was wasting life. He planned to sell a flaw and lure the enemy into taking the bait. After Makoto dropped to the ground, he clasped his hands behind his back and charged toward Gari in an awkward manner. The moment Gari saw it, he was overjoyed. He clearly had an aerial advantage, yet he wasn't using it and actually planned to fight Gari in close combat on the ground. Had something snapped in his head? But seeing that the other side was not very old, it was probably insufficient chakra that made him unable to remain in the air for long. Either way, Gari would not let this chance slip. You want to die, I'll grant it. Gari immediately seized the opportunity and likewise accelerated toward the enemy. Once the two sides closed to a certain distance, Makoto flicked out two wind blades with the sword in his right hand. Their flight speed was not fast, and they were not hidden enough. Sure enough, just a young kid. Overusing chakra had led to insufficient control, and the wind blade's power had greatly diminished. Gari, running, leapt up and avoided the wind blades in a single jump. Then he gathered a large amount of explosion release chakra on his right fist. He was going to smash this troublesome Konohagakure brat into mincemeat with one punch. Victory was right before his eyes. Gari revealed a ferocious smile. but he suddenly noticed that the Konohagakure brat's left hand, which had been held behind his back, was drawn out and waved quickly toward him. In his palm, there seemed to be a half-transparent white disc-shaped object. As his left hand swung, the disc flashed like a beam of light and vanished. The distance between them was already extremely close, he had no time to react. He only felt a chill at his neck, and his consciousness began to dissipate. The two passed by each other. Makoto maintained the posture of having just flung his arm, while Gari fell to the ground, his head separated from his body, decapitated in a single strike. The head that had rolled several times still retained a trace of thought. Looking at his opponent's back, he only felt that he had died a bit too casually. He had never expected that he, the explosion-release Gari of Iwagakure, would ultimately die at the hands of a brat from Konohagakure. What? He was the shield of Konoha who could withstand the rakeage head-on. That was precisely why it was depressing. Those damned Kumogakure bastards had only said that his defense was powerful, they never said his offense was this absurd as well. His consciousness quickly faded. The shinobi world lost yet another peculiar bloodline limit. Wind release, air disc slash. This was the ninjutsu Makoto had developed after the Chunin exams, having absorbed the advanced sealing technique knowledge given by the third, and it had instantly severed his opponent's head. You could tell from the name where the inspiration came from. A certain strongest earthling with no nose, together with his beautiful wife, gave it a like and expressed that they did not intend to charge any copyright fees. Since Makoto could use sealing technique knowledge to restrain the difficult-to-control wind attribute chakra into the defensive ninjutsu Wind King's barrier, he could naturally, after adding extreme cutting properties, restrain and shape it into a high-speed rotating disc. Extreme speed and lethality, wasn't it far more useful than some energy ball or ki blast? Carrying Gari's corpse, Makoto turned and walked back toward his own unit. This scene was seen by many shinobi along the way. The Iwagakure forces were shocked pale, yet no one dared to step forward to snatch the body. Seeing their leader killed by a Konohagakure shinobi, the explosion corps, who had still been stubbornly resisting, instantly lost heart in despair and rapidly collapsed into retreat. This triggered a chain reaction. Gari's death became the turning point of this battle. The defeat of Iwagakure's elite explosion corps intensified the defeat of the rest of the Iwagakure forces. Many Iwagakure shinobi who were still fighting did not even know what had happened. They only saw their elite being chased and cut down by Konohagakure from behind, were greatly shaken, and then muddle-headedly followed in retreat. A localized loss triggered a complete collapse across the battlefield. A large-scale rout began. At this moment, it was the perfect opportunity to harvest military merit. How could the Konohagakure shinobi let such a good chance slip? They immediately intensified their offensive. The Kumogakure shinobi also wanted to do the same, but suddenly realized that Konohagakure's momentum was overwhelming, cutting down anything that stood in their way, and even striking through them as they advanced. Sensing that something was wrong, the Kumogakure shinobi, under the call of their stronger members, gathered the remnants and fled toward the northeast. Clearly, the outcome of this battlefield had been decided. Konohagakure laughed last. Having seized the fruits of victory, the Konohagakure shinobi split into two routes, following behind the enemies and harvesting as much merit as possible. In war, the winner takes all, such has always been the case. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 107, Chapter 107, the tailed beast ball will reach the battlefield in 5 seconds. 1993 words. If only the Kumo and Iwa shinobi had been packed together when they fled. Without Konoha lifting a hand, they would have smashed each other's brains out first. But that was clearly impossible. No one was a fool. Everyone instinctively retreated toward their own headquarters, that was the natural choice. The Konoha shinobi who had split into two routes did not pursue for long before ending the operation. It was not because of any notion of sparing a cornered foe. Rather, the Iwa or Kumo shinobi who had fallen behind were unexpectedly ferocious. Perhaps driven by hatred and determined to drag someone down with them before dying, or perhaps fighting desperately to create escape conditions for their comrades. In any case, they refused to surrender and counterattacked with their lives on the line. Those slow-footed fellows succeeded. By the time the Konoha shinobi finished dealing with them, the enemies ahead had already vanished without a trace. The shinobi who escaped with their lives proved a simple truth through action: no matter which world you are in, when danger strikes, you do not need to run faster than the hunter, you only need to run faster than your teammates to survive. In this chaotic melee, Kumogakure and Iwagakure suffered grievous losses. Each side had fielded roughly 1,000 shinobi, and fewer than 10 to 20% managed to make it back. Konoha did not come out unscathed either and likewise suffered heavy casualties, though its situation was far better than that of its two mortal enemies. The only question was how the other battlefield, the one under Fugaku's command, had fared. After reorganizing the troops, Jiraiya began directing everyone to clean up the battlefield. Medical teams from the rear moved in to treat the wounded from all three sides. Now that the battle was over and Konoha had secured a decisive victory, Jiraiya changed faces as if flipping a mask. The cold commander was gone, as though the protagonist of one of his own novels had possessed him. He issued an order: there was no need to finish off surviving enemies. If they could be saved, then save them. Though somewhat displeased, the Konoha shinobi did not disobey. As victors, displaying a measure of mercy greatly enhanced their sense of psychological superiority. Look, Konoha is civilized. Not like those Iwa bumpkins or Kumo barbarians with no humanity. Be grateful for Jiraiya-sama's integrity and kindness, you bastards. Since there were enough medical personnel, Makoto did not plan to help. He rejoined his unit and, like the others, sat down to rest. Their vanguard, formed from 3 small squads, had been the brightest presence in this battle, like a sharp blade cutting freely across the battlefield. Not only had they slain countless enemies, they had also rescued many comrades and had even nearly wiped out the Iwa demolition unit. Even the demolition unit's commander, the explosion release bloodline limit expert of the Iwa, Gari, had been beheaded. The death of this heavyweight figure directly caused the collapse of Iwagakyu's momentum and, incidentally, dragged down the morale of the Kumo as well, becoming the turning point of this battle's victory. Makoto's unit had suffered no deaths, but every one of them was dog-tired, and all of them had picked up plenty of cuts and bruises. However, they were all minor injuries. Compared with the attentive looks and heated discussion from the surrounding Konoha comrades, those wounds were nothing but medals of honor, the small price of being a star unit. At this moment, Hayate, Yugao, and several other young Chunin all had flushed faces and high spirits, savoring the sense of achievement that came from being the center of attention among the frontline forces. If the enemy were to make a sudden countercharge right now, they felt they could keep fighting for several more hours. The 3 Jonin, on the other hand, looked calm. They were used to the brutality of the battlefield. Compared with honor, they were more grateful that they and their subordinates had once again survived. For veterans, being alive mattered more than anything. Ever since the battle erupted, Jiraiya had not only commanded the entire field, he had also been responsible for dealing with the elite unit on the Kumo's side. The burden was heavy. But this big shot's strength was formidable, and he handled it with ease. You've all worked hard. At this time, he walked over and praised everyone. Then he patted Makoto on the shoulder. Makoto, you're even more outstanding than Minato said. You deserve the title of Konoha hero. Jiraiya-sama, you flatter me. It's what I should do. Protecting Konoha comrades has always been the driving force and goal of my training. Ha ha ha, that's some fine will of fire, kid. No wonder even my sensei can't stop praising it, truly another perfect junior. Perfect? Are you putting me on the same level as your own disciple? Sorry, Jiraiya. In terms of handsomeness, I really am not inferior to Minato, but in terms of sheer sunshine, Konoha's little son leaves me 3 streets behind. At most 3 streets. No more than that. Suddenly, before Makoto could continue showing off his humble image, everyone on the battlefield felt their hearts grow heavy. It was stifling for no reason at all, and yet they could not say why. Makoto and Jiraiya, along with some shinobi with especially keen senses, all looked in the direction Iwagakyu had retreated, as if something terrifying were descending there. Jiraiya asked, Makoto, can you sense what's going on over there? It's too far, Jiraiya-sama. I can't sense the details. But I can vaguely feel an extremely powerful chakra, violent and scorching, not something a human should be able to possess. Those damn Iwa bastards actually brought a Jinchuriki onto the battlefield. What a pain. Makoto asked, feigning confusion, Jinchuriki? Jiraiya-sama, what is that? You'll find out about that in the future. Jiraiya did not explain in detail. Makoto guessed that, judging from the chakra reaction, it was likely the 4 Tails Jinchuriki, Roshi, who had arrived, although the other party was indeed outside his sensory range. But the amount of tailed beast chakra was immense. Once it erupted at full power, it was like a massive source of radiation. Anyone with even a bit of sensory ability could feel it. It was like how people cannot see the sun on a cloudy day, yet sunlight still pierces through the clouds and shines on everyone. Jiraiya's sensory ability was not particularly outstanding, yet he sensed it as well. He wondered why the other side had not launched an attack on Konoha and was instead just staying there without moving. Could there still be Kumo forces over there? Suddenly, Makoto reported, Jiraiya-sama, a powerful aggregate of chakra is rapidly approaching our position. Jiraiya seemed to realize something. His expression changed drastically as he roared out an order, everyone, take the wounded and leave immediately. Do not retreat to the rear, withdraw to both sides. The Konoha shinobi all sensed that something was wrong. They quickly hoisted the wounded onto their backs and, following the instructions, sprinted madly to the left and right. It was the correct decision. No one knew where that dangerous thing would land. Retreating backward would be gambling on whether your life was tough enough. If your luck was bad, the surprise would come knocking at your door, and you would take a tailed beast ball head-on with your face. It was like how you could never outrun a train chasing you from behind, but you could jump aside to either side. As for the comrades or enemies' corpses that had yet to be gathered, there was no time to worry about that now. In the distant sky, a black dot rapidly approached like a cannon shell, flying at extreme speed. At the same time, rumbling sounds came from that direction, as if a massive figure were charging this way. After issuing the order, Jiraiya himself rushed toward the source of the thunderous noise. He could not allow a tailed beast to charge into the battlefield, ordinary Konoha shinobi would have no way to deal with it. It had to be stopped. Makoto glanced at the black dot growing larger in his vision, then looked at the speed at which Higashino Gyro and the others were moving. This was a race where speed was traded for survival. But who knew how large the explosion radius of a tailed beast ball was? He had no experience at all. Such intelligence was top secret among the villages, it would not be recorded in the Konoha library's materials. Then the best method was to prevent it from landing in the first place. Makoto instantly entered Sage mode and shot into the sky like a missile. At this moment, he did not bother with any elegant movement techniques, he flew as fast as he possibly could. Mid-air, Makoto looked at the enormous tailed beast ball flying toward him and swiftly reversed direction, maintaining the same speed as it. After sensing the degree of chaos within the yin-yang chakra inside the tailed beast ball, Makoto extended both hands and unleashed a massive surge of chakra, casting a gigantic Wind King's barrier to envelop the tailed beast ball within it. According to the information he knew, the chakra inside this thing would not explode unless it reached the brink of losing control. The most stable tailed beast ball, belonging to the 10 tails, had endured more than a dozen consecutive bombardments from the 8 tails Guki's own tailed beast balls during flight without the slightest issue. Of course, this was still extremely dangerous, because the 4 tails tailed beast ball was nowhere near as stable as the 10 tails. But below were his father, his sensei, and his friends. He did not want to gamble on whether they could run far enough before the explosion to escape the danger. Once the tailed beast ball was wrapped inside the Wind King's barrier, Makoto felt an overwhelming forward force, far beyond what he could resist. Fortunately, he did not need to withstand it head-on. Using Wind Nature Chakra with all his strength, he pushed from the side, driving himself and the tailed beast ball together and gradually altering its flight trajectory bit by bit. In mid-air, the enormous black-tailed beast ball, encased in the white, semi-transparent Wind King's barrier, traced out a massive arc, like a racing car executing a drift through a corner, its direction redirected toward the northeast. That was the direction in which the remnants of the Kumo shinobi had fled. As if anyone did not know how to divert disaster onto others. Sorry about this, brothers of the cloud, please trouble yourselves to taste the saltiness of this ball on Konoha's behalf. When he sensed that the chakra balance inside the tailed beast ball was spiraling out of control, Makoto swiftly withdrew the Wind King's barrier, halted his forward momentum, and watched as the tailed beast ball charged toward a different target. As they ran, the Konoha shinobi kept glancing back to observe the tailed beast ball's landing point, but they soon realized that the source of danger had already been pushed away. Standing on the ground, Gyro clenched his fists, yet felt powerless inside. At a critical moment like this, as a father, he had to rely on his own son to risk his life to save them. Hayate and Yugao stared blankly at Makoto's figure in the sky, their hearts tight with worry. Kumomi patted Gyro on the shoulder. Trust Makoto. Your son has already surpassed the understanding of us ordinary shinobi. You need to learn to accept that. Boom! First, a dazzling light momentarily eclipsed the already setting sun. Then, from the distance, came an earth-shattering explosion. Finally, a massive storm spread outward in all directions. No one knew exactly where it had detonated, or whether the Kumo shinobi had gotten a taste of that ball. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, How to Capture a Wild Jinchuriki. 1957 words. The violent wind stirred up by the explosion swept in all directions, lifting debris from the ground, flying sand and rolling stones. But no matter how fierce the wind was, it could not move Makoto, who was suspended in midair. At this moment, he was like the child of the wind, unmoving as a mountain amid the gale. Even his hairstyle did not shift in the slightest. In the distance, Jiraiya was locked in a fierce battle with a gigantic monster. At his side were two enormous figures assisting him. A vast expanse of crimson light dyed that portion of the sky red, as if a volcano had erupted. Makoto accelerated toward the battlefield. The four-tails bastard had actually dared to fire a tailed beast bomb at the Konoha side, utterly uncivilized, simply courting death. As he drew closer, Makoto saw that the monster was a strange-looking monkey covered in red fur. Its four crimson tails were lined with rows of bicoloured, bone spur-like protrusions. The same type of bony armor also covered its head. Absurdly, the bone armor circled around its forehead like a headband. It was impossible to tell whether that had been added later or grown naturally. At this moment, Four-Tails Son Goku unleashed its signature technique, Lava Release, Flower Fruit Mountain, turning a vast expanse of the surrounding ground into rivers of molten lava and creating a battlefield advantageous to itself. Within the rivers of magma, scorching red jets would erupt from time to time like volcanic explosions. At the same time, every time the Four-Tails struck the ground, a towering column of flame would burst forth from the nearby lava, targeting the two gigantic toads leaping through the air. But all of it was blocked by the toads using water release and shields. The two toads wore clothing like humans. One of them was entirely dark red, wielding a forked weapon and a bowl-shaped shield. It was Gamaiken. The other had a lighter complexion but bore dark markings across his body. He held a pipe in his mouth, had a scar on his face, and carried a short straight blade. He looked like a delinquent from society, Mount Miyaboku's hot-tempered elder brother, Gamabunta. The short, straight blade was relative to his own size. For a human, it was a massive weapon. One swing could split the Hokage residence in half. At this moment, Jiraiya stood atop Gamabunta's head. The man and the two toads did not even have a proper place to set their feet. But it was not a major problem. Water Release, Iron Cannon. Gamabunta blasted a water release at the Four-Tails. Although it could not heavily injure the tailed beast, it cooled a large patch of rock from the surrounding lava, providing footing for both Gamaiken and himself. At the same time, while descending, he drew his blade and slashed at the Four-Tails' head. But it was no use. The Four-Tails didn't even try to dodge. It used lava release, granite, covering its entire body in rock, and tanked Bunta's slash head-on, sending a huge splash of magma spraying up. Gamaiken took the opportunity to spring up slightly and drive his trident into the Four-Tails' neck, pinning it in place. With his other hand braced behind the bowl-shaped shield, he and Bunta struggled together to withstand the blows from the Four-Tails. After landing, Jiraiya slapped both hands onto the ground and used Earth Release, Underworld Swamp, creating a massive swamp beneath the Four-Tails that restricted its movement and the force it could exert. Seeing the Four-Tails temporarily restrained, Jiraiya quickly stepped forward, trying to find an opening to push into its abdomen and use Fuinjutsu to force it back into its original form, but there was nowhere to start. The Four-Tails was covered head to toe in molten, hardened stone. If he made contact recklessly, his sealing hand would probably be burned to ruin before he could even finish. It was like a turtle shell made of flaming rock. There was no place to get a grip. Makoto arrived above the Four-Tails. His left and right hands immediately condensed two thick, solid discs, and he fired both straight at the tailed beast's neck. Sage Art, Wind Release, Air Disc Slash. The two air disc slashes carried razor-sharp cutting force. The moment they left his hands, they rapidly expanded until they were as thick as the Four-Tails' neck, striking the exact same spot one after the other, aimed squarely at killing it. But this thing's defense was astonishing. The protection from lava release, granite was shattered, and the air disc slashes cut into its body, yet their power was offset by its defenses, and they failed to sever its head. No problem. If two weren't enough, then fire two more. He might not be able to kill a tailed beast, but he could send it back to the respawn pool to AFK for a few years. Sensing a lethal threat, the Four-Tails struggled wildly, nearly throwing off the two toads restraining it. But because it had been heavily injured by Makoto, it didn't dare to exert too much force around its neck, and it failed to break free. If it messed up, its body might get loose while its head stayed behind. Now that would be a joke. Even so, the two giant toads were suppressing it with extreme difficulty, and they could not hold out for long. When it came to chakra reserves, they could not compare to a tailed beast. Jiraiya's pupils tightened slightly. He clearly hadn't expected Makoto's ninjutsu to have such terrifying offensive power. But he couldn't let the other man keep messing around. Makoto, are you trying to kill it? Jiraiya-sama, this bastard fired a dangerous attack at us. If we don't kill it, are we supposed to keep it around for the new year? It's useless, Makoto. Tailed beasts can't be killed. We just need to find a way to make it withdraw from this full form state. Makoto, hearing that, extended both hands toward the four tails. Sage Art, Water Release, Water Prison Technique. The spherical defensive barrier ninjutsu one-horn tranquility enveloped the four tails, while inside it, water release was used to pour in water frantically. Very quickly, an enormous sphere of water formed, completely trapping the four tails within it. Although Makoto did not know Kirigaku's orthodox water prison technique, wasn't it just about trapping the opponent in a sphere of water? Imitate the form and make one, that would do. Don't worry about whether I formed hand seals. Just answer this, isn't this a water prison? The counterfeit outdoes the original. His water prison technique would only be stronger and more solid than Kirigaku's. After Gameiken and Gamabunta leapt away, Makoto increased his chakra output, and the volume of the water prison rapidly expanded. Freed from restraint, the four tails charged left and right inside, but Makoto controlled the water prison to move along with it, leaving the four tails with a body full of chakra yet nowhere to unleash it. After struggling for quite some time, it still failed to break out. If it dared open its mouth to gather a tailed beast bomb, Makoto would control the water release to pour fiercely into its mouth. Water release was highly restraining against this fellow. Otherwise, Roshi would not have been easily captured by Kism. Very soon, the four tails, which had been trying to break free from its predicament, gradually lost its vitality. The molten armor covering its body receded, returning to the appearance of fiery red fur. Then it rapidly shrank, finally turning into an unconscious middle-aged Iwagakure ninja. This was Roshi, only now he had already been suffocated into unconsciousness. Tailed beasts do not need to breathe air, but humans do. No matter how powerful a tailed beast is, if its Jinchuriki is suffocated to death, it will likewise be finished. After sensing Roshi's condition and confirming that the man was not pretending, Makoto withdrew the counterfeit water prison technique and silently exited Sage Mode. Maintaining such a large-scale technique was still quite taxing. Jiraiya seized the moment to step forward, catching the four tails Jinchuriki. Extending his right hand, he placed 2 layers of seals on the man's abdomen. The first layer sealed the connection between the tailed beast's chakra and the Jinchuriki. The second layer sealed the Jinchuriki's own chakra, preventing him from using it. In this way, Roshi temporarily became a useless person. The lecherous Jiraiya Senjutsu training might not have been outstanding, but his Fuinjutsu was still quite presentable. Seeing that the battle had ended, Gameiken, whose face bore U-shaped markings, said, "Although I am quite foolish, I have at least completed the mission. Then I will return first, Jiraiya, and friends of Konoha. Until next time." After speaking, without waiting for Makoto to greet him, he ended the summoning and returned to Mount Mayaboku. Jiraiya expressed his thanks to Gamabunta. "Thanks for the trouble, you too, Bunta. As long as the matter's settled. And listen, you bastard Jiraiya, don't summon me to a place this hot next time. I hate hot places the most. Are you trying to eat roasted toad?" Sorry. HMPH, forget it. Then I'll head back too. Farewell, you too. Gamabunta took a satisfied drag from his old pipe. After exhaling, he ended the summoning. Before leaving, however, he cast a curious glance at Makoto. He was not like his foolish younger brother. He had already sensed a familiar yet unfamiliar aura from Makoto, very strange. He silently noted the matter, planning to ask the great toad sage back home about it. Makoto did not pay it any mind. He stared at Roshi, who was being held by Jiraiya, and asked, "Jiraiya-sama, if we kill this guy, will that tailed beast die?" "It's no use, Makoto. That would only kill the Jinchuriki. The tailed beast would also die, but it would revive again after a few years. By then, without a Jinchuriki to restrain it, a wild-tailed beast could cause who knows how much trouble. Is that why you wanted to capture the Jinchuriki alive?" "Yes. With this man in our hands, we can force Iwagakure to end this war immediately. If we kill him, once the tailed beast revives, fighting over its ownership could very well trigger another great ninja war." "All right, I understand, Jiraiya-sama." It truly was an ideology inherited from the third Hokage line, wanting only to restore peace as quickly as possible, willing to endure some losses for the sake of it. If Roshi fell into the hands of the Kumogakure ninja, would you see whether that bunch of black brutes would hand him over? Even if he fell into Danzo's hands, Roshi could be arranged into 18 different styles. Jiraiya, satisfied, placed his large hand on Makoto's shoulder. "It's good that you understand. Let's go." We must return at once and gather the troops to reinforce Fugaku's battlefield. After today, this war should be coming to an end. Today, 3 battles had broken out along the northern front. The one Makoto and the others were at was one of them. Another was under Uchiha Fugaku's command, likely similar to theirs, a chaotic melee with Iwagakure and Kumogakure. But farther north, there was yet another battlefield. Makoto did not know the situation there. He could only vaguely sense the turbulence of chakra in that direction, tailed beast chakra. However, it certainly did not involve Konoha. Most likely, the Reikage had brought his men to clash with the Tsukikage, settling the grudge over his own father. He truly hoped those two would reenact the scene of the second Tsukikage and the second Mizukage, mutual destruction, hand in hand, reporting together to the Pure Land. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 109, Chapter 109, When enough people die, the war will end. 1844 words. In those days, Hashirama's idea had been a beautiful one. In order to balance the power of the 5 great shinobi villages, he distributed the tailed beasts he had captured among them. Originally, he had intended to give them away for free. Seeing that he could not stop his elder brother, Senju Tobirama hastily came up with a way to recover some funds, having each village pay to purchase them, thus bringing back a sum of money to develop and strengthen the village. Fortunately, the first Hokage was merely somewhat naive, not foolish, and he kept the strongest of them, the 9 tails, in Konoha. This was both a good thing and a bad thing. The 9 tails was the most powerful of all the tailed beasts, indisputably, overwhelmingly powerful, with a clear gap above the rest. But this nearly limitless and violent chakra was also the hardest to control among all the tailed beasts. Thus, while Iwagakure and Kumogakure had already produced perfect Jinchuriki capable of wreaking havoc on the battlefield, Konoha was still stuck in a stage of mutual hostility between its Jinchuriki and its tailed beast. Any prospect of mutual understanding between the two was a distant one. The poor Ninetails was tied up like a rice dumpling on a daily basis. The first Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Maito, relying on her own formidable strength and sealing techniques, could forcibly draw upon the Ninetails' power without discussion. The great fox did not even dare make a sound. The second Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina, could also do so. However, due to limitations in her own strength, it was not as stable and carried the risk of losing control. If the Ninetails were ever fully released, the first thing the Great Fox would absolutely not do would be to help Konoha fight. It would casually flatten this wretched village instead. Whenever it thought of how those 2 men had treated its proud self, stroking and toying with the mighty Ninetails as if it were a kitten, the hatred in its heart surged like the waters of the sea, endless and boundless. This also resulted in Konoha possessing the most powerful tailed beast in name, yet never being able to form a stable fighting force with it. Every time Konoha shinobi faced these inhuman existences on the battlefield, the Jonin who knew the inside story could not help but ask in their hearts, where was Konoha's Jinchuriki? Of course, she was in the village, falling in love, filling her heart with romance and making the Ninetails endure her public displays of affection. Fortunately, Konoha had no shortage of extraordinary individuals. It could manage even without relying on a tailed beast. On the battlefield where Makoto's squad was stationed, the deputy commander assisting Jiraiya was Mimura Hamaki. This shinobi was one of those who had rendered great service in the Battle of Kanobi Bridge. After that, he not only became a devoted admirer of Namake's Minato, but also one of his right-hand men. Worried that any unforeseen changes on the front lines might affect his superior's prospects, he had not returned to the village to rest this time, insisting instead on remaining to assist Jiraiya. He was now considered part of Konoha's upper echelon and naturally had access to a considerable amount of confidential intelligence regarding the shinobi world. So when Hamaki saw Jiraiya return together with Makoto, and even carrying an Iwagakure shinobi with them, he asked in surprise, "Jiraiya-sama, could this person be?" "That's right. His Iwagakure's Roshi." "Is that so?" "As expected of Jiraiya-sama, being able to capture even someone like this alive. That's truly amazing. Ha ha ha, it wasn't my achievement alone. We have Makoto to thank for trapping him." Hamaki looked at Makoto, but what surfaced in his mind was the scene from earlier, him alone in the sky, pushing away a tailed beast ball and saving all of his comrades. That figure, for some reason, gradually overlapped with the yellow flash who had once slaughtered enemies on the battlefield right in front of him. He said with renewed excitement, "Our Shield of Konoha really does live up to its reputation." As the two spoke, the Konoha shinobi who had gathered around looked at Makoto differently now. They were no longer looking at a junior or a genius who still needed to grow, but silently placing him in their hearts on the same level as Minato and Jiraiya. After seeing their people gather again, Jiraiya gave the order, "Make it quick." Hamaki, organize the men immediately and come with me to support Fugaku. Then he handed Roshi over to Kumomi. Kumomi Jonin, it'll be enough for Makoto to come with me alone. You will escort the prisoner back to the command post and keep him under strict guard. No one is to approach. I think, given what you used to be, you should understand this Iwanin's special nature. I understand, Jiraiya-sama. Don't worry. Not far away, Hamaki heard Jiraiya's arrangements and immediately understood everything. It seemed that these three elite spearhead squads that moved freely across the battlefield would also become important support forces for his superior in the future. On the battlefield where Uchiha Fugaku was, the chaotic melee had already ended as well. There were no victors here. Konoha, Kumogakure, and Iwagakure, each side had nearly bled out its very last drop. Countless corpses lay sprawled across the ground. A motley assortment of ninja tools was scattered all around, and blood had dyed the nearby stream red. It could no longer be described as merely brutal. The remaining Kumonin and Iwanin had already withdrawn. This place was too close to Konoha's command post, enemy reinforcements could arrive at any moment. As for their comrades' bodies, after the war ended, there would be a negotiation and handover process for that. 4-year-old Uchiha Itachi moved through this hell on earth, the cruelty of war deeply shaking his young heart. WA-ter. Among the corpses, an Iwanin groggily let out a plea for help. Kind-hearted Itachi paid no attention to the other's identity. He helped him up and gave him water to drink. What he received in return was a sudden attack from the Iwanin. Itachi's body reacted on instinct and struck back. By the time he realized what had happened, the Iwanin he had just saved had already had his throat slit by his own hand. Behind him stood his father, Uchiha Fugaku. It was unclear whether he had just arrived or had been watching from the side all along. When Makoto arrived here together with Jiraiya as reinforcements, what he saw was this scene of father and son standing amid the battlefield. If not for the corpses scattered everywhere, this might have been a suitable place to teach a child a lesson. Jiraiya-sama. It seems you're finished here as well, Fugaku. Yes, it's over, just like this war. Jiraiya said nothing in response and directed the troops to begin clearing the battlefield. Looking at the number of Konoha shinobi corpses, roughly the same as those of the other two villages, Makoto asked, Fugaku Ajisen, do you still consider this a merit now? Sigh. Fugaku did not answer. He only looked at the tragic battlefield and let out a long breath before turning to handle the aftermath. What merit could there possibly be? When a war ends up like this, even victory is nothing to boast about. He had known the final decisive battle would be brutal. What he had not expected was that it would be this brutal. The most helpless part was that he had willingly taken this burden upon himself. It could only be said that his foresight in controlling the course of events was still far inferior to that of the third Hokage. Itachi stood beside Makoto. His small face bore its usual blank expression, but the slight trembling of his hands revealed that his heart was far from calm. Itachi, you shouldn't have come to the battlefield. It's too early. But Makoto-senpai, aren't you only a few years older than I am? Makoto looked at him seriously. The difference between us isn't just age and strength. There's something more important. Itachi saw the look in his eyes. Even in the face of corpses covering the ground, there was no ripple in them, not numbness, but as if he had already seen through this hell. Unable to hold it in, Itachi recounted what had just happened. Then he voiced the same doubt he had asked his father, Makoto-senpai, why did that Iwanin try to kill me? I didn't do anything to him. I even saved him. Because this is war. Anyone who isn't your comrade is your enemy. It's that simple. On the battlefield, if you don't kill others, they will kill you. War? Then, Makoto-senpai, do you think this kind of killing between strangers has meaning? How could it have no meaning? They are invaders. If we don't kill them, are we supposed to watch them invade the land of fire, invade Konoha? If that happens, everything you cherish, the village, the clan, your comrades, your father and mother, will all be killed. So the meaning of killing is to protect. Yes. We wield power not to oppress others, but to have the ability to protect everything we hold dear. That is the meaning of Konoha shinobi's existence. But if everyone in the shinobi world thinks this way, why is there still war? Itachi, don't ask why there is war. You should ask who started the war and what their purpose is. Makoto pointed to the countless corpses on the ground. These people are not qualified to start a war. They are merely tools of war. The little Itachi widened his eyes. Who is it? Makoto-senpai, do you know? Itachi, have you ever played cricket fighting? No. That's too childish. But I've seen in magazines the Ninja Beast Arena. I've heard there are even ninja arenas in the shinobi world. Makoto knew such things existed. He replied, more or less the same. The ninja beasts and shinobi who participate in those competitions are no different from crickets. The decision to fight is never in their hands. In the hands of the owner, right? Makoto-senpai, when the tools die, the fight ends, like now. If too many tools die, does the war end? No. It never will. Because the owners will have new tools. Even if you kill the owner, a new owner will arise. 4-year-old Uchiha Itachi fell into confusion. Makoto-senpai, then how can all of this be ended? Makoto smiled. Here's a piece of advice. Study more. Research how the shinobi world operates. In time, you'll find your own answer. Before you come of age, at least before you find that answer, do not believe any explanation others give you. Because their purpose is often not to resolve your doubts, but to turn you into a new tool. Do you understand? I understand, Makoto-senpai. Itachi agreed instinctively. Although he did not fully comprehend it yet, his young heart was deeply shaken. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 110, Chapter 110, Call me Higashino. 1813 words. The Third Shinobi World War had, for the most part, indeed come to an end. In the following days, according to intelligence reports, Iwagakure and Kumogakure both withdrew. The battle between the Tsukikage and the Reikage ultimately produced no meaningful result, one moved too fast to be hit, the other flew too high to be struck. It was just damn awkward. The Five Tails and the Eight Tails appeared to be fighting fiercely on the surface, but while carrying their respective Jinchuriki on their backs, they had privately set up a chat group. There was no real grudge between the two of them. Unlike the One Tail, which found all the other tailed beasts displeasing, especially that fellow with 9 tails, who was the most detestable of all. The fourth Reikage, unable to take revenge, had a belly full of anger with nowhere to vent it. He wanted to charge in recklessly, but Dodai held him back. The third Tsukikage was displeased as well, he had not let the dark-skinned brute gain any advantage, but his own Jinchuriki had been lost. He immediately wrote to the third Hokage, promising to initiate peace talks at once and end the war, on the condition that Konohagakure would not conduct any messy experiments on their Jinchuriki. The third Hokage agreed. This was precisely the outcome he had hoped for. At the same time, he mentally gave Jiraiya and Makoto a thumbs up, acknowledging that they had done well. Danzo looked at the tailed beast that had already fallen into the pot, yet he could do nothing. Hiruzen understood his old friend far too well and strictly forbade the root shinobi from coming into contact with Iwagakure's Jinchuriki. Roshi had not even seen what the gate of Konohagakure's torture and interrogation department looked like. After being brought to Konohagakure, he had been arranged to stay in a hotel, well-fed and well-treated the entire time. Danzo was disgusted to the extreme, but he was merely the Hokage's advisor, not the Hokage. After several days of persuasion, both gentle and forceful, he achieved nothing. Even Koharu and Homura did not stand on his side. In the end, he could only vent all his anger on the door of the Hokage's office. "You've wronged me, my Hokage!" But in the end, Mr. Door silently bore everything. Iwagakure did not delay this time. After all, Roshi was in Konohagakure's hands. They withdrew decisively, eager to negotiate with Konohagakure, leaving Kumogakure alone on the battlefield, sword drawn, looking around in confusion. Yet asking them to face the powerful Konohagakure alone was something they absolutely did not dare to do. They were arrogant, not foolish. Helpless, the Reikage could only order a retreat. Thus, the Third Shinobi World War was, at last, brought to a close, at least on the surface. Each village left only a portion of shinobi stationed at the borders as a precaution. Tsunagakure, Kirigakure, hey, are we still fighting down south? Isn't it a bit too casual to draw conclusions like that? We're one of the 5 great shinobi villages too, you know. Don't we get any face? But in truth, neither of them could keep fighting anymore. Kirigakure had suffered enough from scorch release, in their hearts, they hated Tsunagakure's Pakura to death. Fight? They couldn't win. Withdraw? They weren't willing to accept it. Kirigakure's upper ranks quietly passed Tsunagakure a little note. They knew Tsunagakure was worse off than they were, and even more eager to end the war, so they seized the opportunity and made outrageous demands. The conditions they proposed were downright rude. What if those sand-playing guys suddenly had a screw loose and agreed? With Iwagakure and Kumogakure formally withdrawing their troops, Konohagakure began doing the same. The war was already over. The village had to adjust out of its wartime footing as quickly as possible and restore its usual, normal operating procedures. On October 10th, the Uchiha clan was the first to be reassigned back to the village. On October 15th, the unit Makoto belonged to, along with a batch of shinobi such as Mimura Hamaki, also set out for home. Only Jiraiya remained at the front, leading a portion of newly reassigned shinobi in garrison duty. Now that the war was over, that old lecher only promised to return at some critical moment, but before that, he wanted to go to the land of hot water to investigate the damage the war had done to that country. Mainly the damage to hot spring inns and izakaya. He believed that because of the war, quite a few young ladies had lost their husbands and relatives, and needed him to comfort them with his broad shoulders. In addition, intelligence indicated that Tsunade had recently been spotted at some casino in the land of hot water. That made it even more unavoidable for him to go. That was what a high-level simp was like, not some ordinary loser. The goddess had to be worshipped, and the young ladies had to be comforted too. At 10 a.m. on October 17th, inside and outside Konoha's main gate, the wide road on both sides was packed with people, banners fluttering, firecrackers exploding, gongs and drums roaring. The final batch of troops from Konoha's northern front had returned to the village. They carried victory with them, proudly holding their heads high as they stepped through Konoha's gates. The residents on both sides immediately erupted into cheers, welcoming the heroes' return. People searched through the crowd for their loved ones, and also for the heroes who had shone with dazzling brilliance in the war. What could draw people more, or stir the village's spirit more, than the image of a genius hero who made a name for himself at such a young age? Konoha's upper ranks understood this perfectly, and naturally made a point of publicizing Higashino Makoto's exploits. Now, in Konohagakure, he could more or less be considered a celebrity. Hey, could that be the one? Yes, that's right. I watched the third match of the Chunin exams, it was him. Is that so? As expected, geniuses are all quite handsome. Isn't he a bit young? He's just a little kid. Could someone like him really defeat the Reikage? Could it be fake? Baka, what little kid? That's Higashino Makoto-sama. The Reikage himself admitted it personally. Do we need a bastard like you to question it? Exactly, exactly. Is a little kid something you get to call him? That's our shield of Konoha. Go kneel before the memorial stone and repent, you bastard. Quite a few people pointed at Makoto in the crowd, discussing him excitedly. Makoto thoroughly enjoyed it in his heart, but his face showed no expression. He maintained the persona of a cold expert steadily. Silently, he noted down those who praised him, temporarily crossing them off the list of Konoha rabble and reclassifying them as ordinary villagers. As for the few who doubted him, there was no doubt they were Konoha rabble. If he encountered them in the future, they would receive special attention. Hayate felt envious, but he was already a mature shinobi and could not say it aloud. Yugo said happily, Hey, Makoto nii, they're all looking at you. Makoto patted the little girl on the shoulder. Yugo, stay calm. This is small stuff. Hayate. He had learned something. As expected of his close friend, Makoto, facing such praise from the villagers, he could remain as calm as still water. Truly a model for him to follow. In the crowd, Higashino Megumi and Uzuki Sakura stood together, crying tears of joy. They had every reason to be happy. The war had ended, and the child who had gone to war had returned safely. As for achievements, those were not important. In their hearts, it was enough that their child was safe. Having understood the cruelty of war, they knew that being alive was more important than anything. What? Their husbands had also returned safely? Oh, then they would be happy about that as well, incidentally. They pulled the child who had come before them into their arms, and at once felt incomparable reassurance and reality. Megumi smoothed her son's now longer hair. Makoto, you've grown taller, and your skin isn't as fair as before. It must have been very hard on the battlefield. Mom, is it possible that this is just your illusion? I've only been away for a little over half a month. But you really have grown taller. That part was not wrong. Because he had been nourished by white natural energy, Makoto's body had developed faster than others. Although he was only 10 by nominal age, he was not shorter than those 13 or 14-year-old boys like Kakashi. Jiro felt the same. Makoto has indeed grown quickly. But, Megumi, have you noticed? His hair seems much darker than when he was little, more and more like my hair color. Megumi glared at him. What, Mr. Higashino? Do you have an issue with my brown hair? I didn't, don't wrong me. The three families immediately burst into cheerful laughter because of Jiro's flustered reaction, filling the surroundings with a lively atmosphere. Kumomi said, "You too, I have fulfilled the trust placed in me. I brought your children back safely. Thank you for your hard work, Kumomi and Ikki. ×2. Jiro and Yuya protested, "We worked hard too. Is there no one who cares about us at all?" Megumi and Sakura exchanged a smile and each reached out to stroke her husband's face. There was the mark of wind and frost upon it, and scars left from injuries that had not received timely treatment. Yes, you worked hard too. Watching his teammates return and instantly become the treasures of their mothers' hearts, Hayate admitted he wanted that as well, and secretly glanced at the father beside him. A Jonin was very sensitive to others' gazes. He looked at his son and said, "If you want that too, I can remarry. Father, you can decide that yourself." Konohagakure encouraged widowed shinobi to remarry 10,000 times over. If they did not have more children, what would become of Konoha's future? However, the happiness in a small corner could not conceal the widespread sorrow. The final decisive battle on the northern front had been too brutal. Too many shinobi had died. More families received not lively loved ones, but a corpse. War in the shinobi world was no different from the wars of Makoto's previous life. One relied on torrents of steel and firepower, the other relied on powerful ninjutsu. For the fragile human body, neither could be endured. In his previous life there had been ultimate weapons, the shinobi world likewise did not lack things capable of destroying heaven and earth. The source of chaos had never been weapons or ninjutsu, it was human ambition. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 111, with a new Hokage, what should be done with the old one? 2015 words. After returning from the battlefield, the Higashino family enjoyed a few leisurely and relaxed days. As meritorious contributors on the battlefield, all their achievements had been earned with their lives. After coming back, they only needed to enjoy the flowers and applause, while the village's administrative departments had far more to consider. They had to busy themselves transitioning Konohagakure from a wartime state back to normalcy. The surviving shinobi needed their merits verified and reward items discussed. The fallen shinobi required their names checked and the total amount of compensation calculated, so it could be reported to the daimyo for accounting. Some departments had even already begun preparing for the Hokage handover. During these days, rumors spread throughout the village. However, one rumor could be confirmed, the third would step down before long. This had almost become public information and had been circulating for quite some time. With that, the voices that had harbored some resentment toward the third and other high-level officials during this war disappeared. After all, he was resigning because of it, what more did you want? Your relatives had only lost their lives. What the old man was losing was the authority of the Hokage. Thus, the village's rumors evolved into a guessing game over who would become the fourth. The biggest favorite was naturally Namake's Minato, but there were also many who supported Orochimaru. After all, his qualifications were there for all to see, he lacked neither status nor merit, and he had quite a few diehard supporters. There were also quite a number who supported Jiraiya. However, once someone explained that Jiraiya was Minato's teacher, the two men supporters overlapped. In any case, whether master or disciple became Hokage, it was all the same. Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hayashi were even included in the discussion list, though hardly anyone supported them. Just because Makoto had spoken so decisively to Fugaku did not mean everyone knew that Minato would become the fourth Hokage. This was actually caused by an information gap. It was not because Makoto, as a transmigrator, possessed innate knowledge. Rather, only by having contact with all these high-level figures, understanding their backgrounds, and being aware of certain shifts in the upper echelon's direction could one judge the final outcome. How would ordinary shinobi or villagers normally have access to such things? In the end, they could only rely on guesswork. It was just like stock trading in Makoto's previous life. The real stock gods were never among the common people, they were sitting inside the White House. If someone wanted to know what level their status occupied in Konohagakure, it was actually very simple, just see whom they could come into contact with, and to what extent of information channels they had access. As for Genin, Chunin, and Jonin, those were merely standards of strength-based rank. One could not say they had no relation at all to your importance in Konohagakure, but one could only say the relation was not significant. The 19th evening, Yakiniku Q. With the war over and the normal mission system not yet resumed, it was rare for everyone to have time. Today was a good day for a classmates and friends gathering. The small circle gathered around Makoto was still the same 8 people they'd always hung out with: Hayate and Yugao, Hyuga Tokuma's squad, Shisui, who had been dragged out of the Ucha clan compound, plus Tsubaki, a classmate of Hayate's. As for that husky bastard named Rocky? Ever since Makoto carved the dog's head into an Earth-style wall and used it to scare off the Kumogakure shinobi, and word of it spread around Konohagakure, this guy had been living extremely well within the Inuzuka clan. Where would he find the time to come to some bullshit gathering? Was it that the other dog's flattery wasn't pleasing enough to the ear, or that the pretty female dogs weren't fragrant anymore? The aroma of barbecue was tempting, and everyone raised and clinked cups. Unfortunately, they were all minors and couldn't drink alcohol, so their cups were filled with juice. Tokuma, the optimist, took a satisfied bite of grilled meat and said, "Yo, our hero, pretty rare for you to have time to come out for a meal. Not being mommy's baby at home anymore." Makoto felt this guy was just a husky wearing human skin. He didn't know if Tokuma was usually stifled by the Hyuga clan's stiff, strict atmosphere, but when he was with friends, Tokuma always let himself go a bit. "The village is busy as hell right now. You think everyone's like us? Then what are you hiding at home every day for? Training again? You're already that strong, still not satisfied? How are the rest of us supposed to live? My foolish brother Tokuma, training has no end. Ma, then why don't you teach us some training secrets? I really want to fly up into the sky too." Because everyone was so familiar, they spoke without much restraint. Also, they really wanted to hear experience from a peer genius, so each of them perked up their ears. I've said this before. When you've trained chakra-shape transformation and nature transformation to a deep level, a lot of methods can naturally be done. For example, short-term flight is just an application of the light, flowing property of wind release chakra. Tokuma, deflated, chugged a cup of juice. So it's still like this. The problem is none of us are as freakish as you. Most importantly, I don't even have wind release. That was how the ninja world was. Everyone understood many of the basic theories behind ninjutsu, especially the children of shinobi clans, but understanding and being able to do it were two different concepts. Makoto's core competitiveness was that kind of ultimate control over chakra brought by the body modifications from white natural energy. That couldn't be taught. Teach it to one person and one person would die. If others couldn't do it, they couldn't do it. Everyone quickly lost interest in it. With Tokuma's big mouth, he rapidly dragged everyone's level down to that of Konohagakure's unruly riffraff, and they started discussing who would succeed as the fourth. After a brief discussion that did not involve any confidential information, the conclusion they reached was still Namake's Minato. After all, no one was blind, everyone had basic analytical ability. Jiraiya was lingering on the front lines and refusing to return. Orochimaru's whereabouts were a mystery and he could not be seen. Only Minato was going in and out of the Hokage Tower on a daily basis. The answer was already laid out in plain sight. As for Ucha Fugaku and Hyuga Hayashi, Shisui, and Tokuma, who understood their own clan situations, knew even more clearly than civilian shinobi that it was impossible. But this conclusion angered someone in the adjacent booth. HMPH. She let out a heavy snort, slapped the dining table with one palm, then rushed over in a blaze of fury. "You guys, why are you so certain? Don't you think Orochimaru-sensei is more qualified?" Makoto raised his eyes and looked. Oh, so it was Mitarashi Anko. No wonder she was so anxious. Tokuma did not indulge her. "Is your brain not working? Isn't it obvious? Bastard, who are you calling brainless?" At that moment, Anko's two teammates ran over. One of them was a member of Tokuma's clan, named Hyuga Tetsu. He grabbed Tokuma and pressed him back into his seat. "Tokuma, say less." The other was a bespectacled boy with light brown curly hair, wearing round-framed glasses, somewhat similar to Yakushi Kabuto in the future. Makoto remembered that his name was Akado Monobu. "Sorry for the disturbance, everyone. My teammate isn't in a good mood. My apologies," Monobu said as he apologized, dragging Anko back into their booth. A small disagreement was easily resolved under the mediation of their respective teammates. Well, of course Anko had teammates. Orochimaru himself was a Jonin squad leader, so naturally he would not have taken only Anko as a disciple. Just like Jiraiya's team did not consist of Minato alone, there were two other teammates, from the Akimichi and Inuzuka clans. It was just like planets that are too close to a star being difficult to notice. The light Minato emitted was too dazzling, weakening the sense of presence of quite a few people of the same generation. It could only be said that Anko had probably had fewer opportunities to come into contact with her teacher recently and had no other means of obtaining information. She was still immersed in the fantasy that her teacher would absolutely become the fourth Hokage. Makoto, however, knew that on the second day after they returned, the Konoha Effa had already gone to the Land of Fire's capital to meet the daimyo. Gyro had gone this afternoon to attend a meeting of the Jonin class and had not yet returned. In other words, the process of meeting the daimyo to recommend a successor and obtaining official recognition had already been completed, and it had now entered the stage where the Jonin class cast their vote of confidence. At this stage, things generally would not get stuck unless the Hokage candidate was too outrageous and the Jonin did not want him to take the position. A certain 5.5th Hokage, am I outrageous? I am the darkness of the shinobi world. I devoted my entire life to Konohagakure. The final result did not exceed anyone's expectations. Early in the morning of October 20th, a notice was posted in front of the Hokage Tower. Namake's Minato would succeed as Konohagakure's fourth Hokage, and the ceremony would be held at 11 a.m. The news quickly spread through the streets and alleys of Konohagakure. In fact, the necessary procedures had already been completed. What needed to be explained had already been privately discussed between Hiruzen and Minato. The so-called succession ceremony was merely a formality carried out before the people of Konohagakure. Not important, yet very necessary, it was a declaration of the Hokage's legitimacy. As the time approached, ordinary residents and shinobi in Konohagakure who had free time began gathering in batches toward the open space in front of the Hokage Tower. When the time arrived, on the rooftop of the Hokage building, in the presence of the Konoha F3, the heads of the various clans, several Jonin representatives, and his own girlfriend Uzumaki Kushina, Minato received from Hiruzen the ceremonial hat symbolizing the authority of the Hokage. Hiruzen, I leave it to you, fourth. Minato placed the hat upon his head. I am willing to dedicate my life, third Sama. The dense crowd below was unusually silent, so quiet that a pin could be heard dropping. They watched as Minato took the hat from the third, as though the transfer of authority had been completed. Then they watched as Minato stepped to the edge of the rooftop, removed the hat and held it in his hand, looking down at everyone below. From today onward, I, Namake's Minato, officially assume the position of fourth Hokage of Konohagakure. For the peace and prosperity of this village, I will give everything I have. From now on, I ask for everyone's support. Let us work hard together. Please, everyone. The crowd ignited like a barrel of gunpowder, erupting with a thunderous roar. Fourth Sama. Long live the Hokage. Long live Konoha. Amid the boundless outpouring of emotion, Konohagakure officially entered the era led by the fourth Hokage. Standing at the front of the crowd, dragged there by his friend Guy, Kakashi looked at his teacher in shock. At that moment, the gloom in his heart was dispelled by the newly appointed Hokage and by the stirring cheers of all Konohagakure. It was as if he had seen the sunlight once again. Among the crowd, however, Makoto was looking at Hiruzen behind Minato. Konohagakure had a new Hokage. What should be done with the old one? Would anyone be willing to come collect him? It would be best if he were collected. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 112, Chapter 112, Good kids should stay away from strange uncles. 1614 words. In any world, the transfer of power is never truly smooth. Especially when the previous Hokage is still alive and kicking. This was different from the time of the first and second. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, had from the very beginning been the village's military guarantee and its mascot. All the concrete administrative affairs and policymaking of Konohagakure had been handled by his younger brother, Tobirama. After Hashirama's death, the second naturally took over the position of Hokage. There was no issue of power transition, because all administrative authority had already been in his hands. You ask what authority Hashirama had? His fists were authority. If you did not obey, he would warn you with sage art, would release, true several thousand hands. But now it was different. Even if the third, Hiruzen, had no intention of clinging to power, the interest groups that had relied on him for decades had already solidified. They would push him step by step in directions he did not wish to go. Unless he could steel his heart completely and decisively remove certain leftover figures from the center of power, allowing the younger generation gathered around Namake's Minato to rise to prominence within a short period of time. That would certainly bring temporary confusion and turmoil, but it would be the best method. If one hesitates when a decision must be made, one will instead suffer from the resulting chaos. Unfortunately, the best method is almost always the choice humans ultimately never make. Therefore, Makoto felt that the old Hokage should either withdraw as soon as possible, or simply stop involving himself in anything and spend his days drinking tea and playing chess with his 3 old classmates. As long as he still held some position such as Hokage advisor, the inertia of his former influence would naturally cause him to share in the Hokage authority. A shinobi village, this kind of purely militarized organization, could not operate under a system with 2 decision-makers. Rosa selling out Bakura was not stupidity. Supreme authority instinctively detests division. The next morning, after breakfast, Makoto's entire family put on black clothing and headed to the cemetery. Along the way, there were many others dressed the same as them, ninjas, and influential ones within the village at that. Today was the first public event held after the 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato, took office, a collective funeral for the ninjas who had died in this war, leading the shinobi of Konohagakure to send these fallen heroes on their final journey. The war had lasted several years. The ninjas who had died earlier had long since been buried. It was impossible to keep the bodies indefinitely. Today was merely a symbolic burial of some of the ninjas who had fallen in the decisive battle on the northern front. In the cemetery, as the coffin was lowered into the grave pit, Minato grabbed a handful of soil and scattered it down. Then, together with the others, he swung a shovel and heaped earth over the coffin, finally covering it completely, after which staff placed the tombstone that had already been prepared. No matter what this person's name had been in life, what abilities he had possessed, or what ideals he had held, everything dissipated like smoke the moment he died. Once the yellow earth covered him and he was buried deep underground, all the disputes of the human world had nothing to do with him anymore. This was the law of an ordinary world. Unfortunately, this was the shinobi world, where even after death, you could be dragged back to work again. The Jutsu Impure World reincarnation was, to some extent, somewhat immoral. The newly appointed 4th personally took part in the burial of 4 comrades in total. The selection was quite representative: 1 ninja from the Uchiha clan, 1 ninja from a branch house of the Hyuga clan, 1 civilian ninja without a surname, and the last one was his classmate. Afterward, in a solemn tone, he recited a traditional eulogy of the Land of Fire and led everyone in a moment of silence. Only then was the entire process concluded. It was not complicated. Everything about shinobi emphasized efficiency. There were none of the aristocrats' drawn-out rituals that could last for several days. Many people from the major clans and among the civilian ninjas came to attend the funeral. Some brought their younger generation along, hoping that this moment of honor would impart to them a measure of solemn meaning and make them understand the weight of life. For example, Uchiha Itachi stood by his father's side, listening to his father speak about the responsibility of shinobi, especially Uchiha shinobi, toward peace. After the funeral ended, the crowd began to disperse. Higashino Jiro patted his son on the shoulder. "Let's go, Makoto. We can head back. You go on ahead. I'll return by myself in a little while." The couple did not object. After offering a few reminders, they left. Having gone through war, they no longer regarded their son as an ordinary child. Their son, Higashino Makoto, was a chunin of Konohagakure, powerful and distinguished in military merit, the greatest pride of their lives. Itachi did not return home with his father either. He remained in the cemetery, quietly reflecting. Suddenly, among the distant rows of graves, he noticed a tall, slender figure standing there. Sunlight could not penetrate the half-draped long hair, the pale face was hidden in shadow. The interplay of light and shade was bleak, exceptionally solitary. Curiosity drove him to run toward the other party. At this time, Orochimaru had not yet become obsessively infatuated with the Sharingan. He glanced at the Uchiha child approaching him and spoke softly, lamenting the dead has no meaning. If death has meaning, it exists only when it can be utilized. The overly personal and stylized judgment was beyond the understanding of the young Itachi. He merely felt that the person before him seemed to possess his own unique view of the world. Itachi had no interest whatsoever in children's play, yet he alone was obsessed with pursuing those elusive questions of existence. He asked, "What is the meaning of life?" It has no meaning. If it does, it exists only when life becomes eternal. Don't you think so, Makoto-kun? Itachi was stunned for a moment, then turned his head and said in surprise, "Makoto-senpai." "It's Itachi." Makoto responded, then looked at a certain someone spreading improper ideas and said, "Orochimaru-sama, please refrain from instilling the idea that life is meaningless into a child who has only just begun exploring the world. It is not healthy." When Orochimaru saw him, he instinctively ran his tongue across his face. "Oh? Makoto-kun, aren't you also a child? Could it be that you already understand the meaning of life? Life has no meaning. Life itself is meaning." He, an interesting view. But human life is too fragile and too short. Once one dies, there is no meaning left. So, do you still think there is something wrong with what I said? Humans pursue tranquility, glory, peace, power, and even the eternity you speak of. These are themselves part of the meaning of life's existence. Each person's life has a different meaning to himself. Most importantly, Orochimaru-sama, I regret to inform you that eternity does not exist in this world. All tangible things will one day fall into extinction. He. Orochimaru let out a soft laugh. Yes, you are not wrong. But at least, I want to see that day arrive. For me, that is already eternity. After saying that, he left, continuing to pursue his own dream. The position of Hokage? Important, yet not important. Like a dog chasing cotton drifting in the wind, it cannot tolerate being snatched by another dog. But if it truly catches it in its mouth, it may quickly lose interest. What he cared about was not the position of Hokage, but the fact that he had been abandoned by his teacher. It reminded him of the parents, friends, and disciples who had abandoned him and gone to the Pure Land. Orochimaru's gaze had already gone beyond the scope of shinobi and begun to pursue transcendence of life. There was nothing wrong with that. Immortality had been a dream engraved in humanity's genes since its birth. If, in the process, he had not lost his humanity, grown indifferent to life, and casually trampled the innocent, then in itself there would not have been much stain. As for killing? Which shinobi's hands were not stained with blood? Makoto was only 10 years old and had already lost count of how many people he had cut down. But no matter what, respecting life and not laying hands on the innocent were the basic bottom line of his life. Itachi looked at the departing figure in the distance and asked, Makoto-senpai, is that Orochimaru-sama? Yes. Forget what he said. The fact that we are alive, that you and I met, and that we seek together the answers to the questions we care about, this process itself is where the meaning of life lies. You're right, Makoto-senpai. Itachi, our growth is like pouring water into an empty cup. Our understanding determines what color we dye that clear water. Your color must be dyed by yourself through diligent study. You cannot let others contaminate it, that would not be your own color. Do you understand? I understand, senpai. What you said is very vivid. Good. In the future, stay away from those strange uncles. They like nothing more than dying people who are still growing. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 113. Chapter 113, Red and Gold, the most striking of all. 2,342 words. After the war ended, as a teenage prodigy and war hero, Makoto naturally became, for a time, the model student of the Ninja Academy after Kakashi, the other people's child in adults' mouths, and a star figure occasionally discussed by the villagers. When he went out shopping or eating, he could enjoy discounts. When buying vegetables or meat, he would even get an extra 100 grams thrown in. The people of Konohagakure were still quite enthusiastic, not too unruly. As the greatest contributor to this war's victory and the new Hokage of Konohagakure, Namake's Minato received fervent support from both the villagers and the grassroots ninja. When he went out to work, he nodded all the way until he reached the Hokage Tower. Minato was a calm and composed person. Although he had fulfilled his childhood dream of becoming Hokage, he would not lose himself amid the repeated flattery of Hokage-sama. It was just that his neck was bearing a bit too much of a burden. In order not to develop cervical spondylosis too early, the blonde, handsome guy reduced the number of times he walked to work. Flying Thunder God was simply too convenient. Work started at 8, he could sleep until 7:59. If Konohagakure had competing food delivery services, he'd easily be their top customer, no one could outorder him. But every hot topic eventually passes, even the most intense emotions gradually cool down. Life, in the end, is mainly about getting through one ordinary day after another. With the war over, Konohagakure had many things left undone and awaiting revival. The ninja had plenty of matters to keep them busy. When loved ones depart, life must still go on. What the villagers care about most is firewood, rice, oil, and salt. Compared to the adult ninja who were now becoming busy, underage ninja like Makoto, who had been forced to graduate early to cope with the war, were relatively idle. Peace had arrived. At this time, the village's higher-ups and the Jonin leading teams were more willing to let them enjoy the peaceful growth they deserved. Using a relaxed atmosphere to wear away the killing intent stained by war, and using ample training time to digest the experience gained in battle. After all, those rookies who had survived this war had already proven their talent, their potential was limitless, they were the village's future. As for those without talent, most of them were now lying in the cemetery. By the branch of the Naka River was the usual gathering and recreation spot of Makoto's group of 4. Compared to before, there was now an extra accessory trailing behind them, Itachi, who had come along with Shisui. An overly precocious child could not quite play together with others of the same age, whether from his own clan or from the village. Instead, he preferred to hang around with Makoto and the others. Because he believed that someone like Makoto, strong in ability, meritorious in war, and one who had protected the village and his companions, was the example he should learn from. His father had said the same. Most importantly, he spoke pleasantly and made sense. He liked that very much. As for Makoto and the others, the games they had as kids were for when they were kids. Once they grew up, naturally they had entertainment suited to being older. At this moment, Hayate and Yuga joined forces to launch an attack on their friend. The 2 of them, plus their shadow clones, made a total of 6 figures. They attacked Makoto with blades from every direction. With Genjutsu enhancing it, an ordinary person simply couldn't tell which one was the real body and which one was the main attacker. Shadow clones were a bit fragile, but they still had attacking power. They weren't ordinary clone technique clones. This was one of the Konoha-ryu sword art secretly passed down in their 2 families, Crescent Moon Dance. Including things like Secret Sword, Moon Shadow, Hazy Moon Night, and the Konoha-ryu sword art, Willow passed down from Old Man Kosuke. Makoto actually knew them as well, he just didn't usually have any need to use them. Ever since the 3 families' relationship grew increasingly close, many ninjutsu had been shared. Makoto was far faster than they were. Like a fish darting through water, he weaved through the net of blades, casually smashed the 2 of their shadow clones, then followed up with a single blade each to force them back. The tremendous force made them stumble back several steps, thud, 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 to steady themselves, but just as they finished shedding the force, they were grabbed by a hand that suddenly reached up from beneath their feet. For ninjutsu, aside from rank and destructive power, the most important thing is the timing of the strike. With his whole body buried in the soil, Hayate was a bit helpless every time it was like this. Yuga puffed her small face up like a bun, looking utterly unconvinced. But there was nothing they could do. The gap between them and their cheat code teammate really was that big. After Makoto pulled them back out, he commented, "Genjutsu paired with swordsmanship really is quite good, but it can only deal with opponents weaker than you, or about the same as you. If you run into an expert, I wouldn't recommend using it, it's easy to come out at a loss." The 2 of them naturally also knew the problem with their family's secret sword art. Put simply, it was easy for mowing down fodder but ineffective against people of equal strength or stronger. But knowing was one thing, having a lineage at all was already good. Many more ordinary ninja didn't even have the means to get something like that. At this time, Shisui at the side was itching to try. "Makoto, since you put it that way, then take a look at the move I just developed." "Sure. Come on." Then Shisui used an attack method that looked familiar to Makoto. He split into more than 10 seemingly ordinary phantom clones and swiftly surrounded Makoto in the middle. The clones coordinated smoothly, and the attacks came in an unbroken stream. But most of them were basically fake, only the real body, constantly switching positions at high speed among the clones, had attacks with power behind them. It was also a move that paired genjutsu with swordsmanship, but because of the Sharingan's cooperation, plus Shisui's superior body flicker technique, its offensive power far exceeded Hayate's and Yugao's. This was the talent of a bloodline ninja. The Sharingan's extremely high boost to genjutsu was not something ordinary people could learn. This guy was already starting down the path of Shisui of the body flicker. But it was still useless. Makoto could always block that elusive slash of his as if he had predicted it in advance. No matter how Shisui used genjutsu to interfere or tried to increase the speed of his body flicker, it made no difference. After fighting for a while and failing to break through his defenses, Shisui stopped attacking, somewhat deflated. "So it really doesn't work on you, Makoto. You're unbelievable, your defense is practically flawless. It seems I'll have to train even harder if I want to catch up to you." Makoto smiled. "You're already very strong, Shisui. It just doesn't work on me. You know the reason, don't you?" Shisui naturally understood. Because Makoto's perception was too abnormal, an ordinary ninja simply couldn't handle this kind of attack style that could break a person's spirit. When ordinary ninja faced the Sharingan, they were already defeated before the fight even began. In a one-on-one situation, they would certainly choose to flee. It wasn't a joke. Shisui knew that, aside from perception, his friend's genjutsu prowess and resistance were actually very strong as well. But what he, and the others, did not know was that clones, even shadow clones, were meaningless against Makoto. The perception he had awakened after absorbing white natural energy targeted more than just chakra. As a ninja, to protect one's secrets, some things only needed to be known by oneself. This was their usual form of leisure. As ninja, sparring and training were one of their main forms of entertainment. Because everyone deliberately held back, injuries were rare. The only unlucky ones were the fish in the river. In the evening, the five of them sat around a campfire enjoying the delicious offering of river fish, while exchanging insights from their training. Recently, Itachi had gained a great deal from following behind them. At this moment, as he gnawed on his dinner, he asked, "Makoto-senpai, how can I become as strong as you?" Makoto thought for a moment before answering, "Love life, and love training. Friends and companions can warm your heart, and learning knowledge can broaden your horizons." Is it really that simple? Itachi, that's not simple at all. A person who does not love life, whose heart is lonely and hollow, the stronger he becomes, the greater the disaster. Itachi fell into thought. Shisui and the others expressed their agreement. It was very much in line with the will of fire. Time passed quickly in leisure. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had gone by, and it was already the end of the year. This year's climate was somewhat unseasonal. The cold wave had moved south later than usual, with December nearly over, the temperature was about the same as early autumn. In fact, it wasn't just this year. The seasons of the shinobi world had always been rather surreal. Sometimes winter was as warm as spring, other times heavy snow would fall early. If not for the still distinct characteristics of the 4 seasons, it would almost rival the long winters and long summers of Westeros. Who knew whether it was because, more than 1,000 years ago, Hagoromo and Hamura had fought their own mother too fiercely, knocking a planet with a stable axial tilt into a wobbling spinning top. December 20th. Weather, clear. Auspicious for marriage and moving house. Makoto put on handsome clothes, styled his hair like an adult's, and went out with his parents to the Konoha Auditorium to attend a wedding banquet. Today was a day of great joy. The newly appointed 4th Hokage, Namake's Minato, was getting married. He and Uzumaki Kushina covered in wedding attire, waiting with family and friends for the dishes to be served. Jiraiya openly expressed his envy. He had learned his disciples Rasengan, but he still couldn't learn how to coax the goddess he admired until she was utterly smitten. All these years facing Tsunade, all he ever got were massive punches. As an emerging force rising within the village, Minato had long since defined his core base of support. Naturally, the 3 families to which Makoto belonged received invitations. Inside the Konoha Auditorium, the crowd was dense and the atmosphere lively. Everyone looked at the couple on the stage, silently offering their blessings in their hearts. Among the crowd, Kakashi and Guy stood together. With the hot-blooded Guy by his side, and today being such a joyous occasion, the gloom on Kakashi's face had faded considerably. Arriving at their side, Makoto greeted them, "Guy-senpai, Kakashi-senpai." Kakashi merely nodded, as always playing the role of the cool expert. Guy was momentarily stunned. "You are? Guy-senpai, your face blindness is getting a bit serious. You can't even remember someone as handsome as me." "Ah. It's you, Makoto, ha ha ha, of course I remember." Makoto was somewhat speechless. Guy was too single-minded, teasing the cool expert was more interesting. "Kakashi-senpai, today is your sensei's wedding. On such an important day, you're still wearing that mask." Kakashi replied lazily, "Well, I'm used to it. It's not my wedding, so it doesn't matter. I seriously suspect that when you get married, your partner won't even know what you look like. Then I just won't get married. Why go through something so troublesome?" Makoto pretended to be startled. "Senpai, don't tell me you don't like girls? Could it be that you actually?" After saying that, he looked toward Guy at the side, leaving him completely bewildered. Kakashi slapped his forehead, utterly helpless. This guy had quite a nasty personality, definitely an even more troublesome bastard than Obito. On the raised platform of the auditorium, Minato and Kushina, dressed in the traditional wedding attire of the Land of Fire, were carrying out the marriage ceremony under the officiation of a Shinto priest. The shinobi world, much like his previous life, had belief systems similar to Shinto and Buddhism. Buddhist temples could be found in every country, and Shinto traditions were the same, though mainly concentrated in the land of demons, where shrine maidens held extremely high status, comparable to that of a daimyo. Konohagakure also had its own shrine, otherwise, where would Yakushi Nono's shrine maiden identity have come from? Today, the 4th Hokage's wedding adopted the Shinto-style ceremony before the kami, so naturally it was presided over by a priest. The groom was handsome, the bride beautiful, both faces radiant with happiness. The rare pairing of blonde hair and red hair stood out strikingly among the crowd. It gave off the feeling of tomatoes scrambled with eggs. In his previous life, Makoto had worked for several years as a struggling, low-level graphic designer. This scene made him recall something his design instructor once said: "Red paired with yellow is the most beautiful of all." Yes, though it was rather tacky, it truly was beautiful. Year 50 of Konohagakure was the highlight year of Namikaze Minato's life, leading the village to victory in war, then marrying a beautiful and capable wife, rising to become the CEO of Konohagakure, and reaching the peak of life. It was impossible not to feel excited. Only, looking at the flawless young couple, Makoto suddenly hoped that this peak could last a little longer, that it would not end so quickly. People always wish for a few more beautiful things to remain by their side. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 114, Chapter 114, Tearing off the roof is not allowed, opening a window is not allowed either. 1833 words. Time quickly passed beyond the new year and entered Konoha year 51. Makoto grew another year older. In his previous life, when he was young, he had always wanted to grow up quickly. Once grown, he would no longer be controlled by adults. Then in the blink of an eye, he reached middle age. Time had slipped by so fast that even when he looked back on it, it felt as though his life had been edited by someone else. Living a second life, he no longer had that childish urge to hurry up and grow older. Even though his psychological age was already considerable, he still enjoyed the feeling of growing up. If conditions allowed, every quarter or half year, he would even bring his parents to a photo studio to record the passage of time for the family. Humans cannot grasp time, but they can use photographs to freeze certain moments. Not long after the New Year holiday ended, the children returned to school, and the shinobi also went back to their respective posts, striving to pull the village back onto its normal operational track. Today, inside the conference room of the Hokuji Tower, a meeting concerning Konohagakure's development for this year was being held to discuss certain policies after the new year. Those present included the newly appointed 4th Hokuji, Namikaze Minato, the Konoha elders, the heads of various departments, and members of the Jonin class who were not currently assigned to missions. After the 3rd Hokuji stepped down, in order to prevent the young successor from lacking experience and making missteps, he took on the position of Hokuji advisor. On the one hand, he assisted from the sidelines, on the other hand, he also helped Minato withstand some of the pressure from his 3 old friends. He naturally knew that those 3 classmates were by no means easy to deal with. The secrecy system of the ninja village determined that such meetings could not possibly leave behind any public records. Only certain paper documents would be produced and classified as top secret. Ordinary people had no qualification to access them. After a brief noon recess, the meeting resumed in the afternoon. Inside the conference room, Ucha Fugaku, as the person in charge of the Konoha military police force, briefly introduced last year's internal security situation in the village and this year's plan. After the normal workflow was completed, he tried to put forward a suggestion: due to the war, our Ucha clan has suffered considerable losses in combat strength. This year, could my previous application be approved, allowing the recruitment of non-clan members into the military police force? Upon hearing this, the Konoha elders frowned slightly, sensing that the matter was not simple. Did the Ucha clan not know what kind of situation the Konoha military police force was in? Of course they knew. Even though most of the clan shinobi tended to be stubborn, proud, and straightforward in temperament, without too many twists and turns in their thinking, Fugaku was not that kind of person. He had his own considerations. In previous years, the application had always been submitted in writing and directly vetoed by the 3rd Hokuji and the others, never even reaching the stage of discussion. Yet today, contrary to past practice, he raised it publicly during the meeting. It was somewhat unusual. Danzo could tell at a glance that something was off with that evil clan. The 4th Hokuji, Namikaze Minato, wore a faint smile and did not appear surprised. The remaining members of the Jonin class and the clan heads all kept their eyes lowered and their minds restrained, as though the matter had nothing to do with them. Only the newcomers to the Jonin class were still seriously thinking through the possibility, analyzing the pros and cons, and then deciding whether to cast a vote in favor. The other old hands had long since known the answer. Danzo rejected it on the spot, severely: impossible, Fugaku. The military police force is a policy established by the 2nd Hokuji. It is a post tailored specifically for your Ucha clan. There is no need to recruit from outside. Of course I understand that, Fugaku replied, but Danzo-sama, the current situation is that we are short-handed. Short-handed, or lacking in capability? Danzo said. According to my investigative materials, the current number of shinobi in the Ucha clan is sufficient to handle routine police duties. So, Fugaku, are you trying to admit that your clan's capabilities are the problem? If so, then it's simply that you Ucha are incompetent. I suggest you look for the reason in yourself, and don't throw such a simple issue in front of everyone. Fugaku was somewhat furious. Danzo-sama, isn't that going a bit too far? No, he was just trying to loosen the restraints on his own clan. Why was Danzo turning it into a personal attack? Ucha incompetent? What ninja clan would dare think that? Not to mention the first two great wars, just recently they had been fighting desperately against Kirigakure, Iwagakure, and Kumogakure. Where had you been stirring up trouble back then? Did you think our shortage of manpower was caused by suicide? But he only dared to think that, not actually say it out loud, because that would draw concentrated fire and offend the third Hokage and the other two advisors at the same time. At this moment, Minato, as the newly appointed Hokage, stepped in to smooth things over. Everyone is doing this for Konoha. There's no need to argue so heatedly. Also, I think clan head Fugaku's proposal is still something we can consider. After all, I also grew up in Konoha. When it comes to handling disputes among villagers, the temperament of Ucha clan shinobi really isn't very suitable. I think we can recruit ordinary shinobi to replace them in that work. As for the members of the Ucha clan, they are more suited to posts that have a need for combat, such as the intelligence division, the torture and interrogation division, or frontline missions. That would also make it easier for them to better integrate into this big family that is the village. Third Hokage-sama, don't you think so? Hiruzen puffed on his old tobacco pipe a few times and did not answer. He had already seen it clearly. This might be a policy drafted jointly by Minato and Fugaku. As a newly appointed Hokage, Minato's eagerness to produce achievements was understandable, and it should be supported. However, Minato was still too young and did not understand how serious this clan's problems were. It was something everyone knew. The Minato couple and the Fugaku couple had a good private relationship. Possibly the young Hokage had been influenced by personal ties. Setting policy based on private relations was very bad, but as the previous Hokage, it was not good for him to oppose it directly, otherwise it would give people the impression that he was suppressing the new Hokage, clinging to power and refusing to let go. Hiruzen quietly gave the other two comrades in arms a look. Homura spoke up, "Fourth Hokage, you're still young. You don't know the Ucha clan's situation. The problem isn't as simple as you think." Minato looked somewhat puzzled. Advisor Homura, precisely because there is a problem, we should solve it. That's better than doing nothing. If you think that changes to the military police force would cause instability, then we can implement it gradually. We can first allow the police force to recruit 2 teams of ordinary shinobi as a pilot program. Koharu was more direct than her 3 old friends. No means no. There is no possibility in this matter. This was a policy established by the second Hokage. It absolutely cannot be changed. Minato. Good grief, so you're not even going to argue the reasoning? You're just pulling out that the ancestral law must not be altered a line? If everything must follow the old set of policies, then what am I, the 4th Hokage, here for? But even though he had only just taken office, he could see clearly that the 4 of them were of one mind regarding the Ucha military police force. Fugaku's proposal was certainly finished. Although everyone present were high-ranking figures of Konoha, the truly powerful ones were only 5. 1 against 4, the advantage was not on his side. Seeing the somewhat helpless look in Minato's eyes, Fugaku also sighed inwardly and, carrying a stomach full of grievance, sat back down. The remainder of the meeting was somewhat bland and uninteresting. Everyone was still immersed in the earlier rhythm. At the beginning of the new year, the 4th Hokage, who had just reached the peak of his life, felt that his path as Hokage might not be very smooth. After the meeting ended, he stood in front of the window of his office, looking at the scenery of Konoha outside. In his heart, he reflected on the shortcomings of his own approach, drawing lessons from the setback. The position of Hokage was far more troublesome than developing a ninjutsu. At least when developing a ninjutsu, any problem encountered could be solved one way or another, it merely required time. But managing the village, and he had run into a dead knot right at the outset, the kind that could not be untied. As one of Konoha's powerful jonin and the newly appointed 4th Hokage, he had some understanding of the Ucha situation. But precisely because he understood, he had wanted to see whether it could be changed and guided in a better direction. No matter what, the Ucha were also members of the village, comrades. Yet now it seemed that the prejudice of the 3rd Hokage and the others toward the Ucha was more stubborn than he had imagined. At the same time, he also sensed that there had been something improper in his own conduct today. As Hokage, he should not have stepped forward personally. Some words would have been better spoken by one of his staunch supporters, such as Mimura Hamaki. That way, it would have avoided a direct clash between himself and the previous generation. Wasn't that how the third Hokage had handled things? It was worth learning from. It somewhat ran counter to his nature, but since he was seated in this position, he would have to learn to change. Hiruzen came to the familiar office door and discovered that Minato, who was usually sharp and perceptive, had not even noticed his arrival. He knew that this young Hokage must have been struck in the heart. He prepared to go in and have a talk with him, offer some guidance, and incidentally speak about the Uchiha issue. After all, he was young. There were still many places where he required guidance. If Minato could mature more quickly, then he himself could truly retire sooner and return home to live a leisurely life. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 115, Chapter 115, Things Should Not Be Like This. 1941 words. After the new year, Kumomi still had not made any mission arrangements for the team he was leading. Theoretically speaking, after Makoto and the other two were promoted to Chunin, his work as their Jonin instructor could have come to an end. As for whether they would continue to form a team afterward, that depended entirely on the Jonin's own wishes and the village's arrangements. However, given Kumomi's relationship with the three members of the team, he was certainly very willing to continue leading them. The war had only just ended not long ago, and the Land of Fire was not very peaceful. Especially along the borders, there was no shortage of chaotic elements such as rogue ninja, wandering ninja, bandits, and the like. Affected by the turmoil of war, the surrounding small and medium-sized countries were in decay, with powerful figures emerging one after another. They frequently crossed the national borders, threatening the safety of the villages and towns within the Land of Fire. After Konohagakure transitioned from wartime mode to normal operations, official missions piled down like snowflakes. The Konoha ninja had only just come off the battlefield. After resting for a short while, they were thrown back into various missions. But all of this seemed to have nothing to do with Makoto and the others. Kumomi's view was that their bodies were currently in a period of growth, so accumulation and training should remain the priority. In any case, none of them lacked money. There was no need to waste precious time on missions like those adult ninja. When you are young, never rush to work, because when you grow up, there will be endless work waiting for you. Konohagakure, within a medium-sized training ground. Makoto's original body sat cross-legged atop the crown of a large tree, eyes closed, training quietly. The afterglow of the setting sun shone upon him, allowing one to feel a trace of warmth amid the cold wind. His body seemed as though it were connected to the branches, swaying gently with the breeze. Previously, Makoto's training direction had mainly focused on three aspects: absorbing white natural energy, the nature transformations of wind, earth, and water chakra, as well as control over the yin-yang attributes of chakra. After several years of rapid growth, progress had now slowed. He could only advance little by little as his body continued to mature. His youthful body had become an obstacle to the further growth of his strength. Yet his instincts told him that forcing advancement would instead be harmful and detrimental to his development. Fortunately, Makoto was not in a hurry. He was fairly satisfied with his current strength. As for the rest, let it follow its natural course. To possess Kage-level combat power at around 10 years old was already a level of genius beyond the imagination of ordinary ninja. After the war ended and he returned to Konohagakure, aside from daily training, he allocated most of his time to Fuinjutsu and the development of the other two attributes. On the training ground not far beneath the large tree, Makoto's shadow clone earnestly formed the hand seals for fire release, great fireball technique. Then a massive fireball burst from his mouth, surging toward the open ground in the distance, blasting and scorching the earth into a large crater. After releasing the ninjutsu, Makoto quietly savored the sensation of chakra transforming into the fire attribute. Shisui had taught this ninjutsu, along with some techniques for using fire release and lightning release. At the same time, he also taught several other fire release and lightning release jutsu. Of course, this had been done with clan head Fugaku's permission. The Uchiha clan's 3-tomo Sharingan has the ability to copy an opponent's ninjutsu, so their family's ninjutsu archives are extremely abundant. They do not place much value on these ordinary 5-nature ninjutsu, and once consent is obtained, they can be passed on to outsiders. Only certain secret ninjutsu, especially genjutsu related to the Sharingan, are the foundation of their clan, and it is strictly forbidden for outsiders to pry into them. Even if Shisui did not teach him, Makoto could have gone to Konohagakure's ninjutsu archives to obtain them. With the merits he had established on the battlefield, aside from certain dangerous kinjutsu, he was free to learn whatever 5-nature ninjutsu he wanted. This was something both the third and the fourth had agreed to. So he truly did not lack ninjutsu now. As for kinjutsu, that was no longer a matter of merit, it concerned the inheritance of the Hokage line. For an ordinary person to want to come into contact with it, there simply was no way in. The fireball Makoto spat out was actually already quite impressive, at the very least, it was not inferior to that of Uchiha Genin or Chunin. It was just that, relative to the chakra he poured into it, and his own superb chakra control, it still fell a bit short. For example, with his precise control over chakra, if he were to cast wind release ninjutsu, one part of chakra could produce 5 parts of power. But with fire release, even with 5 parts of chakra, it did not even reach 1 part of power. When chakra was converted into fire release ninjutsu, an enormous amount was wasted. And this was already the result of 1 or 2 months of training. At the very beginning, he could not even spit out a flame, he could only produce a few sparks. This was caused by his chakra not being innately endowed with the fire attribute. There was no helping it. If he wanted to train an attribute that was innately latent within him into something manifest, he could only rely on investing a great deal of time, practicing again and again, to increase the weighting of that corresponding chakra attribute. In theory, shinobi, or people of the shinobi world, should all possess all 7 attributes. Given enough time, anyone could train and develop all 7. But that was basically unrealistic. Human lifespan is limited, and more importantly, the bodies of ordinary humans have limits. There are some things that, even if you work hard your entire life, you still will not achieve any meaningful results. Therefore, once a single attribute ninja spends time training another attribute and reaches the standard required for promotion to Jonin, they generally will not waste further time developing other attributes. Some people are even more extreme. For example, Rock Lee, who has already been born, possesses no innate chakra attribute at all. If he wants to train one, it might take decades, and even then, success is not guaranteed. It is simply not cost-effective. Rather than doing that, it is much simpler to desperately train taijutsu to increase one's strength. Or for someone like him, taijutsu may be the only path available. After completing his daily fire release training, Makoto's shadow clone sensed that there was still a considerable amount of chakra left in his body, so he continued with lightning attribute training. He was only just getting started, currently at the stage of using hand seals as assistants to convert chakra within his body into lightning release chakra. As for whether he could cast lightning release ninjutsu? Naturally he could, but the power was rather pitiful. At most, it could give the enemy a massage, producing a tingling sensation. If he dressed as a woman and went to a hot spring bathhouse to work as a massage technician, he would certainly be very popular among certain enthusiasts. Inside the study, the lights were bright, and Makoto was reading books related to fuinjutsu. Like medical ninjutsu, this field required an enormous amount of prerequisite knowledge, involving the fundamental principles of sealing techniques, the types and functions of sealing symbols, the construction and stabilization of sealing spaces, and so on. It could only be said that although Izumaki Kushina, like her son, was somewhat scatterbrained, she was fundamentally still a top student, just with a rather severe imbalance in her strengths. This was not something she could solve merely by relying on the boost of her Uzumaki bloodline and achieving miracles through brute force. Her son was the true example of achieving miracles through brute force. Makoto, Gyro, dinner's ready. Outside the study door, Megumi, like a rural housewife, had finished preparing the food and began calling out to the little chicks she raised. After Makoto arrived at the dining room, he saw his father walking out from the bedroom. Gyro had attended meetings all day and did not return home until evening. After that, he had gone straight into the bedroom to rest, looking very exhausted. Makoto was somewhat puzzled. Weren't meetings supposed to be pleasant opportunities to slack off? How could they exhaust a jonin to this extent? So exhausted that he seemed to have little appetite even for dinner. Megumi looked somewhat worried about her husband, unsure of what had happened. Makoto asked, "Father, do you have something on your mind?" Gyro had originally not intended to say anything. But thinking of his son's precocious temperament and his keen sensitivity to politics, he decided to speak and see what insights he might have. This is what happened. "Father, wait a moment." After carefully sensing the situation around their home, Makoto said, "All right, go on." Seeing his son so cautious, Gyro felt much more at ease. He then briefly recounted what had occurred at the Jonin assembly meeting earlier that day. After finishing, he asked, "Makoto, do you think the Uchiha clan head's proposal was wrong?" "It cannot be summed up as right or wrong. It is simply ill-timed." "Is that so?" "Then it seems the fourth Sama was still somewhat too eager." "This is not a matter of eagerness. Even if a few more years pass, as long as the third and several advisors remain in office and do not truly retire, changing the Ucha issue will never be possible. Gyro was stunned for a moment. But if that is the case, then how is the village's situation any different from before? Megumi interjected, there was never much difference to begin with. Everyone thinks the same way, it's just that someone else is sitting in the Hokage seat. That's not right. Something must be wrong somewhere. Things shouldn't be like this. Although Gyro was already 30, most shinobi in the shinobi world could not be said to understand politics very well. At best, they barely grasped the basics. You cannot expect someone who has trained in killing since childhood to suddenly transform into a politician upon reaching adulthood. Even with the advantage of memories from his previous life, Makoto did not dare claim that he understood politics particularly well. In his previous life, he had only been an ordinary person, merely someone who could see a bit more clearly than his father in this life. Of course it's not right. The problem lies with the third. As the previous Hokage of Konohagakure, if he steps down, he must do so completely and cleanly. But that is obviously impossible. The older generation does not like change. They always feel that the village should continue along the path they have set. That is human nature, and it is also the approach that best serves their interests. Let a few more years pass. If the third comes to understand by then, he will make his choice. There is no need to be anxious. But what if the third Sama does not come to understand? Makoto silently ate his meal and said nothing more. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 116, Chapter 116, The Night of the Hokage Sofa. 1739 words. Actually, there was no need to wait for the third to understand. Because Minato would go offline at the speed of light, and then the old man would return to office, and everything in Konoha would return to its former trajectory. The only change would be that the Ucha clan's situation within the village would become even harsher, and they would be even less favored by the higher-ups. Which brings up the matter of the Ninetales rampage. Time had already entered Konoha year 51. At present, Uzumaki Naruto was most likely already happily undergoing cell division in his mother's womb. In other words, there were still 10 months left. The time remaining for Minato was not much. Megumi did not like it when the father and son discussed such matters. It instinctively made her sense a trace of danger. Back when Gyro was still a Chunin, he liked to drink and discuss these topics with Yuyo. But at that time, everyone was insignificant and of little influence, and the conversation never went too far. At most, they bragged a bit after drinking too much. The most excessive period had been during the time of Hatake Sakumo's suicide a few years ago. But since many shinobi who knew the situation were discussing it then, no one paid much attention. But now her husband was already a formal jonin in the village. Every word and action represented the stance of their entire family, and what they were talking about was the dangerous topic of disagreement between the old and new Hokage. This truly made her feel extremely insecure. She glared at the two of them and said, "Enough. Eat properly. From now on, you are not allowed to talk about this kind of thing." Sensing that the volcano at home was about to erupt, the father and son immediately lowered their heads and focused on eating. Although the small alliance formed by the Higashino, Gekko, and Uzuki families, huddling together for warmth, was regarded by others as a force aligned with the fourth Hokage, Gyro was not worried about his family's future. In the end, the shinobi world spoke through strength. As long as his son continued to grow stronger, and with several jonin among them, no matter who sat in a Hokage seat, they could not ignore this power. Thinking of this, Gyro's mood suddenly improved. As dinner was about to end, he suddenly said, "Oh, right, Megumi. We're going to Yuyo's house for a gathering tomorrow night. After work, you don't need to come back to cook. Just go straight there." "Got it." Makoto asked curiously, "Is tomorrow some important day, father?" "You'll know when the time comes." He made it quite mysterious. The next day, after finishing an afternoon of training, Makoto went home, washed up, changed into clean clothes, and headed to the Uzuki residence. While in Konohagakure, Makoto would not waste chakra to activate active perception. Passive perception was enough to ensure he would not be ambushed. The range was not very large, but it was sufficient. So when he approached the courtyard of the Uzuki house, he immediately sensed an enormous chakra signature, on a scale far beyond any shinobi he had encountered before. And accompanying that chakra was an even more powerful chakra source, vast as an abyss and the sea, and extraordinarily violent and active. No wonder Gyro had been so mysterious yesterday. It turned out that an honored guest was visiting today. In Konoha, after living there for 10 years and possessing powerful sensory abilities himself, Makoto of course recognized those two forces. Aside from Uzumaki Kushina and the nine-tails sealed within her belly, who else could it be? Worthy of the Uzumaki clan, her chakra reserves alone were terrifying. And yet, with you being that damn formidable, how on earth did Uzushigakure get wiped out back then? All one can say is that it remains one of the shinobi world's unsolved mysteries. When Makoto reached the gate outside the courtyard, his keen ears caught the noisy chatter coming from inside. Among it, one woman's voice was the loudest, giving people the impression she was blunt and easygoing. Wow, that's amazing! Sure enough, after handling it like this, the tempera comes out a golden color, looks even better, you know, databao. Not just that, Kushina. The texture is crispier too. Try it and you'll know. That was Uzuki Sakura's voice. Really? Then I won't hold back, Databane. When Makoto pushed the door open and entered the courtyard, he saw that everyone was there. The guests really were the fourth Hokage Namake's Minato and his wife. A long table had been set up in the courtyard. The men sat together chatting, while the women were preparing a lavish dinner. Uzuki Shige, the little kid who would usually jump up the moment he saw Makoto and try to have a bout with him, was sitting in the corner right now, obedient beyond belief. Like a little quail being watched by an eagle, he looked like he wished he could turn invisible. There was no helping it, the one sitting there was the village's Hokage. To kids at the Ninja Academy, that was an existence even more terrifying than a teacher, practically a dimension-reducing strike. Makoto stepped forward and saluted. Hokage-sama. Minato showed a warm smile. Makoto's back, huh? No need to call me Hokage-sama, just like before is fine. All right, Minato-senpai. That's it, just like that. Minato looked very happy, but it also seemed that only after Makoto returned did the conversation enter the main topic. He said to Kumomi, Kumomi-senpai, you've served in ANBU before, and you're more familiar with this kind of work, so I'd like to ask you to help me form a new ANBU. ANBU was the Hokage's important direct force, but Konoha shinobi did not enter ANBU and then sink into it like the sea, never again to stand under the sunlight for the rest of their lives. ANBU's personnel turnover was actually quite large. Every year, veteran members would withdraw, or die in the line of duty, so every year they would recruit talented young new members to join. While bringing in fresh blood, this also ensured ANBU's roster remained complete. When a new Hokage took office, it was only natural to form an ANBU force that belonged to him. The ANBU that had originally belonged to the third would be gradually replaced. This was a very normal thing. Members of the original ANBU would also, in the course of that replacement, return to the ranks of regular shinobi. Hiruzen himself also taught his successor this way. From this point, the third Hokage's intention to withdraw step by step from the core of power was very clear. It was just that there were too many chains of interest wrapped around him. Many times, that left him somewhat unable to act as he pleased. And after he got older, his personality became increasingly less decisive, so he ended up seeming a bit dragged out. Kumomi was somewhat tempted. After all, this was helping the new Hokage form ANBU. Once the ANBU that had belonged directly to the third completely withdrew in the future, wouldn't he become the head of Konoha's ANBU? That would count as truly reaching the upper ranks of Konoha's shinobi hierarchy. It was an opportunity for the Gecko clan. However, as he looked at his three disciples, he hesitated slightly. Hokage-sama, I'm still a Jonin squad leader. I'm afraid I won't be able to spare the time. I've considered that as well. So I plan to have your entire squad join ANBU. As for Makoto, Heiate, and Yugo, I want them to join my Hokage Guard platoon. Upon hearing this, Kumomi, Yuyo, and Jiro all felt a surge of joy in their hearts. Even Uzuki Yumura's breathing grew noticeably heavier. In essence, the Hokage Guard platoon did indeed belong to the Hokage's directly subordinate ANBU. The difference was that they would remain constantly at the Hokage's side and could receive the Hokage's guidance. That effectively made them the Hokage's disciples, or to put it another way, it meant grooming successors. If Minato's Team 7 had still been intact, then Kakashi, Obito, and Rin would naturally have been the first choices for the Hokage Guard. But now that two were gone, and the remaining Kakashi was still unable to pull himself out of the darkness. If not for that, this benefit might have fallen to their own side anyway. After all, given the talent Makoto had displayed, no matter who succeeded as Hokage, as long as they weren't foolish, they would not let him slip away. The three Jonin exchanged glances. They very much wanted to agree, but they all knew Makoto's temperament. If he was unwilling, there was little they, as elders, could do. After all, in terms of strength, they couldn't even beat that brat. Tell me, isn't that infuriating? Gyro said, Hokage-sama, thank you for valuing the children so highly. However, this depends on their own wishes. As parents, it wouldn't be appropriate for us to force them. Kumomi and Yuya both shot their sons a look, it's up to you now. But their sons were rebellious to the core and paid no attention at all to what their fathers were thinking. Hey 8, if Makoto is willing, then I'm willing too. Yugao, I'll follow Makoto. A certain Jonin who couldn't control his daughter thought, this so-called precious daughter is completely unreliable. She's siding with outsiders so blatantly she might as well have run off to the land of snow. What's the point of having her? With an affable, sunlit smile, Minato looked at the candidate he favored. What an enviable bond within the team. So, Makoto, are you willing? After thinking for a moment, Makoto replied, Minato-senpai, let me think about it. It won't take long. I'll have an answer after dinner. No problem, Makoto. I'm looking forward to it. If it were another Hokage, personally inviting you, a mere kid, to join the Hokage Guard, and you still dared to hesitate, what are you hesitating for? Looking down on the Hokage, are you? But the fourth Hokage was Namake's Minato. By nature he was bright and magnanimous, and he did not mind Makoto's slight discourtesy. Most importantly, Makoto was strong. The strong, by nature, possess the right to be willful. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 117, Chapter 117, Human, you smell so good. 1,687 words. Makoto currently had no intention of becoming Hokage, and likely never would. Perhaps one day, if he grew tired of being a ninja, he would simply retire and travel the shinobi world, enjoying a Jiraiya-style life. He held no filter toward the position of Hokage. A gambling addict and a lecher could both sit in that seat, and they even managed to turn the Uzumaki brat carrying the nine tails into someone with kidney deficiency. Just hearing that was frightening, wasn't it? So if he did not intend to succeed the position, what was the benefit of joining the Hokage Guard? There really were benefits, big ones. He could learn from Minato the rare space-time ninjutsu in the shinobi world, Flying Thunder God. It was a divine technique, an essential skill for daily life, travel, fighting, and fleeing after failure. If Jiraiya knew it, he could leave his mark in every women's bathhouse across the shinobi world. He could also learn Konohagakia's advanced Fuinjutsu. The Uzumaki clan, which had brought Fuinjutsu to its pinnacle, had already been entirely sacrificed. So who was now the most skilled in Fuinjutsu in the shinobi world? Of course, that tomato named Uzumaki Kushina. Could it be Nagato? That guy might already have fallen into demonic deviation. Children raised with proper family values should absolutely not get near him. It's very easy to trigger a world destroyer phase warning. Anyone familiar with tomato and egg fried rice knew that Minato and his wife were cheerful and open, warm and generous. They were never stingy toward those around them. As long as you had the talent and were willing to learn, they would teach you. But Makoto had never forgotten his original intention. He had once lived a failed life. That failure did not refer to wealth or power, but to never having properly experienced the joy of living. So after being reborn into the shinobi world, he treated each day seriously. He trained diligently and made himself stronger, also so that he could live better, so he would not be treated like a stray by the roadside and casually killed. When he was weak, he had never thought of interfering in others' joys and sorrows. Later, as his strength grew rapidly, his attitude became, it depended on his mood, and on whether his ability at the time was sufficient. But no matter what, he would absolutely not be foolish enough to reveal even the slightest piece of information of unknown origin in some delusional attempt to change anything. That would simply be pushing his family and friends toward death. So now, facing the imminent outbreak of the Night of the Nine Tails, what was his choice? Makoto fell into thought. In terms of strength, he indeed now had the qualifications to intervene. Obito's foundational strength and combat talent were not strong. What was disgusting was that space-time dojutsu, Kamu. Fortunately, he had a crush on Kakashi. A real man never regretted the token of affection he had given away and had not taken back his other eye. Otherwise, it would have been even more shameless. In terms of personal relations, Namake's Minato was indeed a decent person, upright and bright, broad-minded yet not dark. It would truly be a pity if someone like that died. As for the world's overall trajectory, Makoto did not need to rely on familiarity with the plot to get by. Honestly, ever since this world gained his existence, that familiar timeline in his memory could no longer possibly develop exactly as before, unless he hid at home as a shut-in until the end of the Fourth Great Ninja War. As long as he stepped outside, everything he did, and everyone he killed, was changing that timeline from his memories. So since things were already like this, he might as well take it a step further. Thinking about it, he even felt a bit of anticipation. But the premise for everything was that he could successfully keep Namake's Minato and Uzumaki Kushina alive. That required him to plan carefully. In the Uzuki family's kitchen, the preparations were finished, and it was time to eat. With a face full of accomplishment, still immersed in the joy of having learned a new way to cook, Kushina frowned, sensing that there was a troublemaker making trouble. Inside the ceiling space, the Nine-Tails, usually irritable, wore a puzzled expression, sniffing from time to time with its enormous dog-like nose. So fragrant. Nine-Tails, what are you up to again? What's so fragrant? It's just fragrant, so fragrant that even this old man feels a bit hungry. Ooh? No way, no way, could it be my cooking skills have improved so much that even the flavor is irresistible to a tailed beast? But tailed beasts don't seem to need to eat, do they? Databane. The Nine-Tails suddenly reacted. How could he be communicating so peacefully with the Jinchuriki who sealed him? He immediately roared, "Damn you, Kushina! This old man is the strongest tailed beast, unlike you pitiful, weak humans. Of course I don't need to eat." With a thought, Kushina tightened the seal restraining the Nine-Tails a little. It was her first time seeing this big fox show such a human-like side, and she could not help feeling curious. Then what do you mean by fragrant? Damn it, loosen the seal a bit, then go outside, and I'll tell you. Why should I listen to you? Grandma Maito said you're extremely cunning, and told me to be careful not to be tricked by you. If you do it, I guarantee I won't disturb your sleep at night anymore. Fine. Deal. Anyway, she was going outside regardless. If she could trade that for the Nine-Tails being quieter later, so she would not have to worry about reinforcing the seal at night, why not? Very soon, all kinds of dishes, rich in color, aroma, and taste, were placed on the table, and everyone began happily eating dinner. After she sat down beside her husband, the Nine-Tails said, "I figured it out. The guy sitting across from you gives me a very fragrant feeling, like he'd be quite tasty." Kushina froze. The one sitting across from her was Higashino Makoto. "You tailed beasts really do eat people. You really are monsters. Bastard. Tailed beasts don't eat people, and we aren't monsters. That's just a rumor you humans spread. Didn't you just say humans seem tasty?" Databane. The Nine-Tails did not want to talk. At the same time, he could not understand why he suddenly felt that a human smelled so good. Maybe he had been stuck in this damned ceiling space for too long and was about to go crazy. But it really did smell good. If he could get out and lick once, that would be great. Minato naturally noticed his wife's odd behavior. "For no reason, why were you staring at a teenage boy? Wasn't I handsome enough?" As for his plan to have Makoto's squad join his shadow guard, he had already told Kushina about it. At this moment, Minato simply assumed Kushina was curious about Makoto as a person. After all, this was Konoha's young hero, even more formidable than Kakashi, who had made a name for himself in the war. Kushina had a forthright personality and never hid her actions, so everyone saw her staring at Makoto with a strange look. Makoto silently endured everyone's attention. He touched his face and asked calmly, "Kushina-senpai, is there something dirty on my face?" "No." "Ah? No, that's not what I meant." Well, your name is Makoto, right? I heard you've been learning Fuinjutsu recently. How is it? Do you want me to teach you? I'm very good at it." "Ooh? Kushina-senpai is willing to teach me? That would be wonderful." "Of course I'm willing. The Shadow Guard is responsible for protecting Minato, so naturally the stronger you are, the better. Your little son is the fastest in the shinobi world, who would need to protect him? If he wanted to run, who could catch up? So what senpai means is, I can only learn if I join the Shadow Guard? Is that the exchange condition you came up with?" No, it's not some condition. How could you think that? Databane. Makoto immediately put on a solemn expression. "Kushina-senpai, you truly underestimate my will of fire. As a shinobi of Konohagakure, protecting the Hokage is our innate duty. For that, even giving up our lives would not be too much. I absolutely will not allow something so sacred to be linked with a transaction." All those familiar with Makoto wore expressions of speechlessness. Kushina pressed a hand to her forehead, feeling that she had been played and that she could not out-argue him. But since when did red-hot-blooded habanero rely on words to convince others? She had always convinced people with virtue, right? Her fists were her virtue. Kushina slammed her fist onto the table. Brat, stop talking nonsense. I'm asking you, are you going to learn Fuinjutsu from me or not? Databane. I'll learn. HMPH. If you'd just said that earlier, wouldn't it have been fine? What a troublesome brat. Ever since becoming the Ninetales Jinchuriki, Kushina had rarely appeared in the village, so not many people truly knew her. Seeing this scene now, everyone was somewhat surprised. So the fourth Hokage's wife had such a fierce side. Minato, what can I say? I'm a victim too. After a dinner where both host and guests were delighted, the fourth Hokage took his wife and bid farewell. Kushina completely shed her tigress demeanor and transformed into a caring Wani-san, patting Makoto on the shoulder. Makoto, if there's anything you don't understand in the future, come ask me anytime. I will. Thank you, Kushina-senpai. Minato smiled and said to Kumomi, Kumomi Jonin, then I'll leave the rest to you. Don't worry, Hokage-sama. Leave it to me. Neither of them asked Makoto whether he agreed to join the Shadow Guard, because Kushina had already settled it for them. At least, on the surface, it looked like she had. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 118, Chapter 118, The Anbu Must Look Like Anbu. 1,749 words. The Anbu, short for the Special Assassination and Tactical Squad. An elite unit established by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and directly subordinate to the Hokage. When selecting members, they have relatively high requirements for talent and strength, but what matters most is loyalty. The Anbu usually carry out dangerous missions such as assassination, reconnaissance, and protecting the Hokage and other key personnel. Their casualty rate is far higher than that of ordinary ninja. Konohagakure currently has 2 Anbu units. One is under the control of the third Hokage, the legitimate Anbu. With his retirement, aside from some new recruits who will gradually be handed over to the successor, the remaining veteran members will return to the regular ninja ranks. The other, in principle, should be considered an illegitimate Anbu. It is under the control of the Hokage's advisor, Shimura Danzo, namely, the Root Ninja. At first, it operated under the pretext of training new members for the Anbu, but it soon changed in nature. It has now become a private armed force in Danzo's hands, placed under a seal and obeying only his orders. The so-called Anbu training was merely an empty promise. Hiruzen did not dare use the ninja trained there. Minato trusted it even less, he even felt that this department was unnecessary. The existence of Root was practically a slap in the face to the will of fire. He intended to abolish it, but Danzo was not afraid at all. His old classmate would protect him. Hiruzen and Danzo were inseparable friends, able to tolerate even something so outrageous. No one knew how many times the door to the Hokage's office had been broken over the issue of Root's existence. Now, with the fourth Hokage taking office, Konohagakure will establish a new Anbu to replace the former Hokage's directly controlled forces. This is a normal transfer of power. The next day, led by Kumomi, Makoto, and the other 2 arrived at a training room inside the Anbu base. This was a different kind of ninja experience. Having just arrived, the 3 of them found everything new. Unfortunately, there seemed to be few people in the base. Even when they did encounter ninja, they wore masks, a nod to one another counted as a greeting, and there was little communication. This was already considered good. When Kumomi had still been an Anbu ninja, he had gone to Danzo's deeply hidden underground route. According to him, the atmosphere there was extremely oppressive and uncomfortable, just like the man himself, gloomy and dark. As his disciples, and now subordinates within the Anbu, after the fourth Hokage and his wife had left last night, Kumomi had briefly introduced the 3 of them to some basic information about the village's Anbu. Inside the training room, 3 people were already waiting. They were somewhat older than Makoto and the others, about the same age as Kakashi. With one glance, Makoto recognized all 3, Shiranui Gunma, Namiashi Rado, and Tatami Iwashi. However, he had only spoken with Gunma and learned that he did not have a younger sister. As for the other 2, they had all seen each other on the eastern and northern front battlefields, but were not familiar. At the same time, these 3 were also members of the 4th Hokage's Guard unit in the original timeline, of the Flying Thunder God Guard platoon. Only now, with the addition of the Makoto squad, they made 6 in total, matching the scale of the 2nd Hokage Guard unit. The selection of personnel was quite interesting. Every one of them came from commoners, or small clans that were basically no different from commoners. Not a single member of any major ninja clan. Looks like Minato had a very clear understanding of where his base really was. Makoto greeted him, "Yo, Gunma. Long time no see." Gunma, a senbon clenched in his mouth and wearing a lazy look, replied, "What is it, so it's you guys?" "Yeah, it really has been a while. Why are you the only one here? Did your squad with Guy and Ibisu get disbanded?" "More or less. The war's over now. Guy wants to pour his time into training his taijutsu, and that Ibisu guy figured his fundamentals weren't solid enough, so he went back home to make up for it." At that moment, Kumomi cut their conversation short. "That's enough small talk. From now on, this room will serve as your activity room in the Anbu. Now, do you see the lockers on the left? Go to the compartment with your name on it, take out your gear, put it on, and then regroup." The 6 of them did as instructed. They took the uniforms and equipment that had already been prepared and changed in the locker room. The uniform was standard Anbu issue. Even the weapons were the same, well-made short ninja blades with nothing distinctive about them. Only the masks were different, each pattern unique. In fact, after Makoto and the other 2 were promoted to Chunin, they could have worn the green flak vest. But there was no strict requirement for clothing in the village, and besides, the green vest rarely came in small sizes, so they had always kept wearing their own clothes. But the Anbu were much stricter, everything had to be done according to regulations. After changing into their gear, the 6 regrouped again, each wearing a strange mask. Kumomi continued, "Good. Now, take off your masks and move on to the next item. You have 5 minutes to choose a code name for yourselves." Hayate asked, "Sensei, is there anything particular about code names?" "My Anbu code name is Grey Falcon. From now on, in the Anbu, you're to call me Captain Grey Falcon." After correcting his son's mistake, Kumomi answered his question. "There's nothing special about it. As long as it doesn't expose your identity, you can use whatever you want. Usually, it's based on an animal." So the 2 squads began discussing among themselves. On Makoto's side, Yuga wanted to pick a code name that sounded nice and imposing, but there were too many choices, and she fell into decision paralysis. What should I pick?" Hayate decided to follow his father's lead. "How about we pick a kind of bird too?" "Good idea. I like owls, then I'll choose that. Owl is a broad category, too general, isn't it? And we're in the same squad, so wouldn't it be better to be more unified? If you're Owl, then what am I supposed to be, Owl number 2? And isn't that code name too long? I'm not being Owl number 3. Makoto immediately objected. After a brief thought, he had an idea. Owls are a whole group. Why not just pick a specific species instead? The girl's eyes lit up. Yeah. Then I'll be Snowy Owl, because it's really pretty. Hayate also had an idea. I'll be Eagle Owl. That's fierce enough. In truth, Makoto also liked the Snowy Owl. Who wouldn't love a beautiful, round-faced, chubby little Scottish bird? But he had been a bit slow to speak and felt awkward about snatching it. I'll go with Wood Owl, then, agile in flight, a silent and lethal killer. When the 5 minutes were up, the 6 of them each reported their chosen code name. The 3 on Makoto's side chose species of owls, while Gunma's group went with several large felines. A perfectly good Hokage Guard unit had instantly turned into a wildlife show. Not bad. They all have character, Kumomi said. From now on, when carrying out missions outside, you are to forget your real names and address each other by your code names. At the same time, memorize the patterns on your teammates' masks. Understood? Understood. Time 6. An Anbu ninja, as the name suggests, is a ninja who operates from the shadows. Codenames and masks exist to conceal your identities to the greatest extent possible. Because as Anbu ninja, there will be times when we must carry out highly confidential missions. Others cannot be allowed to know who we are. If a mission fails, we may even need to use special means to dispose of our own bodies, leaving not a single trace behind. However, the 6 of you are somewhat special. As members of the Hokage Guard unit, in certain necessary situations, you are permitted to remove your masks and show your true faces. Gunma raised his hand. Captain Grey Falcon, what kind of situations are you referring to? Kumomi revealed a faintly malicious smile. Want to know? The materials have already been prepared for you, they're in the room next door. There you'll find the detailed work arrangements of the Hokage Guard unit, as well as the Anbu exclusive hand signals, codes, and ciphers. You have 1 week to learn them. Speed memorization was a required skill for ninja, so Makoto felt the time was ample. 1 week? That's more than enough. You're thinking too simply. In this 1 week, you won't be learning just that. There's also various classified intelligence that Anbu ninja must master. On top of that, you'll need to set aside time to train your combat coordination with one another. Time 6. After speaking, Kumomi led the 6 into the adjacent room. Seeing the pile of scrolls and books inside, everyone felt a dull ache in their scalps. Gunma no longer had the mood to keep a senbon in his mouth. The weapon slipped from the corner of his lips and fell to the floor. So being an Anbu ninja was this troublesome? But since things had come to this, what else could they do? Work hard. Watching the 6 bury themselves in study, Kumomi smiled and left the room. He was extremely busy. Aside from guiding Makoto and the other 5 newcomers into the Anbu, he also had to form several mature squads. The 6 were forces the Hokage would rely on in the future. But right now, the 4th Hokage needed Anbu personnel who could be deployed immediately. Regarding that, Kumomi already had a plan and needed to complete it as soon as possible. But before that, he had to go speak with Kakashi. This one, too, had been pulled into the new Anbu by his teacher. But honestly, Kumomi did not think it was a good idea, especially for a young man who had suffered consecutive blows. Wear a mask for too long, and it makes one even less suited to the sunlight. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 119, Chapter 119, Mr. Dor has something to say. 1940 words. Generally speaking, a Koge is safest within his own village, provided that none of the people close to him happen to be lunatics. Among the 4th Hokage's close circle, there just so happens to be one. Fortunately, that beloved disciple cannot show himself in Konohagakure. According to the official records, he is dead. At this moment, he is roaming the shinobi world cosplaying his own long-haired clan elder. So for the time being, the 4th Hokage is safe. As for his shadow guard, the force protecting him from the shadows, they do not need to keep their nerves constantly on edge either. Yes. After a week of initial training, Makoto and the other 5 successfully took up their posts, shedding their status as ordinary mission shinobi and becoming proud members of the ANBU. In any case, the Hokage is unlikely to encounter danger within the village. And some things simply cannot be learned from written texts. Therefore, the best approach from here on out is to gain understanding gradually through practice. At present, the 6-person shadow guard remains divided into 2 groups. Makoto's squad handles the morning shift, while Gunma's squad handles the afternoon. As for the night, protection duties are handed over to the 3rd Hokage ANBU. This arrangement was unanimously approved by the entirety of Konoha F4. Although Minato may not need protection himself, one must not forget that his wife is Konohagakure's Ninetales Jinchuriki. In their youth, the elders of the 3rd Hokage generation witnessed firsthand what the rampaging Ninetales was like. Without someone keeping watch, they would not be able to sleep at night. The Ninetales, like Ucha Madara, left an indelible shadow upon their young hearts. That shadow was so immense that even the night surveillance involved more than just the ANBU, a squad from Root was also stationed there. As for whether that Root squad's mission was to protect the Jinchuriki, or, at a critical moment, to control or eliminate the Jinchuriki and extinguish the danger in advance, no one knows. Before anyone realized it, time slipped into late January. Makoto had also grown accustomed to life as a member of the Shadow Guard. How should it be put? It was extremely leisurely, a job where one could idle from clock in to clock out. But for Makoto, idling was impossible, never in this lifetime. When on duty, he would do his job properly, enjoyment was to be fully savored during leisure time. If there was nothing to do while on duty, he could train. Fire and lightning chakra nature transformation training, training in controlling the yin-yang ratio of chakra, these could all be done during working hours, conveniently passing the time. However, only he could manage such a thing. Height and Yugao, positioned at the other 2 vantage points, could not, because training would generate chakra fluctuations. If there were constant chakra fluctuations around the leader of a village, that would be a sign of danger. It would be like gunshots constantly sounding near a head of state. Who could endure that? Is your head sensitive enough to catch every movement? The reason Makoto could get away with it was that he could suppress those fluctuations. Apologies, when perception ability is that remarkable, one really can do whatever one wants. In fact, Makoto and the other two were inside the Hokuge's office. Ninjas who have never done this job would never know the layout inside this office. There are several concealed little compartments here. If an ordinary shinobi isn't paying attention, it's easy to overlook them. Besides the main door and the windows, there is also a hidden evacuation passage. Inside those compartments, the AMBU stationed here keep constant watch on the Hokuge's situation. The moment he gives a hand signal, or makes a subtle hint, they can immediately appear before him to receive orders. The Hokuge's work is, in fact, extremely boring. Most of the time, he is basically a human rubber stamp. After preliminary review, all kinds of administrative documents from Konoha's directly governed territory, as well as intelligence from across the shinobi world, are gathered here. How petty can these matters get? From big things like danger level analyses for various high-level missions and requests for personnel assignments, down to small things like handling a dispute after Konohagakure villagers illegally occupied the road and clashed with members of the military police force, everything is included, covering every angle. After giving them a quick look, the Hokage only needs to complete the final process, stamping and signing to confirm. When there are too many documents, he does not even need to read them, he can sign with his eyes closed, like a pen that automatically writes his name. From the moment Minato started work in the morning, Noro Shikaku, acting as the Hokuge's assistant, came in holding a pile of documents for him to approve. And the Yellow Flash, who slaughtered his way across battlefields, sat there like a statue, rapidly skimming each one to make sure he did not miss any detail. This tedious work completely made Makoto lose interest in the Hokuge's seat, or rather, what kind of leader does things like this? Isn't this just being a pure workhorse? If everything has to go through the Hokuge, then what is the point of keeping so many clerical-type shinobi under him? To slaughter and eat during the new year? He had reason to believe the third Hokuge had gotten sick of this, which was why he chose to run away. In any case, he stepped down but did not truly leave, the village was still operating according to their ideals, and he no longer had to face piles and piles of documents every day, living in leisure. There was not much official business today. Minato finished it in more than half the morning. With the remaining time, he stared blankly at a piece of ninjutsu material, seeming to be thinking about something of his own. As noon approached, the sound of 3 people's footsteps rang out from outside. Then 2 of them stopped outside the office door, while the remaining one did not even greet anyone and directly pushed the door open and walked in. Makoto had long since noticed that it was Danzo. Only he, relying on his seniority as a Hokuge advisor, could be so rude, showing little respect even to the newly appointed Hokuge. He could not even be bothered to maintain superficial courtesy. He was not even as restrained as Mitakado Homura and Utatane Koharu, at least in public settings, those two could still keep up basic etiquette. However, he was still a Hokuge advisor and had the right to enter directly. The Shadow Guard had no authority to stop him. At this moment, apart from having one blind eye, Danzo's hands were still intact. He was not leaning on a cane, and his bearing was far sharper than it would be more than a decade later. The moment he entered, he demanded, "Fourth, why has part of Root's funding approval been cut this year? You did not even discuss it with this old man." Since the other party was rude, Minato naturally would not be overly respectful either. "Advisor Danzo, I believe that with Root's current scale, it does not require such a large funding allocation. Is there a problem? You have only just taken office. What do you know? Part of those funds are for the Konoha orphanage. I am naturally aware. However, for that portion of funds, it would be better if they were directly allocated from my side. There is no need for them to pass through Root. HMPH. It has been done this way for many years. This was permitted when the third was in office. There is no need for you to change it." No matter how good-tempered Minato was, hearing this still made him somewhat angry. "Advisor Danzo, right now, I am the Hokuge." "Minato, you will." Danzo stopped halfway through his sentence, because he realized that the one sitting opposite him was no longer that monkey. The classic line no longer carried the same flavor, which left him quite displeased. Danzo was too lazy to continue arguing with the new Hokuge. He turned and left the Hokuge's office, deciding to find his old classmate to settle the matter. Only a Hokuge can deal with a Hokuge. As he went out, he slammed the door hard as usual. In the end, it was Mr. Door who silently bore all of the anger. Watching Danzo's departing back, Minato let out a long sigh and glanced in the direction of Makoto. That was the signal that a superior had something to discuss with you. In an instant, Makoto appeared before the desk. "Hokuge-sama, is there something you need me to do?" "Nothing in particular, Makoto." "Do you know about the department called Root?" "Yes." Our sensei explained it to us in detail before. Is that so? Kumomi Jonin is indeed a responsible sensei. In guiding students, he even does better than I do. So then, what is your view of the department called Root, and of Advisor Danzo as a person? I am sorry, Minato-senpai. That is not something I am in a position to discuss. It's fine. Everyone here is one of our own. Speak freely, I want to hear your view. After all, Kumomi Jonin and your father have both told me that you seem to have your own perspective on Konohagakure. Makoto thought for a moment before saying, the establishment of any department must have had positive significance within the environment of its time. Although I do not know what situation Konohagakure was facing when Root was founded, it was likely no exception. However, judging from Konohagakure's current situation, Root, and the person in charge of it, are clearly somewhat out of step with the times. Its functions overlap too much with the ANBU. Most importantly what? Such a powerful force not being under the Hokage's control, this is not a good thing for Konohagakure. Not under my control. Not only that. Minato-senpai, if the third could control it, then Advisor Danzo would not have appeared here today. Minato's brows furrowed tightly. He had long been aware of this kind of issue. When he was not yet Hokage, he only felt it was inappropriate. Now that he had become Hokage, he found it was far more than inappropriate, it was downright nauseating. He tried asking, then, Makoto, do you have any good way to resolve it? Makoto answered bluntly, no. Is it that you have none, or that you do not wish to say? I truly have none. Why? Because? Makoto stared into Minato's clear blue eyes. Because the third Hokage is still here, and the other two advisors are still here as well. Minato-senpai, you are being somewhat too impatient. Is that so? Sensing the dangerous implication within Makoto's words, Minato immediately ended the topic and restored his usual bright smile. Ah ha ha ha, all right, let's stop here for today. It's time to get off work. I'll head back first. You all go eat as well. Don't return this afternoon yet, I have something to discuss with you. No problem, Hokage-sama. After hearing Makoto's reply, Minato's figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. It was not the body flicker technique, but genuine spatial movement. The Flying Thunder God technique is truly remarkable. Instantaneous movement, it can practically be considered a superpower tier ninjutsu. Leaving aside its combat capabilities, at the very least this ninjutsu ensures that our fourth does not have to spend time commuting to and from work. That way, he has more time to accompany his wife. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 120, Chapter 120, Minato's training results are not ideal. 2,132 words. Inside the ANBU base, after finishing their meal and with plenty of time before their shift began, Makoto, Hayate, and Yugo rested in the activity room reserved exclusively for the Hokage Guard platoon. The Gunma squad had taken over when they got off duty and was now stationed inside the Hokage's office, ensuring that someone was there at all times. Why not follow Minato? They would have liked to, but the problem was, who could keep up with someone who could use Flying Thunder God? Besides, because of the Jinchuriki situation, there were always ANBU guards posted near the 4th Hokage residence, so there was no need for them to escort him home. Yuga complained, why can't we get off work yet? I have a date this afternoon. Hayate's ears twitched. He sensed that something about this was not so simple. Makoto, however, wasn't worried about some sudden romantic rival appearing. He was just curious about the date. Who are you going out with? HMPH, why should I tell you? After enjoying a brief moment of smug satisfaction, she finally gave the answer. It's Miko and Anko. Kurenai might come too. Hayate was somewhat surprised. Since when did you get so close to them? What, am I not allowed to have a few close girlfriends? Of course you are. Whom? Makoto said solemnly, it's good to make more friends. But I'm afraid you'll have to cancel today, schedule it for another time. When you do, we can go with you. I kind of miss Rocky. The young girl looked at him expressionlessly. Do you really miss that dog? Of course. I swear. HMPH, I don't believe a word you say. I'm not taking you to a girls' gathering. Hayate spread his hands toward Makoto, no chance. Makoto put on a serious face. You go, I'm the captain. You have to obey orders. Yuga lowered her voice in retort, Higashino Makoto, you're going to regret this. Ha 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 ha. Times 3. After a moment of silence, the three burst into cheerful laughter, and the activity room was instantly filled with a lively atmosphere. Since becoming members of the Hokage Guard platoon, they had seen Danzo twice in the Hokage's office. None of them liked that gloomy old man. Every time he came, he would argue with the fourth Hokage. The first time, Danzo had unconsciously blurted out his classic line. Today was the second time he had finally realized what the problem was and forcefully stopped himself mid-sentence. Even now, whenever they thought of the pained expression he had worn while holding it in, they felt happy and could not help but mentally finish the line he had failed to say. In the afternoon, after arriving at the Hokage's office, Minato handled the few documents that required attention, then brought his Hokage Guard platoon to a secluded training ground within Konohagakure. This place could also be considered exclusive to the Hokage. What is the most important thing about being Hokage? Affinity? Political acumen? Administrative competence? No, those are only the basics. The most important thing is strength. Without powerful strength, how can you convince the masses? In the end, shinobi judge heroes by combat ability. As one of the 5 great shinobi villages Koge, if you cannot defeat anyone, who would submit to you? Konohagakure is not the pacifist Yugakure that decided to forget war. Therefore, as a Koge, aside from work, one naturally cannot neglect the training of one's own strength. The difference is that Sarutobi Hiruzen has already entered old age. Frequent training is merely to keep his strength from declining too quickly, so that he does not become useless like his 2 old friends. And Minato is only 24, in the prime of youth. His strength still has vast room for growth. Naturally, just because he has taken the seat of Hokage, he would not begin to slack off and neglect the improvement of his own strength. That would be putting the cart before the horse. Generally, after handling affairs in the morning, he would spend the afternoon training. The Gunma squad would stand guard around the perimeter. No one knew why today he had brought the Makoto squad along. Around the training ground, Makoto and the other 2, working overtime, had no complaints. Together with Gunma's squad, they were positioned around the area, carrying out their duties. In the training ground, Minato raised a hand and condensed a sphere in his palm. He maintained it, brows tightly furrowed, seemingly exerting effort at something. After a while, the sphere in his palm finally failed to hold and dissipated completely. The next few attempts were the same. After pondering again to no avail, he beckoned toward a certain direction. Makoto's body flicker technique was very fast. Like a flash, he appeared before him. Minato-senpai, what is it? In informal settings, he generally addressed him this way. That was Minato's request. Minato asked with slight embarrassment, Makoto, I know you have delved deeply into the nature transformation training of wind release chakra. Would it be convenient for you to demonstrate it for me? As Hokage, having to consult a subordinate about chakra training made him feel extremely lame at this moment. No problem. Makoto agreed readily. Regarding the training of wind release nature transformation, I mainly focus on 2 aspects, lightness and flow, and sharpness. As he spoke, Makoto jumped a few times in place, his body light as a falling leaf. As for lightness and flow, my initial goal was mainly to increase my own speed and to solve the problem that we shinobi cannot change direction flexibly in midair. But as my training deepened, I discovered that this nature has great potential to be further developed. For example, just now, that was the wind release, light air technique that I developed. Then Makoto floated half a meter above the ground. This is the further advanced wind release, levitation technique. It not only solves the problem of changing direction, but even allows us to fly with our physical bodies. Minato's eyes lit up as he marveled, is this the flying ability you displayed when dealing with Roshi of Iwagakure? It truly is remarkable, using wind release to achieve a flight effect like that of the Tsukikage. Yes, Minato-senpai. But this technique also has a problem, that is, it can only sustain flight briefly, because it consumes too much chakra. It cannot float in the air for long periods like the Tsukikage. Although my chakra reserves are quite large, I can only maintain it for less than 10 minutes. If it were someone else, they might not last even half a minute. So, at present, it is not very practical. Have you thought of a way to solve it? Yes. The feeling of the wind tells me that if this nature can be further deepened, it should reach the effect of merging into the wind, like the Tsukikage, making flight become instinctive without consuming too much chakra. Minato also primarily specialized in wind release. Upon hearing this, he nodded, then suddenly thought of something. That would be the 3rd stage, right? What should it be called? It should have a cool name. Wait, let me think for a moment. Makoto immediately interrupted his train of thought. Wind release, dancing sky technique. I've already thought of the name. Minato looked somewhat regretful. Is that so? It's quite good, concise and clear. Yes, how could it not be concise? If I let you think of it, I'm afraid it would look like padding the word count. There's another issue, Minato-senpai. I've discovered that I'm somewhat different from ordinary people in chakra nature training. For most people, it would probably be very difficult to reach my level. That's not conducive to promoting this series of ninjutsu. Minato smiled. That's only natural. Everything depends on talent. And you, Makoto, are undoubtedly above others in ninjutsu. If it were so easy to achieve, Iwagakure wouldn't have only one Tsukikage capable of flight. Is that so? That's a bit of a pity. I was thinking that maybe one day everyone could fly. There's no need to force such things. The fact that you're willing to contribute the ninjutsu you've developed already makes me very happy. The third Sama and the others feel the same. This is precisely the embodiment of the will of fire. Additionally, according to intelligence records, you seem to use a special ninjutsu that can paralyze a person's entire body. I assume that's an application of the sharp nature of wind release chakra. This was his true purpose in seeking out Makoto today. At present, he was painstakingly working on this very nature, attempting to incorporate it into the Rasengan, but he had yet to succeed. It's the wind release, wind finger spear that I developed. Makoto already knew of the fourth Hokage's insistence on naming things, so he reported the name first to save him the trouble of thinking. A tiny chakra sphere formed at the tip of Makoto's right index finger, resembling a miniature Rasengan. As Makoto infused wind release chakra into it, the small sphere seemed to grow rotating wings at its tail, gradually transforming into the shape of a miniature shuttlecock. Minato's eyes shone. Yes, that's it. The sharp nature of wind release integrated into the chakra sphere, achieving a fused effect. I just wonder how destructive it is. The destructive power is quite remarkable. With a thought, Makoto fired the wind finger spear into a large tree beside them. After the wind finger spear bullet drilled into the large tree, it burst briefly, then that was it. Minato walked closer to take a look. A small hole had been punched through the trunk. The penetration and destructive power shouldn't be this low. No, Minato-senpai. This tree is already dead, it just hasn't shown it yet. The sharp nature of wind release chakra has already destroyed the plant cells in this section. The branches and leaves above will no longer receive nutrients from the roots. Its death is already sealed. Is that so? Right, that makes sense. If it struck a human body, it would sever the connection between the cells and the chakra pathways. And because wind overcomes lightning, even the nerve signals would be disrupted along with it, that's why it causes total paralysis. What a terrifying ninjutsu. As he spoke, Minato formed a Rasengan in his hand and, drawing on the inspiration he had just gained, began trying again. But when he added wind release chakra, the Rasengan began to grow unstable, showing signs of collapsing at any moment. Makoto glanced at it and shamelessly said, "This looks a bit like the preliminary chakra sphere of my wind finger spear, just enlarged many times over." Exactly. So, Makoto, you should be able to use this technique as well, right? By the way, I call it wind release, light will ice pop launching world Jiraiya twin style sphere. You're lying. This is clearly just the Rasengan. If you have the guts, try using that name in front of your wife. If you don't get beaten, I'll take your surname. Makoto silently complained in his heart, then extended his right hand and easily condensed an identical sphere. Like this, Minato-senpai. Minato dispelled the unstable Rasengan in his hand and said excitedly, "Yes, that's it. Use the idea behind your wind finger spear and try adding wind release." After hearing this, Makoto gradually infused wind release chakra into it. As a large amount of sharp nature wind release chakra was added, the Rasengan began to expand and also began to destabilize. Fortunately, Makoto-ji exerted himself to control it. In the end, the ninjutsu seemed to reach equilibrium. Then four wings slowly grew from around it, rotating together with the Rasengan, transforming the whole into a large, rapidly spinning shuriken-like form. The moment the ninjutsu was completed, it emitted a piercing sound. The extremely high frequency seemed capable of tearing eardrums. Not only the two of them in the field, but even Yugao and the others around the perimeter felt discomfort and turned to look, only to see a rapidly rotating chakra sphere condensed in Makoto's hand. They did not know what ninjutsu it was, but instinct told them, dangerous, extremely dangerous. If struck, death was certain. Minato was stunned. This was the complete form of the Rasengan as he had envisioned it. Yet after so much effort, he had never succeeded. And Makoto had accomplished it in a single attempt. While he was abnormally excited, he could not help but feel somewhat dejected, as though his heart had suffered a crushing blow. I always thought I was a genius. Others said so too. I was foolish, truly foolish. So this is what a genius really is. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 121, Chapter 121, I teach mine, you teach yours. 1521 words. The Rasen Shuriken spun at high speed, emitting a shrill, high-frequency sound. The four protruding, straight blades formed from wind attribute chakra, under extreme rotation, deformed into curved, sickle-like shapes, making the entire ninjutsu look even more dangerous. Minato endured the faint sting in his eardrums and observed carefully, watching the entire formation process of the ninjutsu without missing a single detail. Although he gained something from it, not having created it with his own hands meant he could never truly grasp it firsthand. But soon, Makoto halted the supply and control of chakra, and the ninjutsu in his palm rapidly dissipated. Minato asked, Makoto, is the chakra consumption too great? It isn't. This ninjutsu only consumes a large amount of chakra at the beginning. After that, it only requires a small input to maintain it. However, Minato-senpai, I've discovered two problems. As Makoto spoke, he extended his arm and rolled up his sleeve. His originally fair palm and half his forearm were slightly reddened, with faint red specks on the surface, as though pricked by needles. After examining the arm, Minato voiced his doubt, this is an injury caused by wind attribute chakra. While treating himself, Makoto replied, yes. This ninjutsu also harms the caster. The mere leakage of its sharp chakra is already dangerous. If it strikes an enemy, I'll be injured as well. It's a case of killing 1,000 enemies while losing 500 of your own. There was another layer to his words, if it failed to hit, it would be like unleashing a finishing move only to dig one's own grave. With Minato's combat intelligence, he naturally understood that consequence. Makoto's physique, even if not equal to that of the Uzumaki clan, was not far off. If it were an ordinary body, the injury would only be more severe, at worst, the entire forearm might be crippled. Of course, this was only the result shown to Minato as a demonstration. The issues with the Rasen Shuriken had long since been resolved by him, he had already achieved full control. Minato thought for a moment and said, it seems that if one doesn't want to be injured, the only method is to throw it at the moment it forms and use it to kill the enemy immediately. That brings me to the second problem. Chakra of such high density isn't light. If one lacks sufficient physical strength, it can't be thrown very far. Its flight speed also isn't fast enough. The enemy would have ample time to dodge. Is that so? It seems there are quite a few problems to solve. Minato pondered briefly but found no clue. I'll have to learn it myself first before I can better study the difficulties. Minato-senpai, which step are you stuck on? Wind nature's sharp, cutting property is too loose and scattered, hard to control, and it can't smoothly fuse with the Rasengan. At this point, why aren't you using that long string of weird names you came up with yourself? Did you also realize the name is too long for easy communication? Well then, congratulations. This step. As Makoto spoke, he picked up a small pebble from the ground. With chakra surging, he sliced it into powder. Can you do this? I'll try. Minato followed his example once. Although he couldn't grind the pebble into powder like Makoto did, he still cut it into fine grains, the stone instantly turned into flowing sand. To develop ninjutsu, he naturally trained wind nature transformation in his daily practice. With your cutting property trained to this level, it should be enough. How about you try again? I'll see if I can find where the problem is. All right. Minato didn't object. He had come to Makoto today precisely for ninjutsu exchange. A Rasengan rapidly formed in his palm, but as he added wind nature to it, the previously stable sphere expanded and quickly began to lose balance, sliding toward the brink of collapse. Minato's brows knit tightly. Fully focused, he looked like he was doing everything he could to control it, but in the end, the ninjutsu burst apart with a soft pop, and the dispersing wind flow kicked up a cloud of dust around the two of them. Having gone through the development process for this ninjutsu, Makoto naturally knew where the problem lay. He prompted, Minato-senpai, the high-speed chakra streams inside the Rasengan may each seem to be moving in inconsistent directions, but the ninjutsu as a whole still has a direction of rotation, like a tornado. You mean? If we want to go into a tornado, fighting the high-speed rotating airflow head-on won't end well. Only by going with the flow, protecting ourselves as much as possible first, can we have a chance of reaching the eye at the center. Go with the flow? I understand. It means not clinging to the chaos inside the Rasengan, feel the overall rotational pattern of the ninjutsu, and follow that pattern. Minato wasn't foolish. He understood immediately and began testing at once. This time, he didn't inject the wind nature property right away. Instead, he first felt out the overall rotational pattern within the chaos of the Rasengan. After finding a bit of the trick to it, he began adding it little by little. The Rasengan, about the size of a toy rubber ball, began to expand, and wind-released tendrils around it started to extend bit by bit. Relax, relax. After you add wind nature, the general direction and speed inside will change. Don't resist it, feel the new pattern, and just follow the change. I know. The Rasen Shuriken took shape rapidly, but at the final moment, it still burst apart. But this time, Minato wasn't dejected. On the contrary, he let out a delighted laugh. He had already found the pattern, and success was right in front of him. The development process for ninjutsu was just that complex and troublesome, mentally taxing and physically demanding. As for Naruto in the original timeline managing to succeed, that was purely a case of brute force creating miracles, stacking up an exaggerated number of attempts to raise the success rate, using bodily instinct to memorize even the slightest trace of successful experience, and ultimately grinding the ninjutsu out through sheer effort. That was the only learning method suited to him. For ordinary people who wanted to learn it, the tuition fee would be their own lives. After another round of testing, Minato let out a long breath in relief. He was getting closer and closer to success. He had none of the Hokuge. He simply dropped down and sat on the ground, sensed the chakra he had left, and planned to rest for a while. He beckoned his shadow guard members over and asked them, "Do you know what my strongest ninjutsu is?" Gunma blurted out, "The yellow flash." Makoto and the other four rolled their eyes at him. That was a title in the shinobi world, the result caused by a ninjutsu, not a ninjutsu itself. Minato laughed. "Ah, actually it's Flying Thunder God technique. It was developed by the second Hokuge-sama, and it's an S-rank ninjutsu in terms of learning difficulty." Yugo said excitedly, "An S-rank ninjutsu? That's amazing." Gunma seemed to have guessed something and couldn't hold back. "Hokuge-sama, why bring this up all of a sudden? Don't tell me you intend to." "That's right. I plan to teach it to you. However, this ninjutsu's difficulty and requirements are extremely high. Up to now, in all of Konohagakure, I'm the only one who has mastered it. I don't know whether you'll succeed." Height was also delighted. The fourth was indeed a generous and kind senior. "Don't worry, Hokuge-sama. We'll study hard." Minato had always felt that it wasn't beneficial to Konohagakure's strength for such a powerful ninjutsu to be known only by himself. Yet before he had even begun teaching it, 2 of his disciples were already gone. The one remaining, Kakashi, possessed excellent ninjutsu talent, but unfortunately his learning progress with this technique was not ideal. His aptitude seemed more suited to the 5 nature transformations. Theoretically speaking, if he did not follow in his father's footsteps, he would actually have been more suited to becoming the 3rd disciple. Makoto had long anticipated this. He merely smiled, while also feeling that Minato was thinking a bit too optimistically. In truth, whether others could learn it was another matter. Even if they did, without Minato's terrifying neural reaction speed, to be honest, it wasn't truly suitable for combat. At most, it would just add a god-tier blink skill for escaping. People cannot be judged by the same standard. Take games for example, some summoners can flash to avoid damage and then dive in to clean up the fight, but the vast majority only flash to relocate their own graves, dying a little farther away from their teammates. Fortunately, Makoto's body had been nourished by natural energy, and his reaction speed was also exceptionally outstanding. This godly technique, Flying Thunder God, could be integrated into his own combat system. The premise, of course, was that he could learn it. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 122, Chapter 122, Makoto, do you want a summon beast? 1798 words. Looking at the 6 juniors, their faces full of anticipation, the young 4th asked, "Do you know the summoning technique?" "We do." Time 6. After all, they were all Chunin. Even the youngest, Uzuki Yugo, had a solid grasp of the fundamentals. She wasn't the kind of academic underachiever who could only score 0 on written exams. Very good. Still, I'll give you a brief explanation. The summoning technique is mainly divided into two types, the blood contract summoning that calls forth living beings, and the non-blood contract summoning that calls forth inanimate objects. Blood contract summoning is primarily used for a ninja's combat partners, summoned ninja beasts. You must use your own blood to form a summoning contract, and in battle, you also use a bit of your blood as a medium to call the ninja beast forth. Summoning objects is much simpler. As long as the summoning formula is set on the item in advance, you only need to form hand seals to summon it over. For example, like this. To make sure they remembered, Minato slowly formed several seals and summoned a medium-sized scroll. Gunma bit down on his senbon and, like a well-behaved student, raised his hand to ask, I know this much, but, Hokuji-sama, what does the summoning technique have to do with Flying Thunder God? Of course it does. Minato smiled as he took out a specially made three-pronged kunai and casually threw it, striking a large tree not far away. Afterward, he formed seals again and summoned the kunai back to his hand. You see, right now I'm summoning the kunai, which has a summoning formula engraved on it, back to myself. But what if the situation were reversed? If I used the kunai to summon myself, wouldn't I be able to break through the limitations of space and appear where the kunai is located? That is the principle of the Flying Thunder God technique, communicating with a prearranged marker, activating the formula on it, and summoning oneself there. You can think of it as another form of reverse summoning. After briefly explaining the principle of the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato took out another specially made kunai and threw it into the distance. Then Flying Thunder God activated, and his figure flickered several times between the two kunai. This was not the body flicker technique, it was true instantaneous movement. The human body broke through the limitations of space and suddenly appeared in another place. Whether they had witnessed the force battles on the battlefield or only heard others speak of them, seeing it with their own eyes still felt incomparably miraculous. Even Makoto was no exception. After all, in any kind of transcendent world, instantaneous movement and spatial abilities belong to the highest tier in terms of sheer style. It was simply cool beyond compare. And now, this opportunity to learn it was placed right before him. That was also one of the reasons he was willing to join the Shadow Guard. There were some ninjutsu you would never obtain unless you became part of the Hokuji line. Maybe once his strength reached a certain level, he could demand them outright and the village wouldn't refuse, but who knew how long that would take? How could that be faster than simply joining them right now? Namiyashi Rado didn't quite understand, but he also felt like he got it. Is it really that simple? Reverse summoning? Hokuji-sama, does that mean you just form the summoning technique seals in reverse? Minato realized he had run into a clever little rascal, almost a match for his own teacher, so he had to warn him, Rado, you absolutely must not do that. It's extremely dangerous. If you use reverse summoning rashly, no one knows where you'll be sent, but chances are you'll be dead for sure. Back then, Jiraiya had charged him like that too. He was just lucky, or rather, it was fate, that he ended up sending himself straight to Mount Mayaboku, and from then on he boarded the Toad clan ship. Tatami Iwashi piled on, teasing his teammate, if it were that simple, there wouldn't be so few people who can use Flying Thunder God. Minato nodded. Right. Flying Thunder God is only similar to reverse summoning, but the principle isn't the same, and the difficulty is many times higher. After all, this is an S-rank ninjutsu in terms of learning difficulty. Besides the complexity of the formula itself, you also have to learn fuinjutsu, sensory ninjutsu, and spatial coordination ability. In short, for you, this will be a long-term learning process, and it may not produce results. You need to be mentally prepared. At this moment, Gunma was boiling with enthusiasm, wishing he could start right away. Hokuji-sama, we're confident. Can we start learning now? Of course. I prepared long ago. Minato opened the medium-sized scroll he had summoned earlier and handed it to Makoto. First, you need to start with the most basic fuinjutsu. I don't know how well you've mastered it, but Makoto is definitely the one among you with the best foundation in fuinjutsu. Now you can begin. If you run into questions you don't understand, ask Makoto. If he can't solve it, then come ask me. Makoto, leave it to me, Minato-senpai. With Makoto, the class ace, around, he didn't need to personally teach a lot of the early material. That saved quite a bit of time, which was perfect for practicing the raising and shuriken he had already gotten started on. Minato's talent for ninjutsu was actually very high. In just a few days, as time had just entered February, he successfully performed the Rasen Shuriken. On the training ground, Makoto looked at the already formed ninjutsu and said, as expected of Minato-senpai, "You succeeded so quickly. Makoto, I still have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have needed several more years to perfect this ninjutsu. So, Minato-senpai, how do you feel about this ninjutsu now?" Minato slowly dispelled the ninjutsu. "Just like you said, it indeed has two fatal problems. Have you thought of solutions? As for the damage the ninjutsu causes to the user, I think that as long as control is further strengthened, constraining the ninjutsu so that it operates in perfect self-consistency and preventing wind attribute chakra from leaking, this issue can be avoided. At the same time, only by reaching that step can it be thrown. Otherwise, in its current unstable initial form, it would dissipate the moment it leaves the hand and would have no tactical value. As for how to make the thrown ninjutsu travel both far and fast, I also have an idea, but that will require some special verification on my part." "That's great." At this moment, Minato suddenly asked, "Makoto, do you have your own summoned beast?" "No, Minato-senpai." "Why do you ask?" "Because this concerns the subsequent use of the ninjutsu. If you don't have a summoned beast, then for you, this ninjutsu may have no practical combat value. So, Makoto, would you be interested in signing a summoning contract with the Mount Myaboku clan and becoming Konohagakyo's third contractor, after me and Jiraiya-sensei?" Makoto knowingly asked, "You mean the toads that Jiraiya-sama summons?" "Yes. They come from the Mount Myaboku Toad clan. Like Jiraiya-sensei, I am a summoning contractor of Mount Myaboku, and Mount Myaboku is one of the three great summoning sage regions of the ninja world." Minato did not mention sage mode. It wasn't that he was stingy, rather, if Makoto was not a contractor and had not received permission from Mount Myaboku, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to speak of such matters to an outsider. Senjutsu was the secret transmission of the three great sage regions. It did not belong to Konohagakure, nor even to the ninja as a whole, and he had no authority to handle it privately. Unlike the Flying Thunder God technique, which was a secret transmission of Konohagakure. As the current Hokage, he had the authority to pass it on to whomever he wished. Makoto thought for a moment and said, "I'll pass for now. I'll try to solve it myself first. I just need to continue developing it along the lines of the Wind Finger gun." The three great summoning sage regions of the ninja world still carried tremendous prestige among ninja. As long as one knew of their existence, there was no ninja in this world who wouldn't want to sign a contract with them. Because they could rapidly enhance a ninja's immediate combat power. Yet unexpectedly, Makoto refused. For some reason, although Minato was surprised, he also faintly felt a sense of just as expected. At that moment, he recalled the strange aura that had emanated from Makoto when he confronted the Raikage on the northern front. He had been to Mount Myaboku and had met the great sage. What puzzled him was that, back then, from Makoto he had felt an aura similar to the great sage's, yet completely different at the same time. It was a feeling, not perception, a kind of vague sixth sense. He had not told his teacher, Jiraiya, about this feeling, nor had he gone to Mount Myaboku to inquire. Unlike Jiraiya, although Minato was sunny, he was not naive. His stance had always been on humanity's side. Precisely because of that, he had little fondness for the giant snakes of Ryuchi Cave that devoured people at the slightest provocation. It wasn't that he suspected anything about Mount Myaboku. Rather, he clearly distinguished the boundary between the summoning sage regions and the ninja world. If his feeling was correct, then Makoto possessed limitless possibilities. Therefore, he felt it necessary to protect him, for the sake of that 1 in 10,000 possibility. That was Namake's Minato. Seeing that Makoto had no interest in signing with Mount Myaboku, Minato immediately changed the subject and suddenly became animated. "Makoto, judging from my assessment of this technique, its learning difficulty is definitely S rank or above. We've developed a top-tier wind release ninjutsu. And then? And then? Of course we give it a cool name. I've already thought of one, wind release, spiraling gale sword arrow super wheel dance roar, type 1. What do you think?" "Not great at all." Makoto tried asking, "How about you go back and consult Kushina-senpai's opinion first?" "That works." Minato felt conflicted. Wasn't that name cool enough? He absolutely loved it. But thinking of his wife's temper, he decided it was better to ask at home first. Seeing the teasing smile on Makoto's face, the fourth Hokage immediately felt displeased. "How is your Flying Thunder God progressing?" Makoto glanced at the 5 people not far away, grinding away at the scroll with all their might. "Well, it's still a long way off. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, Jinchuriki Daily Life. 1727 words. As people gradually grow old, they become less and less fond of change. They always hope everything will continue along the paths they are familiar with. Stability is what gives them a sense of security. In contrast, most young people long for change, because only through change can they feel the meaning of their own existence. Only through change do they have the opportunity to realize their ideas and gain the sense of achievement that comes from reshaping the world. This is human nature. For those in positions of power, it is especially important. Early in the morning, Minato stood atop the Hokage building, somewhat lost in thought as he gazed at the familiar Konohagakure. The quiet, restrained figure before the village was utterly different from the yellow flash who had slaughtered enemies across the battlefield. The war had already ended several months ago. Iwagakure signed the peace agreement at the end of last year, but Kumogakure still refused to admit defeat, stubbornly holding out and unwilling to negotiate. As for Kirigakure, they were still happily playing with Tsunegakure. However, according to intelligence reports, the intensity of the fighting had already decreased significantly, and the upper echelons of both sides seemed to have begun secret contact. Only, Kirigakure had no communication whatsoever with Konohagakure. And the people of Konoha did not expect that group of lunatics to follow the usual rules. Peace agreements might have a slight binding force over the for great shinobi villages on the continent, but for Kirigakure, they were truly no different from toilet paper. Konoha was still that same Konoha, gradually beginning to recover its former prosperity. Aside from a few familiar faces that would never be seen again, Minato felt that, compared to before, Konoha had basically not changed much. It seemed that, apart from having a newly appointed Hokage and one more stone-carved head added to the Hokage rock, even the number of newly emerging buildings was very small. Perhaps this was a good thing. Yet Minato always felt that the meaning of his own existence was somewhat vague. All the major policy directions were still operating according to the rules of the Third Era. Because of his respect for the previous Hokage, as well as their teacher-student relationship, he could not be overly forceful. He could only strive little by little for greater say in matters, starting from the details. Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, it was March. Inside the AMBU base, after the 3 members of Makoto's team finished their preparations, they left silently to carry out a brand new mission. The direction in which they were heading was not the Hokage building, but the Fourth's home. The entire month of February had felt like an internship period for new AMBU recruits. They only needed to work half a day, and could arrange the other half freely. But now, that kind of benefit was gone. They had been promoted to office workers who left early and returned late. At present, Gonma's team was responsible for guarding Minato, while Makoto's team was tasked with protecting Kushina. In addition, with another AMBU squad led by Kakashi, the 3 teams rotated with one another. The workload was not heavy, and each team had sufficient rest time. Minato had fought for this from Hiruzen's hands, because Kushina did not like those old AMBU. As for Danzo's people, she liked them even less. As a surviving remnant of the Uzumaki clan and the Ninetales Jinchuriki, this One-Isan sensory ability was naturally not weak. The faint, intermittent malice from those rude bastards made her feel disgusted. But Minato had no way around it. He could not command Danzo, the man always brushed him off with everything is for Konoha. What could he do? So, after considering his wife's feelings, he persuaded the 3rd and had his own Hokage guard take over the original ANBU's work. At the very least, Kushina liked these juniors a great deal. Outside Minato's residence, after Makoto's 3-man team arrived, they carried out a brief handoff with Kakashi's squad. Afterward, each of them slipped into the shadows, maintaining their attention on Kushina. Nearby, Makoto sensed that 2 other accompanying squads were also changing shifts in secret. The chakra on them carried a gloomy aura. No need to guess, those people were definitely root ninja. For the moment, everyone kept the peace, each carrying out their own mission. At the same time, they were also watching and guarding against one another. The root ninja did not trust this group of newly arrived brats, and Makoto's 3-man team did not like those root bastards either. Even though they were ninja of the same village, because of so-called differences in ideology, there was basically no damn comradely affection between them. If their missions conflicted, neither side would hold back when they started cutting each other down, they would all fight to kill. Inside the house, after Kushina finished breakfast and did the housework, she took out a stack of documents and began working. Partway through, she seemed to run into a difficulty. As she thought, she scratched her beautiful red hair into a chicken's nest. Aside from her identity as a Jinchuriki, Kushina, as a Fuinjutsu master of the Uzumaki clan, naturally had work in Konoha. She belonged to Konoha's sealing barrier team, only she did not need to clock in at the sealing department to work. The sealing team would send over the difficult problems they encountered and let her solve them at home. Working from home, with generous pay, living quite comfortably without needing a man to support her, properly a new era independent woman. After graduating, Kushina had also joined a normal squad and, under a Jonin's leadership, carried out quite a few missions. But at some point, perhaps from before the Third War or after Minato, through countless missions, had carved out the Yellow Flash's reputation, she never went out again. She stayed within Konohagakure, and took up a position in the sealing team. Besides her normal salary, solving Konoha's sealing barrier problems would also be converted into missions, ranging from B rank to S rank. This was her life as Konoha's Jinchuriki. Compared to the Jinchuriki of other shinobi villages, her situation was still considered not bad. Other than not being able to casually leave Konoha right now, she did not run into any problems in daily life. Because among Konoha's ordinary people, including mid- and low-level ninja, there were truly very few who knew her identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Unlike her poor son, who was regarded by everyone as the incarnation of a demon fox and met with the entire village's cold stares. At around 10 a.m., a big orange cat appeared in everyone's field of view. The other party's eyes were lively, clearly not those of an ordinary house pet. It was a ninja cat with intelligence. But no one stopped it. Before taking on this mission, Kakashi had introduced Kushina's social circle to the 6 members of the Hokage Guard. This was the Uchiha clan's messenger cat, the summoning partner of Uchiha Mikoto. It often came by. As everyone knew, the two had a good relationship, basically close best friends. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki just so happened to have a close Uchiha friend. One had to wonder whether Konoha ever had nightmares at night. Of 10 orange cats, 9 are fat, and the 10th is fat enough to collapse the bed. But because ninja cats train their chakra and exercise a great deal, there are generally no fat ones among them. Unfortunately, this one was an exception. Perhaps because Mikoto had retired from her ninja post and become a clan housewife, her summoning cat had followed suit and begun living a leisurely life. It had grown round like a ball, its belly nearly dragging on the ground. Like a grand old lord, it ignored the gazes watching it from around, swaggered into Minato's house, chatted with Kushina for a few sentences, obtained a packet of its beloved dried small fish, and left satisfied. If only that woman wouldn't use so much force every time she stroked it, that would have been even more perfect. Mikoto sensed that a root ninja had quietly followed behind the ninja cat, only returning to his post some time later. They were not targeting the ninja cat, they were confirming intelligence and recording it in the files. This was part of Root's routine duties. Every contact between the Jinchuriki and members of the Uchiha had to be documented. Mikoto and the others did not need to do that. Whoever Kushina chose to associate with was her own business. At around 11 o'clock, after finishing her work, Kushina began preparing lunch. But the ingredients she prepared today seemed to be a bit too much, more than enough for 2 people. The problem was, there was no intelligence indicating that the Force household would be receiving guests today. The answer was revealed very quickly. As soon as the noon break arrived, it was not long before Minato flashed into existence at the front door and knocked properly before entering. Although Kushina was accustomed to her husband's flashing in and out, in order to make this warm little home appear normal, she had strictly required Minato to use the front door when returning, otherwise, no food for him. Once all the dishes had been placed on the dining table, Kushina accurately waved towards several directions. That was where Makoto's 3-man team was positioned. Oh, as expected, the extra ingredients had been prepared for them. From the shadows, Heiichi made hand signs to ask, "Captain, what do we do?" Kakashi-senpai didn't say there would be something like this. What else could they do? Of course they would go eat. Makoto returned a hand signal. The 3 of them emerged from the shadows and entered Minato's house. As for the root ninja, let them gnaw on dry rations. The root ninja remained silent, cursing inwardly that these ANBU brats were unprofessional. Sure enough, Konoha's safety could only rely on them, only on Danzo-sama. Someone took out a small notebook and fiercely recorded the situation. Bastards, daring to get so close to the protected mission target. Tomorrow, Danzo-sama would hold you accountable. Just wait to be removed from your posts, brats. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 124, Chapter 124, The Big Belly and the Little Belly. 1,755 words. Makoto and Yugao's mothers were not frontline mission-type ninja, both worked within Konohagakure. In particular, Uzuki Sakura usually had more free time. Since the new year, after Minato and his wife had visited the three families, Kushina had frequently gone to see Sakura to learn cooking, occasionally inviting Higashino Megumi as well. The families currently maintained a good relationship, and Kushina had gained 2 more friends. Minato was pleased to see this. Because of her status as a Jinchuriki, his wife faced quite a few restrictions within the village. Having more friends was a good thing. Now, this Wani-san completely treated Makoto and the other 2 as her juniors. As soon as the 3 entered the house, she immediately called out, "Hey, why are you still wearing masks? Honestly, at such a young age, why join the ANBU? Come eat." Makoto showed no embarrassment at all. After taking off his mask, he said, "Minato-senpai, you've seen it too, this doesn't count as skipping work for us, right?" "Ha ha ha, of course not. The house hasn't been this lively in a long time." Yugo had no worries, but Hayate felt somewhat uneasy. The third, won't he have any objections? Holding a soup ladle, Kushina took full responsibility. "Don't worry. If that old man dares to have objections, I'll go to his house and burn off his beard, and set the house on fire too, HMPH. Yugo, so impressive, just like the legendary Tsunade-sama, so bold and fierce. She wanted to become that kind of strong woman in the future as well. Makoto, Wani-san, if you put it that way, what else can we do? Since things have come to this, let's eat first." However, after he took one bite of the fried fish, he cast a look of pity at Minato. "Fourth, you've worked hard." Minato felt somewhat embarrassed. As for his wife's cooking skills, how to put it? Hard to describe in a single sentence. It was better now. After years of learning, especially after frequently going to Sakura's place recently for further practice, she had improved greatly. At least the food she made was now edible. Back when they had first started living together, those days were truly something. That little son endured daily beatings from dark cuisine, and it had actually forced this elite jonin of Konoha to develop excellent cooking skills. Hayate and Yugao tasted it as well, but the 2 remained silent and ate obediently. At worst, they could drink more water afterward. There was too much salt in the dish. Seeing the atmosphere suddenly turn cold, Kushina was completely unaware. Why did everyone stop talking? Is the food I made not good? No one dared to answer. Makoto felt this was not good. He asked, "Kushina-senpai, do you want to hear the truth, or do you want to hear a lie? You still dare to tell a lie? What kind of lie? Color, aroma, and taste all perfect, first-rate craftsmanship. Such delicacies should be brought to the root ninja outside and served to Danzo-sama for him to share." Minato was holding back with difficulty, but he was the Hokage, his image was important. He could not laugh. "And the truth? The truth is, half of the lie is true. As for which half, you can guess." Kushina was thinking. Kushina reacted, anger rising. "I've decided, there will be no leftovers today. Makoto, this mission is yours. If you can't finish it, you're dead, Databane." "Makoto. So you actually have some self-awareness. If I'd known earlier, I wouldn't have joked around. What exactly have you been learning from Aunt Sakura Obasan, the cooking expert?" After the meal, taking advantage of the break, Minato immediately set out the tea set. Everyone needed some water to recover. After taking a sip of tea and greatly soothing his taste buds, he said, "Makoto, just as you predicted, after strengthening control over the new ninjutsu, the strain on the arm has been reduced considerably." "Is that so?" As expected of Minato-senpai, solving a problem so quickly. Their house had an open kitchen, so Kushina could naturally hear the conversation. She said happily, "Being able to complete its development is largely thanks to your help, Makoto. I'm glad I could help. By the way, have you decided on the name of the ninjutsu?" "I still think." Kushina immediately cut off her husband. "We'll call it Rasen Shuriken. It clearly looks like a shuriken, what's the point of giving it such a complicated name, Databane?" Minato let out an awkward laugh. The Rasengan had also been named by Kushina. When it came to naming things, the flashy faction was completely defeated by the simplicity faction. After thinking for a moment, Hayate agreed. "Rasen Shuriken? Very vivid and easy to remember, a good name." Yugao and Makoto felt the same. Kushina was brimming with pride. "See, Minato? The name I chose sounds better. Unlike you, picking such long names. Are you trying to make the enemy laugh themselves to death on the battlefield, Databane?" Minato retreated in helpless defeat. After the break, the group prepared to return to their posts, but Kushina came out of the study holding a stack of scrolls. "I say, you three should just stay," Minato explained. "Starting today, you'll study Fuinjutsu properly with Kushina. How much you learn will depend on your own effort. So, do your best, everyone. If there was something good to learn, why go back to work?" Since the immediate superior had agreed, of course they would listen to him. Seeing the three youngsters sit down obediently, Kushina immediately adopted the demeanor of a schoolteacher. "I know you've already learned the basics of sealing runes and have begun drawing them by hand with ink. But that's only the clumsy method. Do you know the advanced ways of arranging runes? How to use your own chakra to quickly form sealing patterns? How to condense chakra into tangible sealing formulas? Do you know the three major categories of Fuinjutsu? What is the difference between control seals, defensive barriers, and constructing special sealed spaces?" Makoto knew a little of this. Hayate and Yugao, however, were complete novices, utterly bewildered. Fuinjutsu felt like an intricate and vast discipline. The three of them were overwhelmed by the rank suppression of a master of Fuinjutsu. Very soon, the expectant mother sealing class began. Expectant mother indeed, Makoto and the other two had long noticed the obvious curve of Kushina's belly. This Wani-san was already nearly 3 months pregnant. After roughly 2 hours of explanation, Kushina assigned homework to the three of them and prepared to head out herself. Makoto and the other two fastened their masks and rose to follow her. "What are you doing?" "I'm just going out shopping, not leaving the village. Konohagakure is still very safe, you stay here and study hard." Yugao said, "But Kushina-senpai, our mission is to protect you." "No need. I'm a jonin of Konohagakure, my strength is considerable, Databane." Makoto said, "I'll just follow along. You all stay here." Kushina knew that Makoto's Fuinjutsu ability far surpassed that of the 5 members of the Shadow Guard, so she did not object. After she left, aside from Makoto, 3 root ninja also moved into position, concealing themselves in the shadows where ordinary people would not notice them. Inside the dango shop, Acha Mikoto was waiting. Today, she had invited Kushina out shopping. The message had been delivered that morning by that cat. The clan head's wife was also pregnant. However, her belly was much larger than Kushina's. Judging by her condition, she was already 5 or 6 months along. Not only that, while remaining hidden in the shadows, Makoto observed along the streets of Konohagakure that among those who had come out for a post-meal walk, the proportion of pregnant women was noticeably higher than before. It seemed that after last year's war had ended, the men who returned had worked quite hard. In the 51st year of Konoha, quite a number of new lives would be born. After every war, there would be a baby boom. It had almost become a custom. When Kushina arrived and saw that her friend had already ordered post-meal desserts, she immediately complained, "Hey, still eating sweets, Mikoto? My figure is already starting to go out of shape. What if I end up getting fat?" Mikoto comforted her, "Don't worry, Kushina. We're ninja, it's not that easy to gain weight. Just train a bit more. Look at me, after giving birth to Itachi, I didn't change, did I?" "Are you sure?" "Very sure. Hurry and eat. After that, we're going shopping. I heard the baby supply store just received a new batch of goods, and the quality is said to be good. We can buy some to keep on hand." Soon, after the 2 expectant mothers finished their desserts, they began their grand shopping excursion. Along the way, the big-bellied one and the small-bellied one quietly discussed private matters between women. Mainly, Mikoto was sharing her experience. She knew her friend's status, so she never asked about her pregnancy, especially not about matters such as the expected delivery date. She merely spoke about her own experiences, which served as indirect guidance. Mikoto had once been a ninja as well, so she naturally knew that ANBU personnel were certainly present around them. If she dared to inquire about anything she should not, she believed that very night her husband would be invited by the Konoha for tea. Hidden in the shadows, Makoto silently watched the 2 of them. These 2 Wani-san were extraordinary. In their wombs were Acha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. Good grief, if he were to step forward now and kill them both, would there be no saviors in the future? Would the Sage of 6 Paths appear on the spot to confront him? Just thinking about it was rather thrilling. However, in their wombs should be Sasuke and Naruto, correct? That should be correct. Since Makoto arrived in this shinobi world, up to now he had not altered things greatly. He had only changed some local situations on the battlefield. As for the overall direction of the shinobi world, he had neither changed it nor currently possessed the ability to do so. In theory, it should not affect their births. In the future, he could pat their heads and say, "Your Higashino Jisen here was already providing close protection before you were even born. If you dare show me disrespect, I'll break your legs." I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 125, Chapter 125, How many steps does it take to use the Flying Thunder God? 1929 words. The blazing sun burned like fire, summer was at its peak. Time flowed like running water. Before anyone realized it, it was already August of Konoha year 51. If Naruto's birth date had not changed, there were still 70 days until the Night of the Nine Tails in the original timeline. In late July, Uchiha Sasuke was born. Makoto did not pay deliberate attention to it, yet he still learned of it that very night, because the doctor responsible for the delivery was Higashino Megumi, his own mother. It was clan head Fugaku who had personally designated the doctor because he believed that since she had given birth to a son as versatile as Makoto, then as a mother, Megumi's medical skills must certainly be outstanding. Although that was indeed the case, it was also possible that he intended to use the opportunity to draw closer to the Higashino clan. The three-family minor alliance was highly valued by the fourth Hokage. The children of each family had even become members of the Hokage Guard platoon. Ninja clans with proper information channels naturally knew this very clearly. During dinner, Megumi also mentioned that clan head Fugaku had named his second son Sasuke in order to express respect for the third Hokage's late father, Sarutobi Sasuke. Such is the tradition of the shinobi world, using the name of someone else's ancestor is a sign of respect, not offense. In order to draw closer to the Hokage's lineage, clan head Fugaku had indeed gone to considerable lengths. Not long afterward, one day during a break, Makoto ran into Itachi on the street while he was out buying diapers. On the face of this prematurely mature, poker-faced child, he saw a genuinely happy smile for the first time. Itachi told him that he now had a younger brother. It was a very strange feeling. Looking at a biological younger brother who shared the same parents was like seeing another version of oneself being born. From that moment on, Itachi's younger brother complex awakened. Like the waters of the Naka River, once released, it became unstoppable. He swore that he would cherish and protect this younger brother well. What concerned Makoto was not Sasuke's birth or his name, but the sudden thought that on the night of Naruto's birth, besides the third Hokage's wife, Sarutobi Biwako, there had also been another female medical ninja taken away by Obito in a single wave. Could it have been Higashino Megumi? As for a ninja who appeared only once in the original timeline before dying, who would know what her name was? Makoto did not know either. However, after carefully analyzing the information he possessed, Makoto felt that the task of assisting with the delivery should not have fallen to Megumi. Because all along, she had never come into contact with the Jinchuriki. Ever since Kushina became pregnant, all examinations had been handled by designated personnel. The other staff at the hospital were completely unaware of the situation, including Megumi. The only thing she knew was that a few days after the new year, the hospital had been lively for an entire afternoon, because Tsunade, who had not shown herself for a long time, had returned. However, Tsunade disappeared again afterward and, up to now, had never reappeared at the Konoha hospital. In the afternoon, at the training ground, the fourth Hokage, now with some free time, decided to check on the ninjutsu learning progress of his Hokage Guard platoon. It had been half a year already, surely it couldn't be like the previous inspections, with no results at all. Hayate and the other four lined up in turn, each taking out a prepared kunai and throwing it forward. On their kunai, just like Minato's custom kunai, strips of talisman paper were wrapped around them, already engraved with the Flying Thunder God formula. The designs were up to personal choice, there was no unified standard. Right now, no one had Minato's ability to leave a formula with a casual press of the hand. They could not even use chakra to form sealing patterns. They could only honestly draw the formula in advance, using ink infused with their own chakra. After the kunai stuck into the ground not far ahead and came to a complete stop, the five formed hand seals and began to activate the formula, attempting to use the Flying Thunder God technique. And then, there was no then. Nothing happened. Hayate and Yuga looked blank. Gunma had a bit of a feeling and was still trying. Namiashi Rado was the same as Hayate. Tatami Iwashi's body swayed once, but in the end he still remained where he was. As expected, it was the same as always. Minato was not particularly disappointed. This was, after all, an S-rank space-time ninjutsu with an extremely high learning difficulty. Even if he had optimized it, it was still S-rank. Learning it in a short time was unrealistic. But the junior's progress was far behind what his own had been back then. He asked, "Each of you, tell me the reason you failed. Let's see what's different compared to before." Hayate, my sensing is vague. I can't lock onto it. Yugao, Hokuji-sama, same for me. It's really hard. Rado, I can sense where the formula is, but I just can't activate it. Gunma, me too. It always feels like something's missing. Only Iwashi was in slightly better shape. Hokuji-sama, I can activate the formula, but I don't know why it failed. Minato fell into thought upon hearing this. Where did the difficulty of the Flying Thunder God technique lie? There were simply too many points. First, one had to learn the basics of Fuinjutsu. It did not need to be extremely profound, but at the very least one had to be able to inscribe a formula pattern belonging to oneself. At present, everyone could manage this point. As for the ability to leave a mark instantly, that could only be improved gradually in the future. Second, one had to possess at least a minimal level of sensory ability. But this depended heavily on talent. For ordinary ninja, even with training, improvements in sensory ability were limited. Hayate and Yuga had both fallen at this step. They still needed further strengthening. Third, one had to be able to successfully activate the formula. If one could not summon oneself to the target point, the ninjutsu would fail. Gunma and Rado had clearly failed to activate the formula successfully. But why had Iwashi failed? Minato sensed that he had clearly activated it successfully, yet it had stopped at the very instant of execution. Could it be that the Flying Thunder God technique had some hidden talent requirement? In fact, he had already sensed this when teaching Kakashi. Today merely confirmed it further. At present, it seemed that he himself was exceptionally gifted in this aspect. Iwashi had talent, but not much. As for the other four, in this regard, they were comparatively weak. Sure enough, there was a reason why the Flying Thunder God could not be popularized. If it were that simple, Jiraiya, the first Hokage, and the third Hokage would have mastered it long ago. It made no sense that for so many years only he alone could handle it proficiently. Thinking of this, Minato placed his hopes on the final person. If there was anyone in all of Konoha with the greatest ninja talent, it could only be Makoto. Up to now, he had never heard of anyone in the shinobi world whose talent surpassed his. Moreover, he knew that Makoto's sensory ability was extremely refined. Makoto, give it a try. Understood, Minato-senpai. Makoto drew a kunai. The handle was likewise wrapped with talisman paper, and the mark on it was identical to the pattern on his forehead in Sage Mode. Of course, after such a long period of study, with his current mastery of Fuinjutsu and control over chakra, he no longer needed to use ink to draw it, he could set it down casually. The kunai flew out and struck a large tree in the distance. Then Makoto formed a single hand seal. His figure flickered and appeared at the kunai's location. However, he lost his balance, he activated it standing, but arrived lying down. This did not affect him much. He adjusted instantly. After that, he flung the kunai back and activated the Flying Thunder God once more, teleporting back while lying down. Even if the posture was somewhat inelegant, the eyes of Hayate and the other four nearly popped out. It worked just like that. So impressive. Especially Gunma and the other two, at last, they had witnessed the true worth of the so-called #1 genius of Konoha. Minato was also surprised. Makoto, when did you succeed? About 5 days ago. While practicing, I suddenly found the feeling, and then it worked. Well, it's not really a success. If I couldn't fly, I'd have ended up sleeping on the ground after teleporting. That's not important. It's already much better than when I first learned it. With more practice, you'll correct it. Aside from that, have you noticed any other issues with this technique? Does the activation speed of the formula being relatively slow count? That doesn't count either. That's still a matter of proficiency. With your talent, at most 1 year of practice, and you'll be able to activate it instantly without hand seals, just like me. Then there's only one last problem. The space traversal isn't smooth enough, which leads to excessive chakra consumption. It's not realistic for actual combat. How much consumption are we talking about? Using Minato-senpai's Rasengan as a standard, about the amount of 5. Hearing this answer, Namake's Minato felt that perhaps, in certain aspects, his own talent truly was superior. After all, the first time he successfully used the Flying Thunder God, the consumption had not been particularly high. Now that he was proficient, the consumption was even lower. Otherwise, he would not have been able to flash across the battlefield, cutting enemies down until they were completely disoriented. With the amount of chakra Makoto consumed, he would collapse from exhaustion after only a few flashes. What kind of yellow flash would that be? However, proficiency did indeed reduce consumption. So he advised, Makoto, this problem can only be solved by yourself. The only experience I can offer is that increasing your proficiency will greatly reduce chakra consumption. At the same time, it will also strengthen your affinity with space-time. I see. Understood. Thank you, Minato-senpai. Seeing that their companion had already reached this stage, Gonma grew anxious. Hokuji-sama, what about us? Is there any way to solve it? If not, should we continue practicing this ninjutsu? Of course you should continue. I'll think of a solution for the remaining problems. Why did Minato say that? Because a strange idea had suddenly come to him. Since each of them could only succeed in one aspect, could the Flying Thunder God be further improved and turned into a technique they could perform jointly? Have their chakra linked, one person responsible for sensing the target, one for controlling the formula, and the rest activating the formula together to increase the chakra supply so that the entire team could instantly appear where needed. Even if it could not be used for combat, shortening travel time and achieving rapid reinforcement of allies would already be quite good. Thinking about it this way, it really had potential. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 126, Chapter 126, A Mess with Kakashi and Run, what a thrill. 1,766 words. Mid-August, in the early hours before dawn. Recently, it had been Makoto's squad's turn to take the night shift. It was not much of a hardship. Ninja were different from ordinary people, they had methods to quickly adjust their biological clocks and would not let rotating shifts affect their sleep quality. In the shadow of a building near Minato's residence, Makoto sat quietly, refining his control over white natural energy. This could be considered a hidden benefit of protecting Kushina, at least for him personally. It was unclear whether it was because the Jinchuriki was nearing childbirth, but the Ninetales seemed to see hope of breaking free and had been unusually active lately. As the most powerful tailed beast in the shinobi world, its activity caused the surrounding red natural energy to become exceptionally aggressive as well, leaving the poor white natural energy even weaker, its power of decomposition greatly reduced. That, however, made it easier for Makoto to absorb it. Now he could grind away for nearly an entire night without interruption, greatly improving the efficiency with which natural energy transformed his body. At this moment, he almost wished that Kushina were carrying Ace. If she could hold out for 20 months, that would be perfect. The east gradually grew pale as the sun began to rise. It was almost time to get off duty. As usual, in the final moments, Makoto spread out his perception to eliminate any potential dangers, and then he discovered a certain fellow who liked to visit graves early in the morning. Was this good? It was not. Who goes to visit graves at dawn? He would have to correct that bad habit. Makoto made a hand signal to Hayate and Yugo, telling them to heighten their vigilance, then vanished like a gust of wind. Before the graves of Obito and Rin, Kakashi stood alone, murmuring to himself about this and that. After a long while, Kakashi checked the time. It was time for the shift change. He fastened his Anbu mask and prepared to leave. Suddenly, a hoarse voice rang out from the forest behind him, "Kid, thanks for your muttering. I've obtained some remarkable intelligence. You're quite the good person." Kakashi was startled. He swiftly drew a kunai and shouted, "Who's there? Show yourself." From the shadows among the trees stepped a tall figure. He wore no insignia of any shinobi village, was wrapped up tightly from head to toe, and his appearance could not be discerned. An enemy village ninja? A spy? In any case, anyone sneaking around here like that was certainly no good. Kakashi did not hesitate. He instantly hurled several kunai at the target, then lifted his eye covering and rapidly formed hand seals. A large amount of lightning gathered in his right hand as he charged at the enemy. He intended to kill his opponent in a single strike. He could not allow him to leave with that intelligence. The tall figure completed hand seals as well and slammed both hands onto the ground. A modest earthen wall rose before him, blocking the kunai while attempting to hinder the opponent's follow-up attack. But it was useless. Kakashi was too fast. Kaidori, combined with the Sharingan, and stimulated by lightning release, he ran like a bolt of lightning, almost instantly breaking through the distance between them. Lightning shattered the earthen wall like it was slicing butter, and then, under the tall figure's disbelieving gaze, it struck straight into his heart. Only then did Kakashi's sharp mind start to sense that something was slightly off. Just now, because of the intelligence leak, he had grown anxious and rattled. All he had been thinking about was killing the other party to eliminate future trouble. But there was clearly a problem with that. The other party had already obtained the intelligence. Leaving quietly would have been enough. Why would he deliberately expose himself and provoke him? Could it be that his objective was not merely to obtain intelligence, but also to take him down? Sure enough, the tall figure did not let out a pain scream. Instead, he tightly grabbed Kakashi's forearm with both hands and said with a ferocious grin, "So fast, just as expected of Konoha's genius ninja. But hey, you're finished." Kakashi immediately tried to wrench himself free, but the other party's strength was too great. At that moment, he sensed a faint movement on the man's body. Damn, it's an explosive tag. So it really was aimed at me. I let my guard down. Boom. With a not-so-loud explosion, the tall figure blew himself up, turning into a skyfall of wildflowers swirling everywhere. Kakashi looked them over. These wildflowers were a common type around the cemetery. Judging from the freshness at the snapped stems, they had been picked just now. He already understood everything. Rubbing his forehead, he was utterly speechless. He had been played by some bastard. Makoto, this joke isn't funny at all. If things go wrong, someone could die. Makoto walked out from behind a tree. Oh my, Kakashi-senpai really is Kakashi-senpai. You figured out it was me that quickly. The hell, apart from you, who in Konoha has this kind of nasty taste? Besides you, I can't think of anyone else. But this isn't fun. Fun? Kakashi-senpai, do you think I'm only playing around? If it weren't me, but a real spy instead, what do you think the consequences would be? Kakashi fell silent. Only after quite a while did he say with lingering fear, I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Makoto. This won't happen again in the future. That's more like it, Kakashi-senpai. The dead are already gone. We living people are the ones you should care about, for example, competing with Guy-senpai at least 10 times a day. I think if you could do that, Guy-senpai would definitely be very happy. Well, let's forget that. It'd exhaust me to death. Come on, it's time for the shift change. No problem. But there's something I need to tell you in advance. What is it? Tomorrow our squad has a mission out of the village, might be a few days. Things here will have to trouble you a bit more. I know. Don't worry, go do your mission. He did not ask what Makoto's mission was. Not prying into other people's missions was a basic principle Shinobi had to follow. Early the next morning, Makoto and the other two flashed out through Konoha's main gate, leaving only the out-of-village permit pinned to the gate. Now, although Kumomi still maintained the squad relationship with his disciples, because he himself was responsible for forming the 4th Hokage Sanbu, the Kumomi squad had in practice already been temporarily disbanded. Fortunately, Makoto and the 3 of them were not weak. They had already become shinobi who could stand on their own, and no longer needed him to lead them on missions. Yes. Although they were members of the Shadow Guard, the 3 of them were also part of the Anbu, so they naturally had to leave the village from time to time to carry out missions. This was perfectly normal. As ninja, if they went too long without participating in real combat, their strength would decline. Some things could not be improved through training alone. Therefore, Gunma's squad and Kakashi's squad were the same as them, maintaining a regular rhythm of executing missions. These missions were specially selected by Minato to temper his Anbu. Today's mission was somewhat special. It involved a rogue ninja from Konoha. That was normal as well. Years of shinobi war had led to large numbers of rogue ninja emerging from the major villages, stirring up trouble everywhere. Only Kumogakure had very few by comparison. It had to be said, those dark-skinned brutes were quite commendable in their loyalty to their own village. But that was not the main point. The client had specifically requested that among the team Konoha sent, it would be best to include a sealing jutsu ninja of considerable strength. That was interesting. But when Makoto thought about the fact that the client was the mysterious village called Takegakure, he formed some guesses in his mind and took the mission from Minato. Minato did not object. At present, in all of Konoha, when it came to Fuin Jutsu, Makoto, after more than half a year of training under Kushina, was indeed considered one of the notable experts. While resting along the way, Yugao asked curiously, "Hey, Makoto, does Takegakure's hero water really have the powerful effect described in the legends?" "It does. And it's even more exaggerated than the legends say." Hayate added, "I've heard that legend too. They say that stuff can make a ninja's chakra surge dozens of times over. Maybe that's why Takegakure has been targeted by rogue ninja." Yuga thought for a moment and felt something was off. If it's really that powerful, then why would they still commission Konoha to handle it? And Takegaku's strength seems to decline year by year, doesn't it? Isn't that contradictory? Makoto smiled. It's not contradictory. The hero water is real, and what Haid said isn't wrong. But using that kind of thing comes at a cost. Of those who drink the hero water, 8 or 9 out of 10 will die on the spot. Even if someone survives, they won't be able to fight for long, and in the end they'll still die. No exceptions. Yugao thought to herself that it was just as she had expected. I wonder what those rogue ninja are thinking. This kind of information should be easy to find out, right? And yet they go and try to seize that kind of poison. Because all they have left is their own lives. In order to make themselves stronger, they're willing to try any method that comes to mind. Is that so hard to understand? I guess that's true. What if the side effects are fake? Then wouldn't they make a huge profit? Just wishful thinking. Let's go, time to continue on our way. At around 4 in the afternoon, the three of them successfully arrived outside Takegakure and met up with the client's people. Sensing the faint fluctuations of tailed beast chakra amid the surrounding mountains and waterfalls, Makoto thought to himself that it was indeed as expected, they had arrived at just the right time. Takegakure was the only hidden village among the many minor nations that possessed a tailed beast. The 7 Tails, Chomei, was here. Counting the time, it should also be about when they were due to replace the Jinchuriki. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 127, Chapter 127, The higher you jump, the faster you kneel. 1944 words. The land of waterfalls, a country bordered on 3 sides by the land of earth, the land of grass, the land of fire, and the land of iron, and facing the sea to the north, actually possesses a fairly large territory. Takegakure is the only legitimate ninja village in this country, likewise adopting the one country's one village system established by the first Hokage of Konohagakure. As a small country ninja village, Takegakure is quite famous in the shinobi world, because aside from the 5 great ninja villages, it is the only village that possesses a tailed beast. This is owed to the formidable strength Takegakure displayed at the time of its founding. They were always able to continuously produce powerful jonin. For a time, their momentum was unmatched, and they became the first small country to have the strength to challenge the 5 great nations. Back then, like the later Land of Rain, they also had the dream of becoming the 6th great nation. However, as the village's strength has declined severely over the years, Takegakure now exists in a semi-transparent state within the shinobi world, a typical case of growing worse the more it muddles along. Among the 5 great ninja villages, even Kumogakure, who has always liked engaging in zero-yen shopping, has little interest in them. The intelligence systems of the great ninja villages are extremely well developed. They naturally know that Takegakure mass-produces powerful jonin through the so-called hero water. Drinking that substance means 9 deaths and 1 life. Even if one survives the side effects, one can only unleash a brief burst of combat power, and in the end, very few are able to continue living. It is simply a self-destructive and unsustainable practice of exhausting the pond to catch the fish. The great ninja villages have their own mature systems for training elite shinobi. Naturally, they look down on something that is hardly different from poison. Moreover, the current output of hero water is extremely scarce, making it even less likely to arouse the desire of the great ninja villages to seize it. The main issue is that it is simply not cost-effective. To resist, Takegakure would certainly use up all of its hero water at once. In addition, there is also a 7 Tails. Even if one defeated them, in the end one would gain nothing, only sacrificing the lives of one's own people for nothing. The only secret technique of value, Earth Grudge Fear, was seized by their own rogue ninja. Before leaving, that man conveniently wiped out the entire upper echelon, causing Takegakure's already declining strength to suffer yet another heavy blow. Now, the only thing truly worthy of praise may be Takegakure's location. It is a ninja village situated among encircling mountains and waterfalls, a place that ordinary people would find very difficult to locate. The unique geological environment forces underground water upward under pressure from the mountaintop, creating countless waterfalls of various types in the surrounding area. The scenery is extremely peculiar. People dwell among forests in the valley, water comes down from the mountaintops as if from the sky. The only village that can compare to it in terms of concealed location is probably Hoshigakure of the Land of Bears, a village encircled by a natural canyon of toxic gas. In front of a waterfall outside Takegakure, the one who came to receive Makoto and his party was a middle-aged man dressed in traditional shinobi attire, who did not seem to be a ninja. At his side stood 2 boys, one older and one younger. The older one appeared to have just reached adulthood. A forehead protector bearing the symbol of Takigakure was tied around his head. His expression was quite arrogant, as if he did not place others in his eyes. After seeing the height of the three from Makoto's side, that arrogance grew even more pronounced. Although all three wore ANBU masks and their appearances could not be seen clearly, judging from their height, the oldest looked to be no more than 13 or 14 years old. How formidable could they possibly be? Konoha really has fallen. Were the casualties in this war so heavy that they can't send any decent shinobi anymore? The younger one was probably 5 or 6 years old. His features resembled the middle-aged man somewhat, and his eyes were full of curiosity. Aside from that, there were also 2 Takigakure squad standing guard to their left and right. The middle-aged man first saluted Makoto's group of 3, then introduced himself. "Welcome, honored guests from Konohagakure who have come from afar. I am Hizen, the leader of Takigakure village. This is my disciple, Suein. On the right is my son, Shibuki. They have long admired the shinobi of Konohagakure, so they followed me out to welcome you together. Please forgive the embarrassment." As everyone knows, the title Koge can only be used by the boss of one of the 5 great ninja villages. The head of a small ninja village is not qualified to bear the name Koge, they can only be called the leader. With the exception of a certain shameless Hoshikage, he shuts his doors and entertains himself, calling himself the Hoshikage, and others can't be bothered to interfere. Heiate and Yuga did not speak, silent as statues. ANBU had to look like ANBU, everything could be answered by the captain. Makoto returned the salute. "Leader Hizen, it's our first meeting. I am the captain of Konoha's ANBU Owl Squad, codename Forest Owl. This is our identification, as well as the reply letter from the 4th Hokage." After Hizen took the identification and letter and read them, confirming that the 3 of them were indeed who they claimed to be, he said, "Then the matters afterward will trouble you all. Now, first follow me into the village to rest." Naturally, the 3 from Makoto's side had no objections, but someone was displeased. The young Suein pointed at the 3 of them and shouted at leader Hizen, Hey, sensei, did you see that? Konohagakure only sent 3 little brats over, what use can that be? Bastards, are they looking down on our Takigakure village?" Hizen sternly reprimanded him. "Suein, shut your mouth. You must not be rude to Konohagakure's honored guests." He did not make Suein apologize. It seemed that this leader, too, had forgotten the saying a shinobi cannot be measured by common sense, and had made the mistake of judging by appearances. Perhaps, in his heart, he also had doubts about the strength of the people Konohagakure had sent. Makoto was already a mature shinobi. He would not get so angry that he tore off his mask on the spot and revealed the titled Konoha shield that the Raikage had forcibly stuffed onto him, just to shock them. For a shinobi, endurance is a required course, he would not easily let other people's words disturb his emotions. He only raised his foot slightly and tapped the ground lightly, then said, "Leader Hizen, please do not waste time on such boring matters. Apologies, everyone. My disciple has lost his composure. He cares too much about the village's safety, and that is why he said such discourteous words." As he explained, the leader guided the 3 toward the waterfall. But after they had only taken a few steps, an anxious, clear voice came from behind, his son, Shibuki. "Suein-sensei, what's wrong with you?" Shibuki pushed at Suein, who did not move at all, and found it was like pushing a boulder. He could not help but call to his own father for help. "Father, Suein-sensei, he..." In an instant, Hizen appeared beside Suein, and then discovered that his disciple's entire body was covered in sealing patterns. He could not move at all, and could only express his anxious emotions through his eyes. Seeing this complex sealing technique, one he had never encountered before, the leader found himself at a loss and could only lower his posture and soften his tone. "Captain Forest Owl, I am deeply sorry. As Suein-sensei, it is my failure in discipline. I apologize here to the 3 of you. I sincerely ask that you not make things difficult for my disciple." After speaking, he gave a 90-degree deep bow, kneeling with remarkable smoothness, without the slightest trace of embarrassment. Makoto had accepted the commission to complete a mission, not to make enemies. Seeing that the authority of Konohagakure shinobi had already been established, he lightly tapped the ground once more with his right foot, releasing Suein from his restraints. Dense sealing patterns peeled away from Suein's body like swimming fish, flowing into the ground and completely disappearing. Fuinjutsu, Nightmare Binding. A sealing ninjutsu modified on the basis of the for limbs heavy seal technique and the chakra sealing technique. The one struck by it would have all movements restrained, including chakra, with only the brain still able to think, as if trapped in a nightmare. Its temporary effect was similar to Danzo's cursed tongue eradication seal, but unlike that technique, it did not require physical contact with the opponent's body to be cast, making it more concealed and convenient. At present, Makoto was attempting to incorporate Genjutsu, hell viewing technique into it, turning it into a true nightmare binding. In the future, it could be used to bully children, surely making their childhoods more fulfilling. As Kono has publicly acknowledged ninjutsu genius, after learning various sealing techniques from Kushina, how could Makoto be satisfied with merely using others' techniques? Naturally, something improved by himself would be more enjoyable to use. After regaining his freedom, the young Suien could not help but touch his own body. His eyes had become much clearer. Looking at the mysterious masked faces of the three from Makoto's side, a trace of fear appeared in his gaze. Having grown accustomed to acting as a local tyrant in Takegakure, he had thought that shinobi outside were nothing special. Only now did he realize how far he fell short. It seemed that once the village's crisis had passed, it would be time to suggest to his teacher the use of hero water. He naturally knew the side effects. But young people always believe they are unique. I will surely survive smoothly, and then my chakra will surge dozens of times, becoming stronger than ever before. Hizen also let out a sigh of relief inwardly, marveling that they were indeed from the strongest ninja village. Even though they appeared young, their strength was something he could not comprehend. Suien was his disciple, the most talented shinobi in the village. Having just reached adulthood, he had already obtained the title of Jonin and was an idol admired by the younger generation. Yet in the hands of Konohagakure's shinobi, he had been taken down in a single exchange. The other party had not even grown serious. This single sealing technique alone was enough to leave them bewildered. It seemed that Konohagakure had not perfunctorily dealt with Takegakure, they had indeed sent a sealing expert. Having swallowed this reassurance, Hizen's attitude became even more humble. He led the three to the waterfall, where a subordinate handed over 3 black strips of cloth. Hizen explained, "My apologies, honored guests from Konohagakure. The location of Takegakure is our highest secret. All outsiders must be blindfolded before entering." Height and Yuga looked at their captain. Makoto said, "I understand. Then I will trouble leader Hizen to lead the way." What a joke, what use is covering the eyes? Do you not know what sensory ninjutsu is? I have never relied on my eyes to move through the shinobi world. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 128, Chapter 128, That night, you did not refuse me. 1703 words. Takegakure is one of Konohagakure's allies. In fact, the ninja villages of the small country surrounding the Land of Fire are all allies of Konohagakure, even if they also border other great nations. The reason is simple. Konohagakure is strong enough. The Land of Fire is wealthy enough. They have little need to exploit small countries. In addition, the founding philosophy of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the excellent reputation he left throughout the shinobi world make people more willing to trust Konohagakure. After all, compared to the other 4 great ninja villages, who regularly act without restraint, Konohagakure at least cares about its reputation. It conducts affairs according to rules and does not engage in plunder or coercive seizure. So whenever difficulties arise, everyone habitually turns to Konohagakure for help. Over time, this has formed a kind of path dependence. After passing through several waterfalls and winding their way through twisting tunnels inside a mountain cavern, Hizen led Makoto and the other 2 to a building. Honored guests, thank you for your cooperation. You may remove your blindfolds. The 3 removed them at his words, and their vision suddenly brightened. The place lay surrounded by mountain ranges, with dense forests and deep valleys, green trees, and clear waters. The environment was quite pleasant. Most importantly, the lighting was excellent, it did not feel dark at all. Buildings of various sizes were scattered among the trees, and from time to time people could be seen entering and exiting. It was like a secluded paradise far removed from the mundane world, a fine place for reclusion. Height and Yuga took a breath of the air. It seemed fresher than outside. This immediately gave them a high first impression. The 2 squads of escort shinobi had already disappeared. Only Hizen remained at their side, accompanied by his disciple and his son. However, that fellow Suien appeared extremely uneasy. His gaze shifted evasively, and he did not dare look directly at Makoto and the others. Makoto paid him no mind and asked in a formal tone, "Chief Hizen, could you please explain the details of the mission? Tomorrow, according to our intelligence, a group of missing nin will launch an attack on the village. The number is unknown, but there will be at least more than 20 of them. Among them are ninja who originated from Konohagakure. Because we have more important matters to handle tomorrow, our defensive forces are somewhat insufficient. So when the time comes, we will have to trouble everyone from Konohagakure to lend their assistance. I understand. Rest assured, Chief Hyzen. Leave it to us. Then I will entrust it to you. You may rest here today. I will have dinner sent over. Thank you for your consideration. Inside the room, Hayate and Yugao signaled their captain with their eyes. Makoto understood and quietly extended his perception over the situation in Takegakure, then nodded to the two of them. After that, the three carefully inspected the room. Only after confirming that there were no surveillance methods whatsoever did they feel at ease and remove their masks. The masks did not affect breathing, but no one liked keeping something fastened to their face at all times. In a private room like this, they preferred to remove their masks while speaking. In any case, with Makoto present, they did not fear being spied upon. Now they needed to discuss the specific intelligence for the mission. Because Makoto's perception range was both vast and precise, Yugao asked, "Captain, how strong is Takegakure?" "Not bad. About 27 people have chakra reserves that reach the Jonin level." This referred only to chakra quantity. In reality, due to differences in various ninjutsu resources and education, even if someone had Jonin tier chakra reserves, their actual combat power might be only about the same as a Konoha Chunin or Tokubetsu Jonin. That is just how enormous the gap is between small ninja villages and the 5 great ninja villages. Facing any one of them, they would have no ability to fight back, they would be crushed into slag outright. This is the current state of the shinobi world small ninja villages. At present, only Omegakure and Kusagakure are somewhat better off, but even they can only manage self-preservation. If they dared to bristle, the others would not mind fighting another war on their territory, while conveniently cleaning up the ones who dared to stick out. As for using perception ninjutsu to probe an ally's strength, that is simply how the shinobi world works. Even when they are allies, Konohagakure will always keep track of changes in their strength to prevent the other side from growing too powerful. This is also one of Makoto's squad's hidden tasks. After learning Takegakure's strength, Yugao asked curiously, "That force should be enough to handle a missing nin assault, right? There aren't any strong ones among those guys. Besides, Takegakure's location is so secret, how are they supposed to get in?" Hayate did not even need to think to know the answer. There's definitely a traitor leading the way. The key point isn't the missing nin, Chief Hyzen just said they have important matters tomorrow. They must not be able to spare the manpower to resist, so they commissioned us to handle it. What could be more important than the village's safety? I don't know. Makoto stated the reason directly, changing the Jinchuriki. The two immediately understood, and then they stopped discussing it, the matter was already clear. In the past, they might not have understood what a Jinchuriki meant, or what a tailed beast was. But ever since they had seen the 4 tails on the northern front, Kumomi had taken the opportunity to explain it to them. Ever since they had become the 4th Hokage Shadow Guard Squad, yet were sent to protect Kushina, they naturally also knew that Konohagakure possessed the strongest of the tailed beasts, the 9 tails, and that the Jinchuriki was the person they were protecting, Uzumaki Kushina. No wonder Takegakure had specifically requested that Konohagakure send a sealing jutsu expert. It seemed that, besides commissioning Konohagakure to help them block the missing nin, they also intended to prepare a backup plan. A Jinchuriki is each ninja village's most core secret. Naturally, they wanted to resolve it quietly themselves, and only let Konohagakure intervene if they truly could not hold on. It seemed that Chief Hyzen must have discussed this matter with the 4th Hokage in his letter, and the 4th Hokage then took the opportunity to agree to Makoto's request and dispatch their squad. In other words, if Takegakure's Jinchuriki change went wrong and required Makoto to act, then their squad could, on top of this A-rank mission, conveniently pick up an S-rank mission record as well. Just thinking about it was a little exciting. Perhaps because Takegakure's current Jinchuriki had already reached the end of his life, the 7 Tails, Chomei, was extremely active. The originally peaceful and picturesque Takegakure, filled with birdsong and flowers, now seemed shrouded in a layer of oppressive tension. Fortunately, the night passed without incident. The next day was also quiet and calm throughout, but that oppressive atmosphere grew increasingly intense. By nightfall, even the ordinary villagers sensed that something was wrong and stayed inside their homes. The entire village instantly became a silent place devoid of people. As shinobi from another village, and since the client had not requested their assistance, Makoto and the other two waited quietly inside their room, calmly observing how the situation would develop. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, that oppressive feeling reached its peak. Suddenly, the mountain valley where the entire village was located was flooded with a massive surge of violent chakra. This kind of chakra did not even require Makoto's perception. If ordinary people stepped outside, they could see it with the naked eye alone. It seemed that the Jinchuriki replacement had already begun. However, the missing nin mentioned in the intelligence had not arrived, nor had anyone from Takagakure come to request assistance from the Konohagakure shinobi. Inside the room, Makoto silently took out a blank scroll. After spreading it open, he pressed his right hand directly onto it, forming a sealing formula. The formula was centered on a circle, with complex symbols distributed around it. Then Makoto formed hand seals with one hand. The Seven Tails chakra that hovered above their room was immediately drawn toward it and rushed into the sealing formula. This slight fluctuation of chakra, compared to the massive scale currently permeating the entire village, would not attract anyone's attention. Makoto did not need much. Once he felt that the sealed Seven Tails chakra was sufficient, he stopped collecting it, changed the hand seal, and completed the sealing. Finally, within the blank space inside the circle of the formula, the character 7 automatically formed. Only then did Hei dare to ask, "Captain, are you collecting tailed beast chakra? Isn't that obvious? But isn't that inappropriate?" Without permission. Makoto assured him confidently, "Relax." I asked. The other side did not refuse me. No refusal means tacit consent. That's not right. We've been in this room all day. Who did you ask? I asked the chakra. They didn't object. Hey, eat and you go. What the hell is the point of asking chakra? It doesn't even have a mouth. If you've got the nerve, ask the Seven Tails and see whether it agrees. The two of them were traditional shinobi. Although they both followed Makoto's lead, they still felt somewhat uneasy inside. After all, this matter did not quite conform to proper rules. Yugao said, "What if Takagakure finds out?" That would be hard to explain. They won't discover it. I'm not taking much, just enough for a hypothetical experiment. I have no intention of targeting the Seven Tails. After explaining, he looked at the two of them and smiled. We're a squad, after all. You wouldn't want Sensei or Hokuto-sama to find out about this, would you? Understood. We won't say anything. ×2. Damn it. The two of them felt as though they had boarded a pirate ship. But getting off was no longer possible. All they could do was follow their captain and muddle through. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novel Wonderland.